of ooze, stuff like ninja stars and throwing daggers. They each come with a pizza slice, which come in different colors. His is silver, which, you know, not the best flavor for pizza. I don't know if that's like liquid metal, but the turtles eat weird stuff on pizza, man. Like they put, you know, mayonnaise and ice cream and all that stuff. We've got 2 daggers here, obviously Leonardo's katanas, his iconic weapon, and some throwing stars printed on his belt. You can also take those katanas and stick them into his back for storage, which I love. And what's really cool, each turtle comes with a tiny turtle, you know, like before they mutated. So they get to see their former selves when they were young, normal turtles. So yeah, that's Leonardo, great toy. But let's see how he looks with all of his friends. Next up, Michelangelo, the fan favorite, probably the most popular turtle. Once again, we've got storage on the back for his nunchucks, which are great. These nunchucks are super chunky. I really like how they feel. They've got this big kind of goofy, super deformed, oversized look to them. Once again, weapon rack. This one comes with an extra set of nunchucks, a grappling hook, ninja stars, a little pizza slice, the tiniest one, but it is orange, which seems more like it's made from real flavors and cheese and stuff like that. And once again, his tiny little turtle, former turtle of himself, which I really love. These toys are so good. Like they're just really, really fun. Again, love these facial expressions on these figures. Donatello, the brains in the group, the smartest one. He's got some really cool accessories this time around. He's got glasses, which actually stick right into the side of his head. He looks so goofy. Look at that. I love him. He's also got headphones, which you can, you know, stick on his ears, stick around his neck. Here we have his bow staff, which goes right into his back or in his hands. He's also got this cool bow staff dagger thing. And then again, tiny version of himself. The bigger of the pizza slices we've seen so far. He's got like a nunchuck set, another, you know, the ooze canister, and everything else with the weapon rack. Love him too. Yeah, these toys are awesome. Like they're just really, really fun. I could not be more excited for this movie. Finally, Raphael, my favorite turtle, because I don't know, he's always sarcastic and depressed. He should be in therapy, but you know, he's working on it. This one specifically really cool because he has the bandana look from the Michael Bay movies, which I think a lot of people weren't happy about, but seeing it he's the only one with it and his personality is kind of drastically different than the other turtles, I'm okay with that. He comes with a pair of Psy, the little, you know, daggers that he held since the 90s. And those also, once again, you can store those in his little things on the side right here. He gets a pizza slice on the side, some swords, some hooks, ninja stars, and once again, a tiny version of himself. So yeah, that's the 4 turtles. They look so cool. Like they're just so awesome together. I'm so glad we're getting a brand new Turtles movie, new set of toys to play with, but these guys can't just fight each other. I mean, they do, right? They practice down in their subterranean dojo, but they need enemies. They need people to fight. But before that, I think they need a little leadership. They need some guidance. So let's bring in Splinter, the master rat himself, played by Jackie Chan in the movie. Let's check out this toy. Okay, so here we have Master Splinter. He's got a funny little rat tail on his back there, which is very strange looking. I like that he has glasses. I think that's very cute. He also comes with a little cane that, you know, he can use to walk with or I guess hit the turtles with when he's like, "Were you seen?" And they're like, "No, master." And then he shows them the newspaper. So yeah, that's a great toy right there. Little tough to get him to stand. He's got some articulation on his legs and his arms, but other than that, he's like a big, chunky, thick piece of plastic right there. So a little hole in his back. I don't know what happened there. Maybe another rat took a bite out of him. So yeah, that's Splinter. There he is with the crew, with the turtles, teaching them what to do and what not to do. He's got a bow and arrow. He's got some arrows with him right here. No pizza for him. Everybody else got pizza but him. I'm a little disappointed about that. Splinter, what's your deal? He doesn't eat pizza? Come on, get out of here. Okay, let's get into the villains because there's a ton of them in Mutant Mayhem, more than we've ever seen in any of these movies. We got Bebop, Rocksteady, we have Leatherhead, and we also have this brand new villain, Superfly, who's played by Ice Cube in the movie. We haven't heard of Shredders in this movie yet. I have a feeling he'll make a cameo at the end, or maybe like a post-credit singer thing. But this is the big bad in this movie. This is Superfly. So let's open up him first and see how he's doing. All right, so this is the new villain, Superfly. Really interesting toy here. It's got one gigantic arm with a claw on it that does not open up. It just sort of exists. And then you've got these wings on the back that you can piece together, just like this. Pop them right in. There we go. Okay, you've got these wings in the back that you can pop in just like that. His weapon rack's got some interesting stuff. We don't know a ton about this toy or this villain, but he comes with a fly swatter, which is very funny to me because he's a fly. He comes with what looks like shotgun shells, a canister of some sort of weird liquid. He's got these two little hands in the front, and then these funny little legs here, and then this cool kind of blaster gun thing, which is a very 90s Ninja Turtle toy. I really dig that. This feels like one of the later wave Ninja Turtle toys we would have gotten back in the day. Interesting articulation on the arm, moves a little bit like that, and then right here, but nothing on the elbow. And then he's got these little feet. I wonder if he seems like he might be a little tough to stand. No, he's good to go. So this is Superfly, once again played by Ice Cube in the movie, the new big bad in the film. It's got some friends to roll with him. Let's check out Leatherhead, one of my favorite characters from the original Ninja Turtles animated series, is going to be in the movie. This toy is awesome. I love this one right off the bat. I really, really like this toy. These are all like very, very hyper stylized. Look, this one's got this big goofy grin on his face, and then, you know, these kind of squinty eyes, and he's kind of looking out. He's got this shotgun here, which you can stick into his, let's see, can that stick it right in there? Yeah, you can. So he's got storage for his shotgun right on the back. And then he's got his own weapon rack. Let's see what's in the weapon rack. So this one comes with a trap for him to step in, a fishing rod. I guess if he gets hungry, he can go find some food. He's got a knife and a gun. Great, great toy right here. But you're probably waiting for Bebop and Rocksteady themselves. These are some of the more interesting redesigns we've seen out of this entire film. They are very, very, very over the top. So let's tear into these. Okay, so this toy is really interesting right off the bat. Instead of having sort of like a joint articulated head, it just has like a swivel. Like it's just this big goofy swivel. This toy is like 80% face, which is just so funny to me. He's got hair on this side, and then they almost look like tribal tattoos. He's got very hairy arms. And then he comes with a sledgehammer, a couple of guns, a knife, and this shield that looks like a New York City manhole cover. Awesome, awesome stuff right here. He's got his bullet belt, his, you know, camo fatigues on, and some big stomping boots. And then look at that butt. That's a funny butt for a rhino. I like this toy a lot. And finally, we've got Bebop. Bebop comes with a drill gun, which is great. Reminds me of something he would have been rocking in the video game. He's got a tattoo that says "Wow." I think he probably asked the tattoo artist to put "Mom" on there, but maybe he was upside down. There was, you know, something got lost in translation there. This is a great toy too. I love his little feet, his kind of Chuck Taylors he's got on, and he's got his weapon rack, which comes with a spiked bat, a smaller drill gun, a big, huge knife, and another garbage can lid manhole cover style shield for him to hold on to. This one's got great tusks. He's got a, you know, different than Rocksteady over here, but the two of these together, I think these are great. These look awesome. All right, so these are the $10 5-inch scale line. I have a feeling we're gonna see a ton more mutants in that line. All right, so Playmates is also launching a bunch of cool vehicles for these toys to ride around Manhattan in, but my favorite of which so far is the Pizza Fire Van, which basically takes the original pizza launcher toy and the Ninja Turtles Party Wagon by combining them into one pizza delivery car that also shoots pizzas. You can stuff the turtles into this, and I cannot wait to see this because I'm a huge fan of pizza, huge fan of turtles, and this just looks like so much fun. All right, so this is awesome. It comes with a pizza slice and pepperoni stickers. You bet I will be putting those on. Whoa! I was not expecting that. Also comes with a ton of different pizzas that come with individual pizza stickers that you can stick on, window stickers and decals and fun stuff like that. I've also got this frame up here that pops on, I think just like this. Yeah, I'll even be able to put license plates back here. This one says extra cheese. All of these stickers will go onto all of these pizzas, and all of these pizzas will shoot out of this car. So yeah, let's put it together. It's just awesome. So here I have Raph hanging out on the back. There are pegs here for their feet, little handles to hold on to. The front, as you can see, opens up. There we go. And you can stick whatever you want in there, any kind of turtles. Right now I got Leo, he's driving. He seems the most responsible. Theoretically, I don't know if any of these guys actually have their license, but you know what? I'm not gonna snitch. We've got Donatello up there. You're probably wondering, like, where's Michelangelo? Well, good question. All you have to do is boom, hit that button on top, which is a giant pizza. Mikey pops out, and we've got this awesome sidecar action going on here. This thing takes 3 AAA batteries. Let's turn them on. Uh-oh, ready? So cool. It's so good. I love it so much. So yeah, he tucks right back in there. Doors closed. There's nothing that would ever tip anyone off that there are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles inside this car. Nothing whatsoever, especially not a giant sticker of Michelangelo holding pizzas, or the fact that it says Turtle Power on the side. This is just a big, fun, chunky toy. Got pizza time on the back, pop these wheels on the bottom, and like I said, the stands on the side. So yeah, it comes with 8 pizzas. The only thing is the pizzas, they don't really have a ton of different flavors or toppings on them. It's mostly just traditional stuff. A little surprised about that, but this is their pizza delivery car. Maybe they bring, you know, the more traditional pizzas to people, and then when they get home, they eat the ones that have like anchovies, ice cream, and mozzarella and shoelaces or whatever. They're out of their minds. It's really, it's amazing they're not sick. They should all have stomach aches constantly. So yeah, all these toys are rolling out to stores right now, so go hit up your favorite local retailer, look out for them, or buy them online. We'll have tons more coverage of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem right here on IGN in the coming weeks, so keep it locked to IGN for more. Let's kick shell.
The road to wrestling immortality is paved with slamtastic strikes, high-flying gimmicks, and devastating tag team combos. If you want to walk in the footsteps of legends, you'll need to master the art of Wrestle Quest combat. Use your strikes and powerful items to soften up your opponents, then build your hype meter to unleash signature gimmicks. Or take them down with tag team combos that change with your party. Once they're kissing canvas, it's time to go for the pin. Put your foes away with a successful 1, 2, 3 count. But don't miss. Your opponent can kick out, recovering HP and costing you precious hype. It all comes together in the boss battles. Cut promos and customize your walk-on to build incredible hype. You'll need it. Some of the biggest names in wrestling await to test your might and your strategies. Hone your skills, gather your party, and prepare for Wrestle Quest!
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves. And the world is not prepared.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I met Killian was for Batman Begins, and I was looking for who would play Batman. And I'd seen a photograph of him from Danny Boyle's 28 Days Later. I'd just been very struck by his appearance and his amazing eyes and that gaze.
Sometime in the early 2000s, director Christopher Nolan was looking for someone to play Bruce Wayne Batman in his 2005 film Batman Begins. While ultimately the role went to Christian Bale, he met with various young actors to potentially take the part, including an Irish actor, Cillian Murphy. Now, nearly 2 decades later and several more movies under their belts, Murphy will finally be the star of the next Christopher Nolan movie, Oppenheimer. We spoke with the director and actor and asked them to reflect on their longtime partnership, which they say is built on a foundation of hard work.
And they won't understand it until they've used it.
While it might be surprising to know this now, Murphy first met with Nolan to discuss potentially playing Bruce Wayne in Batman Begins.
And then I did a screen test for him for Batman, which I thought was a an insane idea, but he saw something in the test, and we just got on. You know, there was a connection, and I really responded to the way he works.
I felt like this is someone I want to create with, this is someone I want to work with. So we went ahead and tested anyway. And then off the back of that, the studio, uniquely in the history of Batman movies, they were happy to take someone who's an unknown and have them as the villain. And he did an extraordinary job in that, and in everything else since that I've convinced him to come and be in.
He's here. Who? The Batman.
Murphy would go on to appear in 6 of Nolan's movies, playing Dr. Jonathan Crane, aka Scarecrow, in all of Nolan's Batman movies, appearing in Inception, where he plays mind heist target Robert Fisher, and Dunkirk, where he plays an unnamed soldier whose panic leads to tragedy.
It's interesting with an actor like Cillian, because you see the raw talent, you see the creativity right from the beginning. There's no question in my mind of what great things this guy's going to achieve. But then you watch the discipline and the training and the learning that goes on with great actors. They're always learning with every project.
Despite their long working history, Nolan didn't write Oppenheimer with Cillian Murphy in mind for the lead role, with Nolan saying he tries not to write with any specific actor in mind. But by the time he finished his script for Oppenheimer, there really seemed like there was only one actor for the job.
I really wanted to concentrate on who the real people were while I was putting the script together. Then you finish and you're looking at the cover of American Prometheus, the book that I was adapting, and there's this picture of Oppenheimer with this intense blue-eyed stare on the front, and I thought, I know who can do that. I know who can do that. And I needed an actor. Cillian was that actor who could open the story up to the audience.
Likewise, Murphy never angled to get a lead role in any of Nolan's movies, or even be put in them at all. As he says it, he's a fan of Nolan's work, and is happy to just watch them when he gets the chance. But he also picks up the phone whenever Nolan calls.
And I love going to see the Chris Nolan films that I'm not in the IMAX. No, I never, I don't hear from him between. We don't go and, get pizza or whatever. He'll just call me up when he's ready to do it, and I'll always be there, because I've learned so much as an actor from working with him.
We're in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means if the Nazis have a bomb.
Despite their numerous collaborations, Oppenheimer would dwarf any that's come before, and Murphy was asked to shoulder the burden of carrying the entire movie on his performance, something he says he was really excited to do with Nolan.
It's really, really rigorous. He's really demanding out of his actors, which I love. He really, really pushes you, and I really like being pushed to the point where you think you can't go any further, and he always does that. And I love the atmosphere on set.
While Murphy is quick to praise Nolan's professionalism at every level of the production, there were others who saw the sheer size of the task Nolan and Murphy were embarking on together.
He was like, look, this is all going to be through Cillian's eyes, and we are putting this entire behemoth on his back, and Chris and Cillian built that thing together, stood in the middle of that thing and built that performance, and Chris built this movie around that performance, and it was very clear. It was like, all right, how do we support that? Like, what do you need from me day to day, scene to scene? It's like, if he's a painter, then we're just a color, right? And just splash me where you need me and tell me where to go, and we're all in service of this wonderful movie.
If their years of partnership led to anything, it's an ease of communication that develops over time. This in turn allows Nolan and Murphy to rely on each other and gives them both confidence to take on challenging materials like Oppenheimer. While Murphy jokes that finally being the lead in the Nolan movie just means that he's on set more, he goes back to how the two of them believe in true hard work and dedication to making good art.
Well, I was on set more, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was very, very intense, and like I said, I said to Chris at the beginning, I said, the best performances you've ever gotten from me are the ones where you push me, and just push me as far as you can on this one, and he did. And I love that. There was no hanging around or shooting the shit. We were just working, which I love also.
Thanks for watching. For more on Oppenheimer, be sure to follow and subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch.
Our work here will ensure a peace mankind has never seen. Until somebody builds a bigger one.
Good, look at that. Not bad, Mark. You're not just invincible, you're also like Earth's best food cooking man. Pretty impressive.
What? Oh, no, I just worked here. I don't actually make the food.
Next time also, constructive criticism, do not put these green things in here. These are gross.
Yeah, hey, so, did you ever find Uraf?
Yeah, of course I found it. Very quickly, very easily. Yellow skies, purple grass, and get this, they have burgers there too, just like these. Who would have guessed, huh?
You never found it, right?
No, nope, not even close. I hope they're okay. I think about them quite a bit, honestly. But how about you? What have you been up to? It's been a while. I think everyone agrees. It's been like a little ridiculous how long it's been.
Hey, I've been busy.
Doing what?
Well, I've been busy writing, designing, storyboarding, voice acting, key posing, in-betweening, cleaning up, color slapping, comping the whole thing and all that for, roughly thousands of shots, so it's kind of a lot.
Sure, yeah. Although like 90% of that, if I'm being honest, sounds completely made up. But the real question is, when are you going back out there? The world needs more Invincible.
Oh, it's coming, okay? Hey!
Yeah, I know, but like a specific date would be nice.
Oh, okay, fine. The world will get more Invincible in late 2023.
All right, okay, I'll take it. Late 2023. Perfect, sure. So 2023, is that like one of your years? You know, our planets, they all have different systems of keeping track of time. Like, they go around their stars at different speeds, but the way you said that number makes it sound soon. Is it soon? I really want it to be soon.
Fresh off the success of The Boys' insane second season, Amazon Prime is ready to add another hyper-violent superhero slugfest to its streaming lineup. Finally making the jump from the comics to the television, this is Invincible, an ordinary high school student who becomes the world's most powerful superhero at the center of a galactic battle of good and evil. But who is Invincible, and does his superhero saga soar above the rest in a very crowded genre? Mark Grayson is your average American teenager, a comic book geek trying to make it through high school and get his dream girl to notice him. Now, he's also the son of Omni-Man, one of the world's most powerful and beloved heroes. Now, when Mark's own superhuman abilities begin to reveal themselves, he wastes absolutely little time in creating the Invincible persona to follow in his father's footsteps. Invincible is Mark's coming-of-age story. The series follows his early growing pains, his tragedies and triumphs, and his evolution from rookie hero to seasoned veteran and the most important weapon in Earth's fight against a far more powerful enemy. Like lots of superheroes, Invincible was born in the comics. Created by The Walking Dead's Robert Kirkman, Invincible #1 came out in 2003, and 144 issues later, the series ended in 2018. Invincible introduces Mark Grayson and his cast of supporting characters, most notably his dad. Omni-Man is a Viltrumite, an incredibly strong alien race claiming to seek out new worlds to protect them and uphold peace using their vast superpowers. Now, when Mark turns 17, his powers kick in, and that's where our story picks up. When it comes to power set, think Superman with a few key differences. Super strength and vulnerability, flight, and accelerated healing. This goes for Invincible, Omni-Man, and any of the other Viltrumite characters that appear over the course of the series. No heat vision or ice breath or weird nonsensical time traveling abilities. Invincible's best at punching evil into submission, and the comic routinely displays that in gory, not safe for work detail. Invincible focuses on Mark Grayson and his family, but the series eventually added a massive cast of colorful heroes like Adam, Eve, and Rexplode, and superhero teams like the Guardians of the Globe and the Teen Team. And the villains are great too. Invincible has a hefty rogues gallery with villains who pop up to challenge Mark. Invincible is easily among the most popular superhero comics not published by Marvel or DC. It's entirely creator-owned, giving Kirkman and his collaborators the freedom to make big, sweeping story changes that actually last and avoid the revolving door of death and resurrection that defines so many of Marvel and DC stories. And just like Marvel and DC, Invincible exists in a larger shared comic book universe, along with other long-running Image comics like Spawn, Savage Dragon, Noble Causes, The Darkness, and Witchblade. Creator Robert Kirkman has also worked some of his other comic book creations into the very fabric of Invincible with characters like Brit, Tech Jacket, and the astounding Wolfman. Now, rumors swirled for years about a possible Invincible adaptation, including a film version written by Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, before Amazon announced an Invincible animated series now set to launch in 2021. Executive produced by Kirkman, the animated series stars Stephen Yeun as Mark, with J.K. Simmons as Omni-Man and Sandra Oh as Deborah Grayson. Now, it's tough to talk about what makes Invincible memorable without discussing the biggest plot twist in the comic book series. Invincible number 12 throws readers for a loop, and I mean a complete loop, revealing that Omni-Man is actually an advanced scout for a bloodthirsty race of planetary conquerors. Now, he was sent to infiltrate Earth and pave the way for a Viltrumite invasion. When the truth comes out, it's father versus son. And as the series progresses, more and more attention is paid to the growing conflict between Invincible and his intergalactic allies on one side and the Viltrumite Empire on the other. Now, the series' ultimate villain turns out to be General Thrag, a mustachioed emperor of seemingly limitless physical strength. Now, we probably won't meet Thrag in season 1 of the animated series, but he's bound to be out there somewhere, just awaiting to fold Earth into his ever-expanding empire. Now, what do you think? Will Invincible be the greatest superhero show in the universe? Can it be Amazon's next superhero hit after The Boys? Let's talk about it down below. Anyway, thanks for watching, and for more superheroes, here's a look at Soldier Boy, a new character coming to The Boys Season 3. And don't forget to follow and subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch. All right, I think we're good.
What's heaven?
It's a peaceful place in the sky.
Are you going to heaven?
No.
Why not?
You gotta be a good person to go to heaven.
10 years ago today, the artificial intelligence created to protect us detonated a nuclear warhead in Los Angeles. For as long as AI is a threat, we will never stop hunting them. This is a fight for our very existence.
Whatever's in there, they're sure worried about someone getting in. Yeah, we're getting out.
We're the same. We can't go to heaven because you're not good. And I'm not a person.
Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's a kid. Seatbelts.
What do you want with the child? We are this close to winning the war. Execute her, or we go extinct.
They're coming to get me.
エイナル、トルフィン、今日からお前たちは友人だ。この土地を開墾、運用し収穫を上げろ。
ああ、俺北イングランドの生まれなんだ。君は？
アイスランド。
なあ、トルフィン君。俺たち戦士の扱う商品って何だと思う？
死だ。
死にたくないから生きてるんですか？生きてると何かいいことはありますか？
お前は死にてえのか！全身により活路を開いてこそ王者の剣というもの。
でもお兄様、なんだかとっても辛そうだわ。
こんな世で武力を持たぬ王に何ができる？
賊を受けた生死の取るべき道は2つだけだ。殺すか死ぬか。もう
生きるも死ぬも自由にならなくなっちまった。それでもまだ負けちゃいないってのか。
強いやつが弱いやつを殺す、当たり前のことだ。
俺たちがお前らに劣ってるかどうかはっきりさせようじゃねえか。
本当の戦いを戦うんだ。生まれ変わるんだ。
First we made Barbie and we loved Barbie, and then we hated Barbie. And now I think we're realizing, well, I'm realizing it's not about Barbie, it's about us. And that was kind of like a weirdly profound journey to go on.
When was the last time you played with a Barbie? Your instinct may be to laugh this off. Barbies are for kids, after all. What Margot Robbie is getting at, however, is the sort of nebulousness of who Barbie really is. More than a doll, she's come to represent a collection of social norms, pressures, and expectations. Like a plastic Pygmalion, we created this perfect woman and fell in love with her. But Robbie is right. We grew wary of her too. We spoke to the cast of Barbie ahead of the film's release about the massive impact this one doll has had on pop culture. So, let's dig into just how Barbie has always been more than just a toy.
I'll be honest, when I was younger, I feel like Barbie represented to me like convention and a set of rules in which I did not have a place, and I felt kind of alienated by it.
The genius of the Barbie movie, though, is that it manages to take this doll that we all assumed we'd grown past and finds ways to make her relevant to us once again. For those of us who grew up playing with dolls, Barbie became something of a taboo in adolescence, a signal of lingering childishness.
Did you bring your rollerblades?
I literally go nowhere without them.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'll never forget being in second grade and proudly saying that I play with Barbies, and then a group of girls being like, "You still play with Barbies?" And then the feeling of just like shame and rejecting Barbie after that.
And I played with dolls until too late. I mean, too late because I knew I didn't want people at school to know that I still played with dolls, because it was like junior high school when kids started being cool and I still played with dolls.
It's interesting to hear director Greta Gerwig describe her relationship with Barbies, especially now that she's brought to life one of the most nuanced interpretations of what Barbie means to society today. As toys, dolls represent a blank slate. They're characters in unwritten stories, props in childhood fantasy. To Gerwig, they were her earliest performers.
Not just Barbies, but like dolls in general were really big for me. And I think now, looking back, I can see that part of what I was doing was directing with my dolls. I think that for me, it was a place where I could tell stories.
But Barbie herself isn't a blank slate. She does mean something to everyone, good, bad, and everything in between. Gerwig's mission here is a reorientation of Barbie in our cultural consciousness. For kids, this film is a new story about a favorite toy, but for adults, it's taking her out of the toy box after years of collecting dust. In the opening scene, we begin with Barbie's inception. Barbie first burst onto the market in 1959, clad in the iconic black and white bathing suit we see in the opening moments of the film. What most don't know, however, was that she was modeled on a German doll originally geared toward adults. Known as the Bild Lilly doll, the character that inspired Barbie creator Ruth Handler came from comics running in a German newspaper. Lilly was svelte and flirtatious on the page, eventually manufactured into a novelty doll purchased as gag gifts by German men. It's an odd sort of metamorphosis. A doll for adults inspiring a doll for children. It's a messy sort of feminism too. While Barbie helped to codify Eurocentric beauty standards into US consumer culture, she was ultimately one of the first toys girls had to picture adulthood beyond the societal goal of child rearing.
Greta really was the one that pointed out for me. She's like, Barbie went to the moon before people had women were allowed credit cards. And you're like, oh yeah. And like Barbie did all this stuff at a time when they could not have any financial autonomy in their lives. And you're like, surely that infiltrated our collective minds in some way and made us go, I want a dream house. I want my own house. I want my own car. I want to do whatever job I want to do.
That's right. The Miss Astronaut Barbie was introduced in the My Favorite Career collection in 1965. While women didn't gain the right to open credit cards independently until 1974, it was admirable of the brand to look ahead, to convince young girls of a future where they too might reach for the stars. Despite all of its optimism, it's undeniable that Barbie the brand wasn't always an inclusionary one.
Growing up, I was not a Barbie girl. I didn't play with Barbies. I couldn't afford Barbies, you know, and it was just like very aspirational and not within reach for me. And I just like didn't necessarily feel like reflected in that world.
America Ferrera plays Gloria in the film, a Mattel employee struggling to connect with her teen daughter. What Ferrera draws attention to here is the way Barbie contributed to social stratification along lines of class, race, and gender. Let's be clear, no doll exists in a vacuum. It's not like Barbie herself created the concept of inequality, but she's not entirely safe from it either. It's great she gave girls a vision of opportunity, but for years, she also inadvertently contributed to a beauty standard which upheld whiteness and thinness above all. Beyond what Barbie came to represent, she fell into a strict binary of boy toys versus girl toys, so pervasive and yet so incredibly silly. The idea is that gender can somehow define interest, that girls and boys are genetically wired to prefer colors, characters, activities, and more, based on nothing more than an identity assigned to them at birth. Take McDonald's years-long practice of packing their Happy Meals based on the question, do you want a girl toy or a boy toy? At first glance, it's an inconsequential slight, something annoying to deal with, if, for instance, you're a little girl who loves the color blue. But it's also the first stirrings of social conditioning which deems women more docile and incapable and frivolous than men. I mean, there's a reason people have held disdain for anything they deem too girly.
I think I came from a generation where, like, boys didn't play with Barbies, boys played with action figures and He-Man and Power Rangers, and girls played with Barbie. And like the very kind of heteronormative lens of that was like, oh no, it was gross, you know, it would be gross. Like, I don't want to play with that, ew. And I think and I hope that the world has evolved quite a bit since then.
In some ways it has. In 1968, nearly 10 years after Barbie hit shelves, the company issued their first black Barbie doll, a friend of Barbie's named Christy. In 1980, they took a step further by releasing the first ever black Barbie. Designed by Kitty Black Perkins, this wasn't Barbie's friend Christy, this was Barbie, and she was black. In 2016, Mattel released the Barbie Fashionistas line, which included 3 new body types: curvy, petite, and tall. Since then, the line has expanded to include Barbies and Kens who use wheelchairs, prosthetics, and more. The description of the product line reads, Barbie and Ken Fashionistas celebrate diversity with fashion dolls that encourage real-world storytelling and open-ended dreams. Gerwig's film seeks to reclaim Barbie for everyone, to give her a new meaning that builds atop all of our ideas of who she is without saying, no, you've always been wrong about Barbie.
Coming out the other end of this Barbie journey, it's been really wonderful to get to be a part of the expansion of the Barbie narrative, where it includes more of us now, and where the story has expanded to where we get to be a part of it, and not because we've changed, but because the story has changed, right?
The movie sort of, it forces a shift in perspective and like a taking back of what Barbie, represents or makes you feel about yourself. That's a really fun, conversation that the movie is having.
Truly, like, no Barbie ever judges another Barbie. No Barbie ever puts another Barbie down. The culture of Barbie Land was so brilliantly crafted by Greta and by Margot and all of the, amazing Barbies that inhabit it. And I think, to me, it's such a place of safety.
The Barbie Land of Gerwig's film is aspirational. It's every dream of childhood uninhibited by the anxieties of adulthood. It's a place where your abilities as a leader aren't questioned because of your gender. It's a place where you don't have to apologize for your success. Sure, it's not perfect, but it is a place that you can dream.
I just kept trying to remember that all the time. When I was making this movie, I was like, what did little Greta like and want and think? And the truth is, like, tapping into that is also tapping into some version of yourself that's like sometimes more fearless who we are at 8 than who we are later.
The choice is now yours.
The first one, the high heel.
You have to want to know, okay? Do it again.
Really, Barbie has always been more than just a doll. She's a receptacle for love and anger, creativity and irritation. She creates culture just as culture creates her. And she's become a larger-than-life symbol of what it means to be a kid.
If you're owning Barbie, if you want to be a Barbie, there's a sense of confidence that you're also exerting, and for me, there's a bravery in accepting Barbie, and so now I proudly claim her.
After this summer, it's entirely possible Barbie will go back to the toy box, but for now, she really is everything.
Good boy.
I want that fighter stripped for parts by tomorrow.
On it. All right, Nix. Let's go get paid. That worked.
Because he knows how to handle the Empire.
We cannot trust those officers. They take our credits now, but what stops them from stabbing us in the back?
Nix. Hit that button. Nice one. Hang on tight, little buddy.
I was just leaving. Okay, we'll figure this out. Shield. Hey, Nick! Fetch! This is getting bad. Let's try this out. well, right? Oh, these guys don't quit. Hang on. That was close. ND5, I got the package. Where are you?
Waiting for you at Jauntus Hope. Were you seen?
I said I got it. What else matters?
Should I assume we won't be working for the Pikes anytime soon?
Well, they'll probably forgive me.
Comforting.
There's Jauntus Hope. We made it, Nix. Hey, Andy.
You're late, Kay. Donka's waiting.
What? Are you worried?
No.
Okay.
No, but Troy.
What?
Be careful. Donka's a broker, not a friend. She can't be trusted.
Who can out here? See you back at the ship.
Round 2 and I still like my odds. K-Vess. Back already. I told you she's fresh, but she's good.
Who's this?
Just a friend. Join us.
Job was more complicated than you said, Donka.
You lived. Hey, these aren't toys. They're investments.
Wait. We haven't met. Don't really know many of you.
Stealing illegal contraband, running with syndicates. I could say you're a threat to the Empire. But I won't have to if you're smart.
Thanks. But I'm smart enough to get myself out of trouble.
You pay the tax just like everyone else.
Whoa, kid. Let's just relax.
You won't make it off to Shara alive.
Maybe.
All troopers, we have reports of a fugitive in Jauntus Hope. Move to apprehend.
That Imperial announcement wouldn't be about you, would it?
Could be.
I told you not to trust her.
Not the first time we've outrun the Empire.
We need to leave.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nothing on the sensors yet.
Anybody on the sensors now?
TIE fighters on us.
Got one.
I feel inclined to remind you that we should shake the Empire quickly.
Thanks, I'm working on it. ND, get us out of here.
Installing hyperdrive.
Let's jump.
We made it.
Hey. Got your new toy.
So, where do we go next?
Anywhere we want.
Wars Outlaws, coming 2024.
All right, that's classic. That I've used that move before.
Well, you do act like a 12-year-old.
That is accurate.
And Johnny Cage clearly has the home advantage.
Yeah, that's true. Although, I mean, you could make the case that he's going to be more tentative while fighting because he doesn't want to break everything in his house.
He definitely would not want anything broken.
Right.
Some really nice looking art in that home. And an indoor pool in the front room.
There's a giant picture of himself in there as well, which I absolutely love. I need to get one of those. Of me.
Oh,
there he goes for the hold. Oh, that's a perfect example. He risked it to get that meter up and totally lost because of it. But one of the little meta things there is maybe he felt it was a losing round anyway, and it was worth it to have it for the next round.
Fun fact, during development, the flamingo back there, like there were multiple times where if you did like a big hit or something, it would just go fly out of the pool. I hope they didn't fix it.
Ooh, good punish on that back three rope. The breakers look so cool in this.
I love it because, again, with cameos, they're all different.
Yes. Good punish. Oh, and
swagging.
Wow, using the teleport in a combo. Very, very cool.
Oh, and that overhead kick gets you all the time. Oh.
He's out of here.
Yeah.
And I love the cameras on the throws, too.
They're very, very cool.
Oh,
Kano came in.
And he canceled out of it.
Yep. He just wanted to check it out. All right.
He's like, I'm here if you need me. I'm here if you need me.
Now, he's been sitting on hype. He has not activated the whole time. Oh, excellent use of Kano's cameo there, too. You get to punish. And here we go. Very smart from Scorpion. He was ready for it.
The hype mode is active.
Here we go.
Double nut punch.
My God.
Oh. How many times is he gonna hit the person in the crotch?
Wow, a 50% combo with hype.
He wait till the possibly the last round.
Yeah, excellent whiff punish from Scorpion there.
I almost forgot how rounds work.
I love this throw.
I'm sitting back there taking frame of it. Oh, that's Johnny Cage.
Oh, he almost had him right there.
He would have gotten the uppercut brutality if that was the case.
Scorpion wants nothing to do with this.
Oh. So, do you want to explain
His
that?
fatal blow, the attack into it, is actually a parry that he can hold.
And it catches you a lot.
Yeah.
Getting some likes, getting some major likes here.
Finish him.
Do it.
And we're gonna save that for next time, for another time, not next time, for another time.
Okay.
Nice.
Love it.
Well, big thanks to QA. That was an awesome fight.
Yes.
That was fantastic. When they first sent it to me, I was like, oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Like,
Yep.
Just amazing. So we will have some more of those throughout our combat cast.
Yeah, because we want to show off that level of play.
Right.
And not...
It's a balance beam.
Yeah.
Because some people really enjoy watching us fight.
Yeah.
Some people really hate watching us fight.
You know what?
So we have to give it to both people. Yeah.
San Diego Comic-Con continues.
I'm a psychotic, obsessed fan of the show.
And IGN's Day 2 coverage is about to kick off.
I forgot to breathe!
We're taking closer looks at awesome upcoming projects in every medium. Star Wars Outlaws. Mortal Kombat 1. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Tekken 8.
This is a fight for our very existence.
The Creator. Armored Core 6.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first?
And High on Life.
I've always been more partial to the Green Ranger. I'm sitting right here.
IGN Live from San Diego kicks off right now.
And welcome to Day 2 of IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm Stella Chung.
And I'm Max Scoville. If you've been living in a cave frozen in carbonite or are currently suffering from acute Drew Barrymore grade in 51st Dates amnesia, Comic-Con is the biggest pop culture event of the year.
And don't worry, you don't need to get it tattooed all over your body like the guy from Memento. We'll definitely remind you.
Comic-Con is the biggest pop culture event. Actually, you don't have to take our word for it. Here's what's coming up. We are talking Mortal Kombat 1, which is bound to be gruesome and awesome, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, and then later on, Star Wars Outlaws.
But first, for your entertainment, we have trapped one of our IGN correspondents on a precarious balcony where it's probably hotter than it is in here. And sometimes you see a bug.
It's very cruel. Is there a bug out there? Nope.
no bugs, but we do have a great view of the convention center behind me, and right in front of me, I can see pretty clearly what's coming up on our show. The creators of Invincible are stopping by, and then we're talking to Gareth Edwards about his upcoming film, The Creator, and getting a look at the upcoming animated series, Mech Cadets. And hey, you never know, maybe a bug will land in my hair. I hope not, but anything can happen out here on the balcony where I am at the mercy of the elements. But I've got it easy compared to the absolute chaos out on the show floor, and we left poor Alan to his own defenses. Alan, how's it going out there?
Out here on the show floor of Comic-Con, cosplay is an absolute must, with cosplayers from all over the world converging right here to show off their designs and accessories. We're going to be checking out some of the best cosplays on the show floor later on the show, so don't miss it.
Later this year, one of the most iconic fighting game series of all time is coming back so hard, it's resetting the entire timeline. Here to talk about Mortal Kombat 1, I'm joined by Ed Boon, Dominic Cianciolo, Tiago Gomez, Yuri Lowenthal, and Kelly Hu. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for having us. So, first of all, one of the big announcements you're making here at Comic-Con, Kelly, you're going to be playing Li Mei.
I am?
Coming back.
I am.
It's been a while since we've. When was the last time we saw Li Mei in the series?
You know, I think it might have been Armageddon. Was it? Was it?
Yeah.
It was quite a while ago. Yeah, we're very excited. One of the returning 3D characters, which has been requested quite a bit from our fans.
So Kelly, where does Li Mei fit into the story here?
I have no idea.
Cool.
Because I'm not the one who makes the stories. I just go into the booth, I say the dialogue that they tell me to say, and they're the ones who put it all in there.
Yeah, Dominic would be great.
Yes.
For that one.
Yeah, so Li Mei in the rebooted Mortal Kombat universe is the first constable of the city of Sundo, which is Outworld's capital city. So she's responsible for policing and maintaining order, that kind of thing. And before she had this role, she was the head of the Umgadi, which is the new palace guard for the royal family of Outworld. And so she's got a lot of responsibility. She's obviously a very tremendous fighter, and she's got a really enhanced position in the new universe.
Now, what's her play style like in Mortal Kombat 1?
You know, we tried to incorporate a number of her kind of signature moves that she's had in the previous games, but now she's kind of got this fireworks effect thing. I don't know, Tiago can kind of elaborate on that.
She, you know, a lot of her effects are really kind of these bright colors, and they kind of lean back into the kind of aesthetic of the Sundo city, and there's a lot of really bright, awesome effects that are associated with her.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I believe you're also shared that Tanya and Baraka are both coming?
That's right. And that's another, Baraka we had to bring back, obviously, but, story-wise, instead of just kind of that being part of his race, it's more of like an infection, right? And it's like a disease. So both Melina and Baraka have this disease called Tarkat, which causes them to kind of have the growths in their teeth and all that. So a lot of these characters are coming back as you know them, but their origins are completely different. And that's the big draw of this game, is characters that you know in completely brand new story.
Yeah, so in terms of that sort of timeline reset, what were the elements of Mortal Kombat lore that you were most excited to tweak and have fun with?
I mean, there was a lot. I mean, when the decision was made, we wanted to reboot, wanted to do something different. I was really looking at all of that great foundation that we had before, and so talking with Ed about it, what he really wanted to do was take that foundation, but take the story in a completely different direction, so that we're surprising people and adding that novelty to it. Yeah. And so being able to play with the classic Sub-Zero Scorpion relationship, playing with Melina's origin and sort of her relationship to Katana and Sindel, it was a lot of fun to be able to tweak all of those things and just push them in a slightly different direction.
Yeah, there are hints of things that you know. Again, there's always like a competition between Scorpion and Sub-Zero, but now they're not deadly enemies who are trying to kill each other. They're brothers, and it's kind of like a brotherly conflict, right? And so that's like one example of all the kind of things that we've kind of twisted around with the characters, the relationships, and throughout the game. And again, Liu Kang and Raiden have literally switched. Liu Kang is like the god, and Raiden's like the more common person. And so it's great. To me, that's one of the things I'm most excited about with this game story.
Now you're playing Smoke. What is this version of Smoke like?
Again, I'm going to throw it back to Dominic just to make sure that he's in the right place. As far as the lore goes. I mean, one of the things that really attracted me to this when I was originally cast was, I said, I'm not really big into fighting games, and then Dominic started going down this story path with me, and I'm like, oh, that's something I can connect to. That's I love that. That's what got me excited finally. About this in particular was that all the story that's coming into it and the story that's being created. But as far as where he is in the Linkway and all the,
Smoke is he is very similar to what we've seen before. The big difference is that we are playing up the relationship that he had with Kuai Liang, Scorpion, and it is taking that relationship and deepening it and fitting that into that whole brother dynamic. He is the adoptive brother of Sub-Zero and Scorpion, and it really levels up sort of their conflicts and their relationships.
And as for DLC fighters, I think you've confirmed now it's official: Peacemaker, Homelander, and Omni-Man. What a trio!
When I heard that, I thought it was a joke. It's the best.
Is this is there a theme? Because I think with Mortal Kombat X and 11, there was sort of a theme to your DLC characters. Horror movies and like action movies.
Sure.
What's the theme here?
Well, obviously it's R-rated or M-rated heroes, right, and villains, more from like the kind of the comic book genre. Again, Peacemaker, Homelander, Omni-Man, they're all kind of in this hyper and violent category of guests, and that's kind of like the theme there, along with the Mortal Kombat characters of Takeda and Quan Chi and I'm drawing a blank. And Ermac. Yeah. But it's kind of like if you think of like the Omni-Man and the Homelander, that's kind of category that is our guest characters.
I imagine for a lot of viewers of The Boys, watching fatalities being performed on Homelander will be cathartic.
Oh yeah. I think a lot of people, just seeing Homelander and Omni-Man in the same frame will be just, again, one of those classic who would win in a fight kind of scenarios that players will be able to kind of see the results of.
Yeah. So Mortal Kombat 1 is coming to PS5, Xbox Series X, and SMPC, and Nintendo Switch. First of all, how? How is that even possible?
A lot of work, a lot of optimization, but we are very excited with how that version is turning out too. Yeah.
I'm excited to see that one too. Let's see. The cameo fighter system, there's a lot of conversation in the community. How do you feel about the fan reaction to that mechanic coming out of the recent online stress test?
Oh, we couldn't be happier. The players have come up with, which is exactly what we wanted to happen. They've come up with their own combos that we've never even seen before. And once something like that happens, we really get excited because then we kind of feel like we've thrown out the tools for the sandbox for players to, just kind of come up with their own stuff. And that's exactly what happened. And I couldn't be more excited about how players have embrace that feature.
Well, I'm super excited to play Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 11 was really big for me, so very excited to return to this whole series. Thank you all so much for coming by the IGN stage here.
Thank you, Brett.
Mortal Kombat 1 is out September 19th, which gives you plenty of time to brush up on how to punch a person through their kidneys so hard that it explodes into their brains. We've got lots more punching, kicking, and neck breaking up ahead here on IGN's Comic-Con coverage, so don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm Alan here with Kat Bailey, who just got out of the Mortal Kombat 1 panel. Kat, right off the bat, what is the most exciting thing that you saw at the panel?
Well, I mean, they announced like 6 new characters, so I think that's a good place to start.
Absolutely. So who are the new characters for the DLC?
Oh my gosh, let me try and think of all of them because most of them have been leaked. The big ones, the headliners, we got Peacemaker, we got Homelander, we got Omni-Man, so we already knew those were coming. But I mean, of course they were leaked, but they were very exciting. Peacemaker in particular has become very popular recently.
Absolutely.
Homelander, we got Gen V coming out for the boys, and Homelander has been appearing in things like Call of Duty recently, so it's not surprising. But also, Homelander is basically Superman from Injustice, so it makes a lot of sense for him to be showing up in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that seems like a no-brainer to sort of integrate within that genre. Now, tell me about Omni-Man. What do we get to learn about his integration into the game?
Well, Omni-Man is a character from Invincible. He's an Image Comics character, and he also has a little bit of a Superman character look to him. He's played by J.K. Simmons in Invincible. We didn't get to see much of these characters. We only saw confirmation that they exist, so they all came down, basically, starting with Omni-Man, then Peacemaker walked in, and then Homelander came down, and that was the stinger, and Homelander got the biggest cheer by far.
Absolutely. I'm not surprised about that at all. Now, you mentioned 6 characters. We've only talked about 3. Who are the remaining 3 mystery characters that you
Well, we got 3 new returning characters for the Mortal Kombat roster. All 3 of them playable.
All right.
They're not part of the cameos, which is a little bit, not controversial, but people like to see their favorite characters be playable rather than just sort of be assists. So all 3 of them are playable. We have Li Mei, who hasn't been seen in quite a while. I don't think she's been around since Mortal Kombat Armageddon, and she's been recast by Kelly Hu, who has previously played a different Mortal Kombat character. Also, we got Baraka.
Oh, nice.
Baraka, you might remember him from Mortal Kombat 2, bad teeth,
Absolutely.
swords for arms. And then finally we got Tanya. So
exciting.
All 3 of them, Tanya and Li Mei, are working together, but they're also sort of in opposition to one another because Li Mei has been a little controversial. She got cast out of her particular order. So they're kind of together, but at the same time, a little bit at odds. And then, of course, Baraka is Baraka, but he's different in this one.
Oh, yeah? How so?
He, in previous games, he's been kind of an almost like an alien monster race, right? This one, he's kind of a dude, but he has a, shall we say, disease that gives him the big monster teeth.
All right.
Yeah.
He's just a guy this time around. I love it.
Just a guy, but with blades for arms.
Yeah, with blades for
that
arms.
He stabs
which makes
in the head.
Super cool. Now, this is, of course, Mortal Kombat 1. It's a big rebrand, restructure. What can you tell us about any details around the story around that rebrand of Mortal Kombat 1?
Yeah, we already knew that it was basically a reboot of the previous games. So in the previous Mortal Kombat, Liu Kang becomes the god of fire and is able to basically reboot the universe. It begins with a big bang. And there's, I guess, a lot of conversation around, is this going to be like a BSG style reboot? Is it going to be an alternate timeline in Star Trek? Right. And ultimately they're like, okay, well, let's just start fresh, because one of the things about Mortal Kombat was that it had the Naruto problem, I should say. Where they kept introducing more and more powerful villains.
Yeah,
and
the power creep is real.
The power creep is real, and at a certain point you go, how can we keep going like this? So they're going back to the beginning a little bit, and it makes sense that Shang Tsung is like he's a villain. We don't know if he's the big bad in this one, but you know that he's going around the countryside, stirring up trouble. Liu Kang is clearly very troubled about this. He's working with Li Mei as well. The thing that stands out to me about this reboot is that it's very colorful. It's actually kind of tranquil, and this is because of Liu Kang's influence on the world. It's more tranquil. It's a little more peaceful. The living forest, whereas the trees would have previously eaten people, now they're a lot more peaceful. So it's a bit nicer. But they also said, don't worry, this isn't a Diablo 3 situation. There's still going to be kind of dark Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, is like, it's colorful, but it's still going to be gory, right?
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, you saw that
love it.
In the trailer. You were seeing Li Mei electrify a guy's intestines and then bicycle kick off their heads. So definitely going to be still Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, did you get to see any other like fatalities
oh my
the
gosh.
panel?
There are a whole bunch of them. Like, it was a super cut, right? So we saw Baraka stabbing people in the head, and we saw a person getting their spine ripped out. You know, you always got to have the spine ripped out.
Of course, yeah, it's a staple in the franchise.
Interestingly, somebody asked if there would be babalities in this one. And they said, well, you know, friendships, animalities, babalities. We like to go back to the ones we haven't seen in a while. So they said it could happen. They're not confirming, but it could happen.
Now, we know about all these new characters. We know about the new story that's coming out. Did they reveal any changes that are coming now that Mortal Kombat 1 will be available on next-gen consoles? Is there any sort of Easter eggs or details that people can look out for at home?
No, that's interesting. So they did talk a little bit about what the power of the next-gen consoles can do. It definitely gave them a lot more options. The levels are more expanded. You have cute little interactions, like a robot, I guess, that will clean up blood. which I kind of like.
Adorable.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
very cute. I think it belongs to Johnny Cage. Yeah, it's a little Roomba, but for blood. Very Mortal
Just like,
Kombat.
go out, clean it,
so
please.
cute. And then also, you can see a lot more of the details in the individual costumes, the stitching and things like that.
Yeah.
And I have to say that the actual cutscenes are very impressive. It's a good-looking game. Like, you can really see the production values in this one. And then they also teased a much expanded story mode. Now, story mode is a big deal in Mortal Kombat because, I mean, it's what really sets it apart from games like Street Fighter. Street Fighter has a good single player this time around, but nothing on the level of the production values of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, it's very cinematic in that way.
People are super into the lore and the universe, and so to hear that it's going to be so much bigger, so much expanded, something that maybe they've never seen before is really intriguing.
Well, Kat, thank you so much. That was so exciting. Really excited to see more about Mortal Kombat 1. And for everything else Mortal Kombat, stay tuned to IGN.
All right, I bet you guys can't guess where I'm at right now. Hint, hint. We're about to go in here and check out what this experience is all about, and I think you'll like it. It's gonna be kind of weird. Let's go.
So it's a short test that they take, and then after the test, they get a score, and I keep score here on the iPad.
Is now a bad time to tell you I'm really bad at tests?
If you want to try, you can take the test.
All right, let's do it, yeah.
So it is timed, so be aware. The questions are a little hard, but I think you'll do fine. So you can go ahead and tap the screen whenever you're ready.
Okay, all right. Oh my God. Oh, okay. I was not ready to take a test today, but it's fine. We're gonna go through it. Alien. I think that looks like an alien. Okay. Spot the differences between the, what? Where am I supposed to find the images? Okay. What are the differences? The color of the sky and the color of the core. Yes. That was wrong. That's fine. If the missile defense dealer I am employed by is doing something I don't agree with, my best course of action is to report them. My score is 40. Is that good?
That's honestly like a pretty average score, so not bad. Lowest score we've gotten is 6. Highest score we've gotten is like around 75. So yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
All right, good. I'm just gonna clear this so no one sees my shame. Awesome. Okay, great.
Alrighty. Okay, next we can go over this way and. So next here, we're gonna have a dexterity evaluation.
Okay.
This is to test your reflexes. Sergeant here can explain a little more about it.
Do we have any recruits? Are you gonna be our recruit? Yes! If you look, our dexterity evaluation is all about becoming a mech pilot. Because Rubicon's on fire, and we have pilots dropping out of the sky left and right. This dexterity test is all about reaction time. As a mech pilot, you have to have incredible reaction time. Your ability to move left, move right, dodge missiles, and do what needs to get done for the Corps. We got our training officers, senior training officers here. The blaze pods are set up, 6 pods that will light up randomly. Your job, recruit, is to see how many you can tap in 30 seconds. If you get above 50, that's a frickin' great score. And if you get above 55, well, I will handshake you and welcome you to the Armored Corps. It's up to her now as a recruit to join the pilot training program and be part of the Armored Corps. Good luck to you, recruit.
3, 2, 1.
Come on, recruit! You got this. You got 10 seconds. You gotta work. Rubicon's on fire. Do you even know what's happening out there? Come on, pilot. You got this. Get those lights. Right hand, left hand. You got this. You feeling nervous? That's exactly how you're gonna feel out there.
How'd I do?
Score is 50.
I got 50?
Congratulations, recruit. You might get a letter from the Armored Corps.
Okay, great.
Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna go over to the Coral Augmentation Station. In the game, it's a super soldier serum. You take the coral to get leveled up.
Okay.
So go enjoy.
Thank you. All right, let's go. Hello. All right, so what are we looking at here?
Here we are looking at augmentation. So you are going to take it in. You're going to breathe it in through those tubes, okay? So if you want to put those on, you got to get these into your nose and then over your ear here and here. So this ends up in the front.
Oh, feels weird.
Exactly.
Okay, so this is gonna accelerate my healing and make me super strong. All right, awesome. Ooh. It's spicy. It's so clear. Yeah, I feel like my mind is clearing now. Everything's super sharp. I've never done this before, and it is very interesting. Ooh, okay. Appletini? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. Oh my, it's instantly so cold. It feels like there's mint in my nose. I don't know how to react to this. This feels really weird, but like also kind of energizing. Oh my God. I can taste it in my mouth. So weird. I wish we had smell-o-vision already. This is amazing. Oh my God. This one might be my favorite one, honestly. I could stay on this forever. Do we have time to stay here forever? Can we stay here? Okay. I will tell you though, you kind of taste it down the back of your throat. It's very weird. Okay, hold on. I gotta pull this out of my nose. Don't look. I completed my training. So actually, let's go ahead and look over here and see what they have here. Ooh.
We give out shirts, and then we give out a cooling towel. Yes. And then we give you also our certified pilot badge. Yeah.
I love this. So does that mean I graduated?
You really did. You're certified. You're ready to fly.
Guys, I graduated. I'm a pilot now. Sorry, I'm shining the light onto you, but I made it. I made it. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, don't scan the QR code. That's mine. But for more San Diego Comic-Con news and, of course, updates, be sure to keep it right here at IGN. I'm going to go and hit that oxygen bar again.
Are you a member of IGN Rewards? If not, you are missing out on a chance to win a Nintendo Switch and a copy of Enclave HD. That is going on from now, as in now, until August 10th. Just go to IGN.com/rewards and you'll collect all kinds of cool perks all year round, not just when you're thinking of it, which is now. And did I mention, sign up is free. That's IGN.com/rewards.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Superhero comics is massive, and creating a memorable edition is no small feat, but it's safe to say Invincible has earned its spot among the greats. Here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Invincible, the character, the comic, and its entire universe, please welcome series creator Robert Kirkman.
Hello.
Robert, thank you so much for joining us. I want to talk about Invincible all day, but we do have a limited time to do this.
Nope, that was the deal. We're talking about Invincible all day.
You heard it. Now, will season 2 follow the comic book faithfully or diverge a little, jump around now that the world knows about Omni-Man?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of both. I think there's a lot of really cool scenes that fans are wanting to see come to life in the series, and that's definitely going to happen. But, you know, we're going to be expanding some character stories. We're going to be introducing some new characters that haven't appeared in the comic book series, and we're going to be shaking things up in a lot of interesting ways.
Can you talk to those characters that haven't been introduced yet?
I cannot.
You cannot. Well, I tried. I did my best. But what comic book arcs or volumes do you think this season will mostly encompass?
Yeah, I try not to say that because I think if you pinpointed it, you might get a good sense of what's going to happen. And one thing about this series is that we're always trying to surprise people. But I can say that for the most part, we followed the first hardcover, the first 3 trade paperbacks in the first season. So we'll be covering, at the very least, probably Volume 4. Probably Volume 5. I don't know. We don't know how deep we'll get in the run. We don't know when we'll stop, but we are going to be adapting the book in order.
Well, you said you weren't giving away a lot, but that's a big clue that I hope fans heard and heard well. Will we see more fan favorites like Alan the Alien, Alyssa, the producer's favorite, Damien Darkblood? Will the Flaxons pop up again to shortly die?
Yeah, I think one of the great things about Invincible is that we love introducing characters and subplots that will pay off seasons down the line, the way that the comics did it many years down the line. So pretty much every character that you met in season 1, you will see again at some point. It's possible there's a few of them that you won't see in season 2, but if you don't see them in season 2, you'll definitely see them in season 3, and hopefully, if we get to continue, you'll see them in season 4 and beyond. But there's not going to be any characters in Invincible that you meet, fall in love with, and then you just never see again.
That's great. I mean, we'll at least see them explode, right?
Yes. I mean, until they die.
I have a big question here. Will Alan the Alien ever find Urath?
Yeah, that's a big plot point in season 2. So yeah, just stay tuned for that.
And are there characters that you're excited for fans to see from the comic come to life on the screen? You did say there's some new ones that haven't been.
Yeah, I mean, we have teased that Angstrom Levy, definitely a villain in season 2. Very excited for fans of the show to get to know that guy. We've also got Bulletproof, Shapesmith. There's some new villains, but you know, those characters, I wish I could say the actors that are playing them, they've brought so much to these roles. I think that they're amazing additions to the show, and I can't wait for everybody to see these new characters.
I mean, you have a great cast thus far, so I am looking forward to that for sure.
It just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
I know. I'm good with that. I saw your character shirt off camera, and it's just like, whoa, I could spend all day looking at this. Yeah. But what will we see more of regarding the Viltrumites? Will we see more of them in season 2? Will Omni-Man make his return? And will we see him perhaps different than we're used to seeing him in the show?
Yeah, I think you know, it's interesting because Omni-Man definitely took a villain turn, you could say, at the end of the first season. And if we were to see him in some capacity in season 2, which I don't want to reveal, what we would be exploring is his perspective. And I really like the idea of he's an alien, he's a Viltrumite. What we see as evil, he might see as Tuesday. And so, you know, getting his side of the story, getting his perspective seems like a really interesting thing that we could explore in season 2 if he were to show up.
If he were to show up. I mean, he did show mercy at the end of season 1, which is not something Viltrumites do, so we can look forward to whatever he is to come back with us with.
I will say, even with everything that you saw at the end of season 1, there's a lot going on in him that we haven't quite revealed yet. So there's a lot more to Omni-Man than you're seeing.
For sure. The train scene, yeah, we got to talk about it. It's infamously horrific and something that was expanded upon from the comics, among other surprisingly gory moments. Can we expect anything along that line in season 2?
Yeah. I mean, there's a few sequences. You know, it's you know, we're just trying to tell our story the best we can. We don't want to be chasing our own tails, trying to top different things and things like that. But you know, I think that there's some really memorable, exciting, violent scenes coming up in season 2 that will definitely blow people away. So if the train scene was something that, you know, you're still thinking about and you're still talking about, you know, there's some things that are going to probably overshadow that as we move deeper into the show.
needless to say, yes, I am still thinking about it. I went back to review it and I thought, oh my goodness, this is great. It's a lot, but in a great way. Were there any plans that were so violent, though, that they had to be scaled back? Does animating the violence make it easier or harder than it would have been if the show were to be in live action, which you also definitely have experience with?
I feel like there's if it were live action, it would possibly be a little bit more off-putting, I think. And coming from a story perspective, I think as long as there's character and emotion existing behind that violence, and you're getting a larger feeling from it, and it's not just violence for show, that's what we're trying to achieve. So I think that, you can do all kinds of different things in animation, and you can really push the boundaries with violence, but to me, it's important to make sure that there's a character story that's leading to that violence, because it makes the violence hurt more.
We're going to have one last thing. It's a little bit of a different question.
Okay.
I would like you to range these dads from bad to worst. They're all at least bad. Number 1, Omni-Man, obviously. Number 2, Thanos. Number 3, Darth Vader. Number 4, Homelander.
Okay. Omni-Man, Thanos, Darth Vader, Homelander. Let's see here. I would say from least to worst?
Yeah. The least bad to the most bad. It's rough.
Gosh, it is rough. I would say Omni-Man is the least bad in my opinion, but maybe I'm a little, I don't know. Well, Thanos killed way more people. Okay, Darth Vader's the least bad. God, no. How do you do this? This is insane. Is Homelander the worst?
I mean, he's got the least experience being a dad.
He might be the worst person, but he's not the worst dad necessarily. I don't know. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna say they're all equal. I'm breaking the rules. They're all terrible fathers. No one wants them as okay, fine.
Who's the worst one though?
The worst, Thanos.
Thanos is the worst. Worse than Omni-Man?
He tortured Nebula. He's terrible.
That's true.
Terrible.
But you do remember what Omni-Man did to Mark's face.
That was a misunderstanding.
Oh, no.
You know.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, you heard it here. Omni-Man not that bad at being a father. Thank you so much for joining us, Robert.
All right.
There is lots more San Diego Comic-Con still to come right here on IGN, so stick around. Oh, that's fun.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe may be in the midst of the multiverse saga right now, but there's a different M word that's on everybody's minds these days. Where are the mutants? Kamala Khan became the MCU's official first mutant thanks to a cliffhanger reveal in Ms. Marvel's Season 1 finale.
Kamala, there's something different in your genes.
But we're still likely years away from a proper X-Men movie in the MCU.
You're X-Men.
With Disney having completed its acquisition of 21st Century Fox, when are the X-Men going to join the MCU? And what form will they take when they finally get here?
We'll show you ours if you show us yours.
Marvel Studios is definitely taking its sweet time on the mutant front, but there's been some real progress over the past year. Namor referred to himself as a mutant in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, a nod to the character's moniker as Marvel's first mutant in the comics.
I was a mutant.
Wolverine even got a cameo nod in She-Hulk Season 1. That's to say nothing of Deadpool 3, which is bringing back some fan-favorite characters from Fox's X-Men cinematic universe.
Hey, Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
Hugh Jackman will reprise the role of Wolverine once again, in a role star Ryan Reynolds teases will be very different from what fans have seen before. Reynolds told ET Canada, quote, "What we pitched him was enough of a divergence from the character that he knows and the character that he's left behind that it gives him something completely new to play and something that he's really excited to do." These two fast-healing killers will be joined by other returning favorites like Colossus and Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
When will he grow up and see benefits of becoming X-Men?
Even Jennifer Garner's Elektra is back, and everyone from Ben Affleck's Daredevil to the 2005 Fantastic Four cast has been rumored to return as well, suggesting Deadpool 3 will be a last hurrah for Fox's Marvel movie universe. Now, one thing we do know is that Kevin Feige isn't in a rush to introduce mutants into this already sprawling universe. Feige told EW, quote, "Part of the fun is that I've been at this company for half my life, and we're just now tapping into arguably one of the biggest aspects of the publishing history. It's pretty remarkable, and it's a testament to the House of Ideas and what Marvel Publishing has done these 80 years. The question is how to do it and when to do it, and that's something we've been working on for years. Now we know, but we're not gonna talk about it." Well, he's not gonna talk about it, but that won't stop us from talking about it. So let's talk about how should the X-Men make their big MCU entrance? Are we enjoying the slow build-up across multiple MCU projects? And when are the X-Men gonna fight the Avengers already? To me, my X-Men panelists.
Now, we are so close to the X-Men finally coming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, here to talk to me all about it, movie mutants and all, is, let me take from the top, man. Take from the top. Let's go to the top. And here we are. Now, we are ever so close to the X-Men finally coming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And here to... Okay.
I think you just really want to say, hey, bub.
I don't want to say it. I want to, if we're doing like a lead-in here, you know, come to me, my X-Men panelists. I kind of want to acknowledge that. Unless this is a VOD, I don't know what this is.
One of them got moved to VOD. I can't remember which one.
Hey, bub. Now, we are so close to the X-Men finally coming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, here to talk to me all about the movie mutants and about how and why they could return are my uncanny X-Men experts, Amelia Emberwing, Kim Horcher, and Joshua Yale. Excelsior!
Hey. Excelsior!
Now, I guess the first question I have is how should the X-Men make their big MCU entrance? Like, we know they're gonna appear in X-Men 97, but that's animation. We're talking about live action.
I mean, at this point, I don't know that it's going to be a big punchy entrance. We've sort of seen them gradually step into the universe. I don't know that there's going to be a kind of X-Men Big Bang, if you will.
That's exactly what I want. I just want it to happen. We don't need to explain it. We don't need an origin story. Just do it. Put me in the middle of it. I don't care.
Give us the X-Men already. No, yeah, that sort of is the sentiment, right? I feel like Deadpool 3 will be sort of the end of an era for the X-Men, and then after that, maybe in Phase X, we'll get the proper X-Men introduction.
Yeah, but do we want them to be sprinkled or just make that big bang? Because honestly, I'm tired of origins. I think we're all tired of origin stories at this particular point. I think we all just want them to appear. We already want we want the mutants to just exist in this world. Going back to Deadpool, does Deadpool even really count as a real X-Men movie in the MCU? What do we think?
Well, it's a continuation of the films that have already existed.
Yeah.
Couldn't they decided he wasn't a mutant in those. So I would say no.
Flat out, no.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah.
No argument here.
I mean, I think he's more of a 20th century movie than he is an X-Men movie.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, though, because they're doing some really interesting things. We have Elektra returning, Jennifer Garner's Elektra returning. Of course, we have Hugh Jackman returning as Wolverine. What do we think they're doing with these characters? Why Elektra of all characters?
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I think they're bringing all these characters back to say goodbye to them.
Yeah.
They don't get killed.
Yeah.
I think Daredevil's going to be making fun of the multiverse. I think it's going to play off of the fatigue, which is not real. It's just do it better. But I think Deadpool is going to use that to just rag on the entire multiverse trend as a whole and just be like, they're gone, bah, they're gone, bah, they're gone, bah.
Yeah, and Joshua, in your piece that we played earlier, you mentioned that it was rumored that the original, the Fantastic Four, some of those characters might appear. I think it'd be kind of interesting to see Chris Evans flame on one more time.
I would certainly love that.
Yeah.
I do think, a lot of those stories that were told in the early days of superhero movies were kind of left unresolved, amidst reboots and rights changing, ownership for different
companies. And so, yeah, I think it would be cool to give all those characters one last hurrah, as they're probably killed as their universes are wiped out.
And it would be a great way to kind of like connect them all too. And again, like I think we all would love to see just Chris Evans return in the role that like kind of introduced him to the Marvel universe in general. Now, moving back to the mutants, what storylines do we want to see adapted? Like, do we need like another Dark Phoenix adaptation, live action? I think Amelia has something to say.
I want it done well. Like that's the thing. Is it hasn't been done well yet, and I want them to do it well. I know we're tired of Dark Phoenix, but I want to see my girl get her due.
Okay, I have a theory. No, Kim, what were you going to say?
I want a good Dark Phoenix too, but I think that will never happen. They're going to rush into it again. It needs setup.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe we'll see the proverbial WandaVision for the Dark Phoenix.
That'd be great.
Yeah, if they did it in TV, because it's too involved to do in the short form of a film. Like, give that a series. Let me see that play out in the long form.
Absolutely.
Let me pitch this to you guys. Okay, so in the comics, there's this story, Avengers versus X-Men, and the reason they're fighting is that the Phoenix is coming to Earth, and they're fighting over what they should do with it, like destroy it. The Avengers want to destroy it, and the X-Men want to use it to essentially give the mutants a foothold on the world stage so they don't get wiped out. They want that power. I think that would be a cool way to do the Dark Phoenix saga because it's completely different from what we've seen before. It's not just Jean tragically becoming the Phoenix and the X-Men struggle to stop her from self-destructing. Like, we've seen that too many times. It didn't really work out. Give us a fresh story. So yeah, bring us the Phoenix on like as part of the biggest movie crossover ever made, Avengers versus X-Men.
All right.
I mean, that definitely does sound interesting, but like, you know, not every single comic book saga needs to be live action. I don't know. I feel like Dark Phoenix was done right when it was animated back in the original X-Men animation television series. I like that. Let's see something new because again, like that movie was. I mean, it was what it was. And I don't. What are you gonna say?
No, well, I know you just said not every comic needs to be live action, but.
Yeah.
I have one more theory.
What's that?
On how they could actually bring the X-Men to the MCU. In the comics, like the Jonathan Hickman run, he has this character, Moira McTaggart, who used to not be a mutant, but gave her the power to essentially live multiple lives. And so every time she lives a life, she changes the universe. So they could effortlessly use that power to fold in the X-Men into the Marvel Cinematic Universe and just say she was using her power.
I still want House of M.
Still want House of M. We were so
amazing.
close to it. It was just like right there, but now we have the X-Men, so we can do it right.
Now, Ryan Reynolds, he showed us our boy Hugh Jackman in the baby blue and yellow Wolverine costume, the iconic costume. How long do we think realistically he'll be wearing that in Deadpool 3?
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
30 seconds.
You think they're just going to give us 30 seconds?
That is all you're going to get, that scene.
Just that scene, them walking, and then it just disappears? You think that's just gets
It's going to be
ripped?
enough for us all to scream in the theater.
Yeah.
And then it ends somehow.
It's done.
Horribly.
I don't know. What do you think, Joshua?
Well, it sounds like you really want to see it.
Of course I want to see that costume. Are you kidding me? Honestly, I think what's going to happen, this is just a theory, I think those sleeves are going to get ripped off in some sort of battle, and then we're going to get Hugh Jackman's jacked arms fully shown, and yeah, people are going to get what they want. I think he's also going to get cut at the shins, so he's going to lose a couple of inches, and we're going to get the exact height that everyone wanted for Wolverine. This is just a weird theory that I have. It's weird headcanon. But moving away from Hugh Jackman, because he can't play Wolverine forever in the MCU, who can possibly take over as Wolverine in the MCU moving forward?
I kind of want it to be an unknown because, like,
right there with
Hugh Jackman on paper is the last person that you would expect to play Wolverine, especially when he got cast in the role. Guy is a show choir dork with all the love in the world. He's so far from where we would think that I think all of the expecteds that we're thinking about maybe wouldn't have the same opportunity to surprise us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was fresh off Oklahoma, I think. And they're like, you're really putting Curly in, a non-Canadian man who's too tall and just sings, but he worked out great.
He did.
I kind of like the rumor or the fan casting that Daniel Radcliffe would be.
No.
I don't know.
I think he's a good actor, and he's the proper height. He's a short king.
He is, but is he right for the role?
Like, I think maybe in the context of surprising us, he would have potential to surprise us because I can't see him playing a tough guy, but maybe he can.
I think he probably has a lot of pent-up rage over years of playing Harry Potter that he wants to get out. And if anything, Wolverine has to be able to do that primal scream.
Right, that's all the time we have. Thank you all so much. Well, Deadpool 3 is still a ways away, but who knows? Maybe some mutants will pop up before then. Until that happens, IGN has your back for all things San Diego Comic-Con, so stick around because there's tons more ahead.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers.
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Hey everybody, Alicia Marie here, and I'm a costume artist, cosplay, stylist, designer. I'm generally just a very creative person, so like run for your life, right?
Magic is the cornerstone of Immortals of Aveum, an upcoming single-player first-person magic shooter game from Electronic Arts and Ascendant Studios. And cosplayer Alicia Marie is harnessing real transformative magic by embodying the iconic Grand Magnus Kirken, leader of the Order of the Immortals.
That's where magic starts.
Getting to actually cosplay and bring this character to life really does mean a lot to me. This costume has to be done by San Diego Comic-Con.
Get prepped for a combat drop.
Look at the details in this costume and even the facial things. Look at the thing on her head. There's gonna be a lot of long nights that I'm gonna carry you guys along for. If you break down what she's wearing, it looks like a shrug and a crop top. It's like this shell thing that loops sort of right underneath her rib cage, sort of curves outward.
Capable of wielding magic that can manipulate physical matter and alter their surroundings, Kirken embodies the strength and hope that is needed to win the Everwar.
Definitely happy to be where I am at this point, but there's still a lot to do for her. I'm exhausted. You can tell in my voice I am sleep deprived, but San Diego Comic-Con is right around the corner.
With Alicia on her way to make General Kirken's cosplay debut, we anxiously wait for the final reveal of this iconic leader of the Immortals.
That That was a quick look at IGN's cosplay documentary, The Style of Immortals, a cosplayer's journey to bring Immortals of Aveum character Grand Magnus Kirken to life. Immortals of Aveum is Electronic Arts and Ascendant Studios' upcoming single-player first-person magic shooter game, releasing August 22nd on PS5, Xbox Series X/S, and PC. Wield powerful magic as you fight through the Everwar, a civil war in Aveum that leaves two nations fighting over control of magic. That was a lot to dump on you all at once, so to break that down, Ascendant Studios Senior Art Director Dave Bogan and Associate Art Director Julia Lischblau. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming by. So, what is Immortals of Aveum?
Well, I think that you gave a really quick kind of overview, but we're a first-person, single-player magic shooter where you play as Jack, and he is a battle mage who is able to wield 3 colors of magic, making him a very powerful triarch. And he has got enlisted by General Kirken into the Immortals army, and he might just be kind of what the Kingdom of Lucium needs to fight back against Rasharn and save the world.
Can you sort of set the stage a little more about this, the main conflict here, and really, I guess, sort of, where does Jack fit in? Like, what's the kind of, where does the player kind of enter this world?
So the world of Aveum, our planet, it's a unique new world. And for centuries, the world has been at war, a giant, massive war called the Everwar. And magic is a resource, basically. So if you imagine like modern day wars, you know, they're fighting over natural resources to keep the war efforts going and all that kind of thing. Magic is kind of our analog to that. So there's these massive ley lines all around the world, and everyone's fighting for power, basically. So,
can you talk a little bit about how the magic works, sort of from a gameplay perspective?
Yeah, so like I said, Jack is very unique in that he can wield 3 types of magic. We have red, blue, and green, and usually most of the Magni in our game are only able to wield 1, 2 if they're particularly special. And Jack being able to use all these 3 types of magic makes him very powerful and able to just own the battlefield, and in a very sort of like fast and frenetic type of gameplay that makes you feel very powerful. And use a lot of different types of movement and control spells to just decimate the battlefield and all of the Rasharnian soldiers.
Nice. So we've seen battle mages in-game, but now it's time to meet one in person. We've been tracking her cosplay journey in the Style of Immortals docuseries on IGN.com and YouTube, and now it is time for the big reveal. Please welcome Alicia Marie, a.k.a. Grand Magnus Kirken.
What? Amazing. I love it.
So, what do you think?
That's amazing. What attention to detail.
That is so cool.
That is so dope.
Yeah, my favorite part of Kirken is, like, you see, you're so used to most of the characters having, you know, normal hand and a sigil, but Kirken has this like amazing fused blue crystal arm, and that was always such a unique character design.
I love being able to hear about like what each piece means to you guys and what went into the design. Because when I was putting it together, of course, I was trying to figure out what were they trying to say with this particular piece of the design. That always helps. So hearing from...
You even got these little details. Wow.
Yeah, I had fun with it. I mean, it was a very complex build, but I had a lot of fun with it because I learned a lot. I'm a costume designer. I like making things, and every time I make something, I learn something new. And you guys definitely put me to the task.
Yeah, you crushed the tattoos, the face tattoo. It was really hard to design that because to make it look correct from the front view and the side view, it's kind of a weird wrap around your face kind of illusion.
Yeah, it's like I thought to myself, I'm gonna get some makeup. I'm pretty good at makeup. I was like, I'll get up in the morning and I'll just draw it on my face. And I tried it at home. And I was like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Well, so I had stencils, and so the day of, all I did was stick them on, and then they came out perfect. The hard part with the makeup was the symmetry.
Yeah.
Because if the lines were off, I would look crazy, right?
Yeah.
So that was just getting that together. So.
Can we talk about the arm here?
Okay, yes, you can. Okay, so here's the deal. Sometimes when you're making, especially when you have to, what I call speed running a costume, sometimes it takes a village. I have friends who costume with me. Sometimes if I have like last minute costumes to do. The arm was created by my friend Crystal, who's also a costumer. I just did the color for the arm. So yeah, so after I finished everything, she went in and did the arm for me. So it was
awesome.
Sometimes you need the help with it.
I love the glowing Immortals logo right in the center. I was seeing you inside.
Yeah, the cool thing, so the series kind of, I mean, this is something I said in the series I've never, ever done before because I've never felt really, truly confident sharing my process. Like I was worried someone would see it and say, oh, she's doing that wrong. What the heck was that she was trying to do with that? But I mean, I had fun sharing the process, so I want to kind of do more of it.
Now, Alicia, you look fully perfectly outfitted to go fight in the Everwar, but how are you for walking the show floor? How has this been at Comic-Con?
Well, yeah, okay, so first let me just say I definitely can't sit with you. I'm very sorry I couldn't come and join you on the couch. There will be no sitting in this costume because there will be no creasing. Walking, I mean, it's fine. I don't mind walking too slow because it's more dramatic and it goes with the character anyway, right? I think the biggest thing with walking a con floor is, you know, people come to conventions like this because they want to see people in costume. They expect to see the big armored costumes and everyone looking just as out of sorts and doing what they're doing. But with this costume in particular got a lot of attention on the floor, which was amazing, but of course people want to touch. And so my cousin's here and she was my bodyguard. She was like, no touching, no touching. But everyone was very intrigued. But I had a lot of fun. People were very interested in the game. They wanted to hear what I was doing, where I was from. So yeah, I got a lot of attention. I liked it.
Now you had to sacrifice a pair of boots. Is it worth it? Is the arch support good? How you're shooting?
Yes, they are actually. Yeah, I said in the documentary that I used a pair of boots. I call it sacrificing because they're never going to use again. Used a pair of boots that I actually was going to throw away, and they fit perfectly, like where the armor had to lie on my leg. So I was like, these are just going to be my Grand Magnus Kirken boots. So, yeah. A couple people were like, where did you get those boots? I was like, I made them.
Now, Alicia, you had to put this together in a pretty quick turnaround. How was it working like against the clock?
I don't want to talk about it. I have PTSD. No, I'm just kidding. It was about 3.5 weeks about. So, I mean, for costuming, you have in your head, like, you know, there are certain laws of physics. Even you as a costumer cannot bend. I cannot make paint dry faster. I was able to fit in what I wanted to do. Of course, if you have more time, you can do more with every single piece. You can keep working on a costume for years, which I've done. But deadline, I knew what I had to do. With something this short of amount of time, I had to break it down, like where I was going to start, what day I had to be at the spray place to spray my costume, which is it's actually an experience. Because when I bring my costumes to the spray place, everybody who's spraying like automobiles, they come over and they're like, what are you making? What are you doing? And they have these fancy like Corvettes and cars and stuff, and I have little costume pieces in the same garage, so it's a fun process, yeah.
Awesome. Cool. How does it feel to finally get to show this off, let alone to the folks behind the game?
I cannot put into words how I feel right now. Because at the beginning of this process, I remember thinking to myself, I'm on this camera saying, I'm gonna be there in my Kirken costume and look amazing, but in the back of my head going, can I really though? Can I really do it? So the fact that I actually get to be here and stand in it, like done, it feels good, yeah. I'm happy, I'm proud of myself, I'm happy to be here. I'm trying not to get emotional.
I think you understood the assignment, and I think you got it in just right on schedule with flying colors. Well done.
Thank you.
Alicia, did you have any questions about the costume, like when you were making it, just sort of being like, what does this do? Like, where does this...
All the time. Because, okay, rolling back to whenever I make a costume, what makes it easier for me when I'm trying to pattern is figuring out where the reference may have come from. But this costume design was very unique. There was no reference. So I had to say, well, this is obviously armor. She's obviously sort of a general. She's a strong figure. I liked this thing. This thing gets a lot of attention. It looks almost like a bullet vest almost.
Totally. So in our game, you know, we didn't want to fall into the old kind of like Dungeons and Dragons visuals.
Yes.
And we're trying to mix time periods and blend in kind of like simplified sci-fi shaped language. Brett wanted this game to be like a very gritty, militaristic kind of Magic style game. So that's kind of like what you said. It's kind of like a machine gun belt or something.
That's what it is, yeah. So, I mean, I'm so excited to meet you guys and to actually be here standing on this stage in this costume. You have no idea. I wanted to run out here, but then I looked at myself backstage and I was like, you are not running anywhere, honey.
This is so cool. It's so cool to see something in game and then see it come to life. Thank you all so much for coming by and For Alicia's full cosplay experience, go watch our 3-part docuseries, The Style of Immortals, on IGN.com or our YouTube channel. And of course, be sure to check out Immortals of Aveum, releasing August 22nd on PS5, Xbox Series X/S, and PC.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Lee Curtis, Carl Stevens, and Russell Goldman, creators of Mother Nature, a brand new graphic novel telling a story of eco-horror, which is something that's, I don't know, probably literally happening outside right this second. I want to say congratulations on the book because it's incredible. Carl, I want to start with you because there we go, hold it up. The use of gore and blood and violence in this hit me right off the bat. It's incredibly striking, but then it pulls back. And I think that's like really effective and incredibly clever. I thought it was just going to go pedal to the metal super hard the whole time. And then when you reserved yourself a little bit, I realized, oh, that works so much better. It just hits me so much harder. There's a kill very early on that I don't necessarily want to spoil, but maybe we can show it. That is one of the most violent things I've ever seen in a graphic novel.
I believe I wanted that as the cover
Really?
of our book, but I'm just saying. But go on, continue.
Are
your
there
questions.
laws against that? I feel like there'd
Apparently there is, but just go on, continue your question. Here, who's gonna ask you?
How did you land on that and that kind of balance of like, I'm going to hit you really hard with this in the face, literally, no pun intended, and then kind of pull back a little bit?
Well, it was just the nature of the story, and also, I guess, like my own interest in art. I've always been drawn to like 19th century like landscape painting, and I'd been studying like a lot of Western painters like Thomas Moran, and I thought that, because like the way that the story was structured, it would be like an interesting like juxtaposition between having all these like beautiful vistas, because it really talked about like what the actual story was about, which is like how we're like destroying the planet. And so I wanted to show, like what the landscape looked like before and after. And like that is like part of like the violence, like there is like the blood and like the gore and all that. But to like really just like what you said, like show the juxtaposition between the two was really important to me.
Yeah, we can hold it up. We can show it. Let's give them a little taste.
That is the image that
that should have been the cover.
I wanted as the cover of this book, which it is not. But there's a reason for that. And what I wanted to say about what you just said is that, it's a story, and it's a story about two mothers and two daughters and a very evil woman who runs a corporate entity that is really abusing both of those mothers. And a lot of it has to do with Russell's work to bring that to the forefront of the story. So you're right, there's some amazing kills in this, which is my part of the book, by the way. The dark, really dark, bloody part is mine.
So yeah, this is an idea that's been rattling around your head since you were 19.
Since I was 19, yeah. And then it became a screenplay idea that I started to work on with Russell in 2018. But it was really Russell who speaks so beautifully and eloquently, which is why I'm going to give him the mic, about the story part of this. And even the indigenous people, the way they talk story, the way story is really at the center of the whole thing.
So I could hit on any of those, but I'm happy to. I'm happy to. If there's one specific area to focus on.
Sure, yeah. I mean, pick your favorite, because I love the way all of this gelled together. Like it's very clearly like the writing is excellent, the art is phenomenal, and it's haunting and powerful. Like it honestly gave me chills to read through this book, because it's happening right now, and there's a lot of stupid fucks out there that think it's not happening right now.
Yes, and I think that was one of the challenges all three of us faced. Is I saw an inconvenient truth when I was like 11 years old.
Yeah.
So like the idea of climate change, nightmare scenarios has like been rattling around ever since I had a complex thought, and it's a very hard medium to with respect to like people who have tried, like you end up getting a lot of stories like The Happening, where it's like it's hard to take seriously in a dramatic sense what is happening, to focalize it through something emotional. And that is when I think we knew we had a story that anyone could relate to. And it's the reason that the Navajo advisors that we ended up working for years on the story with worked with us, is that they asked us, like, well, what is the source? Like, what are you trying to say with this? And it is, we want to tell a story about all the complex decisions that go into deciding the world that one generation leaves behind for the next generation. And that's something that anyone can relate to. So there's a strong verisimilitude to the place, the specificity of the story that we really wanted to evoke. But that is a universal theme, and that is what is driving every page of this gory ride. Yeah.
Jamie, you've been making art your entire life, but you're not like a sit down and draw artist.
Oh, babe, you don't want to see anything I draw, dude.
Actually, I do now.
No,
because
you
like,
don't.
It's called outsider art, right?
No,
People
it's
who
not
aren't
outside. It's just shit. It's just bad. I can do a lot of things I cannot draw or sing, sadly.
But there's that idea for all creative types, right, where they have an idea in their head and then it comes into fruition. And like the more you master your craft, the closer you get to actually materializing the thing that was in your head. When you saw this, that was sort of this, magnification of something that was kicking around your brain when you were 19. What was your feeling? Like,
you mean when I saw the graphic novel?
Yeah,
I saw it 2 hours ago.
Oh,
I hadn't seen the PDF.
Yes.
But I had not seen.
Like you've seen me working on it.
Well, yes, over a long period of time. But it comes in drips and drabs, not drips and drabs, but I mean it comes in bunches.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I've been telling stories since I was young. I've had this idea. I've written. By the way, I barely got out of high school. I've written 14 books for children that have been published. This is not my first publication.
Right.
I'm a writer.
Yeah.
I've been a writer for a long time. And it's not because I have an intellectual acumen that is impressive. I'm an alcoholic and an emotional. I'm an emotional human being. And I am prescient. And I take what I see around me and I metabolize it into simple ideas. And in this case, it's a very complex idea. It's been making me anxious for a very long time. And I'm incredibly excited that this piece of art, many pieces of art that Carl has made for us through a lot of hard work by Russell, working with the indigenous community, and that Titan has been a fantastic creative partner to be able to bring this to the world, because art changes you. It changes the way we think. It's throughout history. Art is the leader.
What is your message to people who do not believe that this is actually happening right now?
It's happening. Full stop. It's happening. Turn on the news. Look at the world. It's happening. And there are things we can do. And that's, if there weren't things we could do, then this would just be the bleakest of times. But there are still things we can do, and you all know what they are. I don't need to tell you, but I think you'll enjoy the book, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Mother Nature is out August 8th. Go to your store, go support it, pick up this awesome story, and give it a shot. Thank you guys.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by One Punch Man World. Open for pre-registration now.
Six years ago, while talking about Sonic on Game Scoop, Brian, you had this to say.
At the point where we need to admit that this was never really a great franchise.
Nope. Wow. It was never really a good franchise, huh, Brian? Well, I'm sorry. We're well over, believe it or not, 100 Sonic games, 2 movies, a long-running comic book series, and 6 shows. When you besmirch Sonic, you besmirch everyone associated with Sonic, okay, Brian? Brian, I want to present you with this.
I will hold that L. I was wrong. I have since come around on that character. I have watched the movies with my kid and enjoyed them immensely. Sonic Frontiers is fun. I liked Sonic Colors. I liked Sonic Generations. I liked Sonic Mania. Something we can all agree on is that Sonic has been good. It's Crash Bandicoot. that's never been.
Oh, okay, here we go.
If you enjoyed that, check out full episodes of Beyond, IGN's PlayStation show, as we talk, argue, and goof on everything PlayStation. New episodes drop every Tuesday on IGN.com and IGN Games on YouTube.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
San Diego Comic-Con live on IGN. Maybe you already knew that, but do you know what happens next?
No idea.
I was talking to our dear viewers, but it's probably a good idea to get you up to speed as well. Here, we've prepared an informative schedule graphic. Take a look.
Oh, well, would you look at that? It says here that we've got a look coming up on High on Life's upcoming High on Knife DLC, and still to come a chat with the director of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem. And then we're talking Star Wars Outlaws, Ubisoft's highly anticipated open world Star Wars game. That sounds like fun. Where do I watch it?
Well, you're on the show, you know what, it's been a busy show. It gets confusing. Right now we have something super fun. It's a very special episode of IGN Super Debatable. The debate, who could find cooler stuff at Comic-Con? I feel like this one might get a little weird. Let's check it out.
Welcome to Super Debatable at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm Joshua Yale.
And I'm Akeem Lawanson.
Yeah, you are. The show floor at Comic-Con is a world-renowned treasure trove of exclusive collectibles that range in price from free to so not free that it's not even funny.
So how far will $100 get us? Now, Joshua and I each have a crisp Benjamin right here to spend on the showroom floor, and whoever can convince our crew here in the studio that they got the better haul will be declared the Super Debatable King of Comic-Con. Well, here I am on the showroom floor. There's so much stuff to buy, so little time.
All right, here I am on the floor. I've got $100 and a dream and a plan to beat Akeem. Let's go. Oh, no, actually, it's this way. It's this way.
You know what? I heard about that Grimlock figure that can transform. That's what I really want. I don't know how much it is.
Look at this Throg fighting Alligator Loki. That's only $38. San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. Do I make my first purchase? I think I do.
This is freaking amazing. Look at this Grimlock. I'm kind of curious how much this is actually. You know, I'm really excited for this Grimlock. I want to walk away with it. How much is this?
Well, pre-order right now is actually for $1,500, and after the pre-order period, it goes for $1,700.
So I'm actually really hungry, and you did say I could spend this on whatever I want on the convention floor, right?
All right, looks like I got 45 minutes left. That's plenty of time. I'm gonna find something.
So the beauty of being an adult is you can pass right over the salad and just have French fries for lunch. Oh no, credit and debit only? Did you say cash?
No, only credit.
So I can't afford these fries? You'll get them for me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pay you back. I'll pay you in cash, okay? $5. Oh, I don't suppose you could break a 10. You can? Well, you have more money than I do. Oh my gosh, that was a whole ordeal.
It's $295. That's a no from me.
We didn't hit Artist Alley, which is something I really want to hit up. I actually just realized that's on the far opposite end of the convention center, and as you can tell, it takes forever.
Clock's winding down. I got 30 minutes left. I don't know what to buy here. I might have to just start lowering my expectations. I came up here with high expectations, so I think it's just about quantity over quality at this point. So I'm gonna just start grabbing stuff.
Artist alley is that way.
What?
Yeah, it's that way.
But I thought it was this way.
That way.
Why'd you let me walk?
Are you handing these out?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, thank you. There's actual stuff on the garbage. This is perfect. Look at this poster right here. Crapopoulos. This is going next to my crapper.
We're finally in Artist Alley. Huh. It's gonna run me $50, leaving me with 7. This is gonna be worth it. As far as what I'm gonna have them draw, I want to keep that a surprise. So why don't you just go, get out of here, get out of here.
Thank you. I got permission to take this. I don't know what it is.
I've got 5 minutes left. I'm almost out of time.
Oh, these are amazing. Can I have one? Can I have another one? And another one? I have lots of friends. Yeah, just 2 more. Actually, 2 more.
Okay, we're here with the man, the myth, the legend, the living legend, John Romita Jr. How's it going, John?
Very well, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Dude.
Hi, Mom.
I have $7. What could you give me for $7?
I can rip off a corner of this and give it to you for $7. Or.
Oh my gosh. Oh my, a JR original right there for $7. That is the deal of a lifetime. Oh my gosh, so much.
Hey, well, put this to your local charity.
Local.
Not the bartender.
Oh my goodness.
And not the bartender. Either.
Not the bartender. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Might look like a bit of a mess, but trust me, I got something very special planned for you, Joshua. Wait till you see my haul. All right, we are back in the studio here. Yes, with our hauls. All right, Josh, I'm gonna have you go first. What'd you get?
You go first? Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so excited to show you all this stuff. Okay. The first thing I got that caught my eye is this Comic-Con exclusive Frog Thor fighting alligator Loki. This pushes all my buttons. I love Marvel. I love that Loki show. I love the little adorable frog with wielding Mjolnir. This is awesome, and it's exclusive to Comic-Con. It cost me $38.
See, I like it, but it's so tiny. I love Thor. It's so tiny. It's very tiny.
Well,
I'm not
maybe
impressed.
You need a closer look. Actually, here's the debate.
Yeah.
Do you keep your collectibles sealed, or do you just open them?
I typically get 2. Because I'm balling like that, and then I take 1 out of the package.
Well, sorry, I didn't have $200 here, so I just gotta go.
Oh wow!
Okay, let's get a closer look at this. Yeah.
You are a savage. I didn't think you were actually gonna do that, but
the value's plummeting as I.
Oh wow! Even further, the value has plummeted even further.
It's durable.
Well, it is really cool.
Cool. Yeah. So that's the first thing that caught my eye. And then, dude, I got so hungry that I stopped for lunch, so there's just some French fries there. Do you want one?
No, get that out of here. What are you doing?
Okay, that's fair.
Wasting
that cost
money
me
over here.
$5 though. That was $5 right there. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, so then I saw this booth that does anime-style caricatures of people. And I know that you love anime.
Yes.
And I love you, man. So I gave them a picture of you, and they drew you as an anime character.
Dude.
And dude, I just love doing the show so much with you that I just want to get you something. This is fan art of me to you, but maybe when we're done, I'll let you have it.
That's awesome, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I really like that. Can I can actually keep it?
We'll talk about that later. We'll see what you got.
Okay.
Maybe we can trade.
Okay, we'll see if we can trade. I don't think that's legal, but we'll see.
We'll see. And then.
Stop eating could you stop? What else is in there? Stop. Joshua, hurry the hell up, man. I want to see what else you got.
And then, oh my God, so I got here's some water. I'm not joking.
You're smudging all of the comics right now with.
So it's $7 left.
Okay.
And I'm walking down Artist Alley.
Yeah.
My favorite place to be in Comic-Con. I see the booth for John Romita Jr. An iconic living legend of an artist, one of the greatest Marvel and DC artists ever to live, and he's selling prints for $50. I only had $7 left. I said, "Can you make me a deal?" He pulls out a sketch variant, and he says, "Well, let me just draw a little something for you." He started hand drawing Spider-Man on the cover for me and signed it right there. Okay. I was freaking out. This dude has drawn every iconic Marvel thing you've ever seen, and he just did a highly discounted sketch for me right there at Comic-Con.
You still got money left over.
And the thing was, after I did that, he said, "Hey, yo, you take this. You know, you're such a big fan. You just take it and take that money and donate it to your favorite charity."
Oh, wow.
He is such a cool guy. That was so nice of him to do. So here you go.
You know what? I am going to take your money. And I'll tell you why. Because I still got a ton of stuff too. So you got that for free, right?
It was technically a $7 donation to a charity.
Yeah.
So I paid.
All right. Oh, you keep calling me a charity.
I just completed the transaction right there. Okay, so that's everything I got, Akeem. What did you get?
Well, you know, I gotta say, Joshua, while I am, I like the things that you got. I'm not really that impressed because it's also tiny. Okay. I got a bunch of tiny stuff. So, what I decided to do, I hit the showroom floor. I wanted to save my money for like actual things that are worth the time.
Oh, okay.
And so I went and got like a bunch of free stuff. I got this thing right here from the Hulu. There's posters in it. There's I got this hoodie here. I know you love Yu-Gi-Oh, so I got you all that. Summon Dark Magician with it if you want. I got this. I got a bunch of books. I got some buttons and this and all of that. I also got this eye patch. So I went to like every single Rite Aid in San Diego and they didn't have one, so I made this. I wanted to do some cosplay, and so look as you can see, I'm the man himself, Nick Fury. And I don't know if you're familiar with Nick Fury and what he does, but there's one thing that he does.
What's that?
He assembled the Avengers. Avengers, assemble! I got life-size 1-to-1 Marvel action figures, true to scale, real life action figures. Joshua, this is what Comic-Con is all about. Not your little rinky-dink action figures. You gotta think big, not small. Think big. You got one Thor that's a frog. I got two Thors with hammers. That's what Comic-Con is all about. The people that consume the content, that spend hours on end making all of us happy and wanting us to take pictures with them. Look at this, right? You wanna see what I got here? Check this out. I got King Thanos right there. He's the king right there. We got Bro Thor. We got Mysterio. We got Spider-Man Noir. And of course, we got Super Saiyan Thor right there. I can't really see out of this eye patch. I'm gonna take this off right here. And you wanna know how much this cost me?
How much?
$25 each. A grand total of...
Wait, $25 each?
$20 each.
$20. I was gonna say, Judge? I think
that checks out.
$100?
That checks out, yeah. So I guess the question is, who won?
Wait, hold on. Can I?
What?
I just didn't expect all of this. What the hell?
There were no rules set other than we had to spend $100 at whatever we saw at Comic-Con.
Akeem, I feel like it's some sort of breach of contract. You know, these are things you can take home and value.
Hey,
like,
y'all want to come home with me? Better yet, do y'all want to come to the IGN party with me? Yeah? I'm going to be the life of the party.
Oh my God.
What are you going to be with your picture of me?
I guess
You're just going to be a fan.
You and I were going to hang out, Akeem.
We will. We're going to hang out.
I guess you have all these new friends, you know.
Stop it. You can hang out too with us.
No, it's okay.
It's totally fine. But, you know, I think we should toss it to the people, Joshua. Also, I got to say, I'm surprised that you didn't call me out. I said I just assembled the Avengers, and you didn't call me out on who I assembled here.
Those are not the Avengers. Definitely not. Yeah, I have notes.
Okay, well you didn't.
King Thanos, he gets killed 2 Avengers.
Well, I mean, it changes here and there.
For some reason, this Thor is voting for Loki? That's not right.
Don't worry about it. Hey, no one said this is comic accurate. Who is the king? Well, we're going to toss it to the audience right now, everyone in the studio. Who do you think won King of Comic-Con? Joshua? Joshua with his French fries? Hey, bro Thor, you might want this. You can have this. Or Akeem? Well, Joshua, that clapping is still going. The clapping is still going, Joshua. This is one debate that undeniable. It's undeniable evidence here who won this one, Joshua, and I want you to finally say it. Who won this debate, this super debate? You, with the comic books and your little French fries that Bro Thor just took from you? Or me with the actual superheroes?
You know what? For once, Akeem, you got it.
That's what I like to hear. Now let's go to the IGN party. Y'all ready?
Let's go.
Let's do it.
It's time to party.
Yes.
Let's go.
This is so awesome. We got Thor in the house. This is amazing. No fight broke out too. Like you would think, I would have just assumed that y'all would have just taken on King Thanos. Thank you so much for doing this, man. Seriously.
What was that?
They were thanking us for giving Tears of the Kingdom a 10 out of 10.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by Immortals of Aveum.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you
don't know.
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs, and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Joining us once again, a Comic-Con luminary, the man responsible for Spawn, Venom, countless great comics, a crapload of music videos, and some of the best toys of the last 30 years, the legendary Todd McFarlane.
How are you doing?
Good to see you, Todd. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate you guys doing all you do here for our industry every year.
I think you do a lot more, I'm going to be honest. Yeah. You typically show up with just a big Santa Claus bag full of cool toys and stuff to announce.
Yeah.
This year, one of the big things you showed off is the Batman Ultimate Movie Collection, which is all 6 movie Batmen in one box.
In one box. I mean, there are some hardcore that go, Todd, you should have had the 7th. Adam West was in a movie, right? In the late 60s. So they're not wrong. But if we consider from the Tim Burton up, the 88 up era, which is what most of us know, then yeah, all 6 actors are included into this.
Now there's some Batman films in there that some people aren't maybe quite as wild about, but you are not afraid to do the impossible and really just bring those Schumacher movies to life. Can we take a look at these?
Yeah, sure. Look. Here's the thing about collecting. I never expect anybody to be a completist, right? So you don't have to like everything that we do. But even if you don't like all the movies, what's cool is that you don't have too many chances to get literally the whole history of Batman cinema in one box, right? I mean, it took us years to get to some of these figures when we were doing it, and you got to shop at different places, and now you can get them all in one spot. You don't have to like all the movies; you just have to like Batman. Yep, right? We're not sitting here. So
it wouldn't be right if we didn't have like Kilmer and Clooney in there.
Yes.
And we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff from the Flash movie with Michael Keaton making this big victory lap. There's been plenty of Bale, plenty of Pattinson, but it's kind of cool to see just all of these getting kind of equal treatment in here. And it's
yes. So here's the thing. My job, I'm in the cool business, right? Mm-hmm. We come up with ideas and we go, man, what would be cool? And all of a sudden you go, man, if we could get them to approve that we can put them all together, so that again nobody's saying that everybody's equal to me in this box, and you put them on and on one, and you get a big presentation. That's super cool. I'm not here debating the quality of any one movie. That's not what this is. This is about, I've got all the Batmans in Warner Brothers library sitting in one box. Awesome. Go have a debate someplace else about the merits of who your favorite is. This is like having all the captains on Star Trek, right? That'd be super awesome too. Matter of fact, I just came up with an idea. So,
I mean, this is a celebration of the character and his costumes, right?
And cinema.
Yeah.
Right. again, because I'm in comic books, right? And I have to acknowledge that the vast majority of people now are learning about our characters through cinema or TV. Right. And so again, oh my God, I know Walking Dead. And it's like, oh, there's a comic book. Oh my gosh, I like the Blue Beetle. Oh, there's a comic book, right? I'm hoping someday there's going to be the one where it's like, oh my gosh, there's a Spawn movie. Oh, it's a comic book. Because that's what people consume. When I go to young kids, I don't expect young kids to know me through, it's funny, the parents go, hey, there's a guy who created Spawn. I go, Dad, wrong. Hey, I helped create Venom, and their eyes light up because that's what matters to them. And you have to do the same with adults that don't collect comic books too.
So I want to ask a couple things about this. The sort of most, I guess, recognizable side of the actors here are the chins. They all have very different Batman chins. Yeah. What is the hardest Batman actor chin to get right in plastic form?
Wow, in all honesty, all of them, and here's why I say that, and I'm not trying to do it, is because you take a head, here's a head, right and here. I now have to take this head, and then I have to shrink it to literally less than an inch. And so if you're off a nano, on a curve, it doesn't look like that person. Or even if you get it right, dead right, and we've done it before, and this is the suffering of doing toys because it's inexact science. If you're off a little bit, it doesn't look like them. Or if it's perfect and then they paint it wrong, then you're going, what, it doesn't look like them. So just a little bit of a shift on a half an inch is the equivalent of an inch on a full-size head, and it distorts, right? So when people are making changes, when I'm dealing with licenses and they give me notes, one of the things that I sometimes do when I get aggravated at their notes is like, can you make their eye just slightly drooped? I'm like, I'll make the change, but then I'm going to show you the before and after at a half an inch, because that's what is actually going to be produced. You tell me which one was the before and after. I'm not even going to mark it. You tell me. You can't. It's so minor you can't even see the difference.
Was there? I was going to say real quick. Was there any particular things about the actual costumes that you were trying to translate to toys, and you're like, that's not necessarily working, or stuff that you were like, that's actually way more toyetic than I imagined?
Well, I would say that what we had to do was way more than getting the chin, because again, it's only a little bit here, and I think people will be a little bit forgiven. We had to get the costumes right, because you could argue that for the hardcore, for most of us, the costume is what tells you what movie it is, right? So when you see it, even from the neck down, you go, oh, I know what movie that is. I know what movie that is.
That's Batman and Robin. I know what that is.
No, that's true. So we had to just get it, not that it was hard, we had to get it exact so that they went, oh yeah, those are two different movies. It's not, because again, and I don't know if you can see this on your camera here.
Right.
From that distance, they all look sort of kind of black with black capes and whatever else. Okay, fine, I get it. But once you get it up close and you have it in your hands, you're going to be able to see the distinguishing features.
I don't know if this even reads on camera. I was seeing pictures of these online, and they look great. But again, it's a lot of black plastic, and seeing them in person, you've really nailed like the different kind of the vibe of the different costumes.
Yes.
Like the Schumacher ones have like the Forever one has like a little bit of a sheen. Yeah. The Robin one has like much more of a sheen, and that totally.
Yeah. Some are sort of a dark charcoal, and some are a little bit flat. We try to basically emulate that. I mean, again, you're limited what you can do in a toy process, but yes, because those were details that mattered to distinguish each one of them during each one of those movies.
Right. Now, this is just one of the cool collectibles you're showing off this year. You also just announced that you're doing a Kickstarter for an all-new collector-grade medieval Spawn. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So, I'd never done a Kickstarter crowdfunding for anything. Forget toys. And then the pandemic came, and then we did our first one. I thought it was a good opportunity. Everybody was going into fetal position in the planet and going, let's not do anything. And I was like, no, that's the perfect time to do something. If you're not a giant, when they're sleeping, you always do something, right? And we set a record, right? So we came out with a Spawn that was basically a remastered version of the very sort of first Spawn I did when we began the toy company. But in that first series, there were 6, and one of them is the medieval Spawn. So we just announced yesterday, yes, the medieval Spawn. From my take, and I've been doing this for a long time, it's the most detailed figure we've made, right? I mean, I think it's going to hopefully transcend beyond like sort of toy and comic book people to people who like fantasy, right? I mean, this thing is real. This thing is I wish I had it. I put it in there. I'll send you some photos at some point. But it front and back is just loaded with detail, and it's going to come with multiple weapons, but even cooler, multiple helmets, and one of the helmets is actually going to pivot, right? So you can open that. Do you have a date
when that's kicking off?
No, we're probably within the next month we'll announce the program. Yeah,
definitely. We'll keep you posted on that. But one more thing before we go. One of your most beloved creations, Venom, obviously, your baby. He's shown up in movies, shown up in cartoons, plenty of comics, all over the place. Yeah. Latest iteration is in Insomniac's Marvel Spider-Man 2 video game, which is coming out this fall. They've been teasing Venom. They teased him at the end of the first game, and then they just dropped a trailer at Comic-Con that shows what he looks like. And we think he looks sick, but I feel like you have more of a dog in this fight. So let's take a look. Here's what Venom looks like in the game. You designed Venom. What do you think? Did they pull him off? Is he?
So let me tell you the first thing that I always look for, given that I was the visual creator of him, is I intentionally made him bigger than an average superhero, right? And so, again, not seeing any other characters in there. He looks big. Yeah. He's big, broad shoulders. So I go, if you now put an average person, and he's at least 20, 30, 40, 50% bigger than an average person, even Iron Man, then I go, yes. For me, that's a giant point. Now, when he flares and he's got his teeth, I like it when the teeth aren't all lined up and they look like these are like monster teeth, like dog teeth.
Irregular, right?
Right, because animal teeth, they don't go to dentists, so they don't straighten out their teeth, right? I like that they made a big, bold spider on him. I mean, way bolder than the one that I put on him. And then he's got all this slobber and stuff on him.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the tongue and the saliva.
Yeah, so I'm a big saliva guy. Look at. I give credit to the tongue to Eric Larson. He was the guy that followed me, right? In all honesty, I'm not much of a ong guy, right? I just don't think.
Quote, Todd.
No. I just don't think it's a dangerous. I never been afraid of anybody that went, "I'll kill you." Right? It's just, like, no. It's not intimidating to me, right? That you ever seen a shark?
Yeah.
Sharks are scary. They never stick their tongue out at you, right? So he looks cool there. But with or without the tongue, he looks pretty badass. So what I'm looking at is I go, wow, they're making him look kind of vicious, right?
Yes.
So he doesn't seem like he's coming to play nice, which to me is Venom, the anti-hero. So I think they got, that's pretty cool. I'd play it.
He's got, so the jaw, this one I feel like especially looks like it's sort of unhinging like a snake's. Like it's really, it's stretching. Was that sort of part of your vision, really just getting that
Yeah, again, to me, he was an alien. Right, and then it was oddly, I'll geek out a little bit. When I created it, it was like the black costume existed, so I just went, comes some alien planet, so I'm just going to make this big hulking gorilla guy, and he's going to look like an alien with claws and teeth and all this weird stuff. And then later the writer says, it's going to be Eddie Brock, and I just went. Information I could have used earlier, right? But then they had approved the design, and I go, I don't want to change it. And I went, what? If they can do Bruce Banner to Hulk, why can't they do Eddie Brock to Venom? So it's like, let's just keep it, and somehow he just gets swallowed up in it and whatever else, and we were able to do it. But no, I think they did a nice job on making him feel like a monster. To me, I'm a big monster fan. So
the running theory here is that this isn't Eddie Brock. This is Norman Osborn.
No, right. But I'm saying when I did it, when they told me, basically they were saying it was a human. And so whether it's Osborn, it's still a human inside this 7-foot hulking giant, right? So that one looks like a giant to me. So
last thing,
check, because Spider-Man 3 movie, Topher Grace, when he turned in, I kept going, okay, now get bigger and bigger and bigger, and he never did. Yeah. And so I'm like, so that's why when the new movies came out, he was big. This is big.
Now, interesting thing, he's voiced by Tony Todd in this, who you have some prior experience with. You made a Candyman action figure way back in 2001 for Movie Maniacs. Yeah. You think Tony's got the right guttural voice for what Venom should sound like?
Well, yes, and if he doesn't, all you got to do is just get somebody like myself or somebody else that talks too much at the San Diego Comic-Con, and by Sunday I could do Venom. What are you talking about? So, yeah.
Cool. So Insomniac's Venom has the Todd McFarlane seal of approval.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. I'd play that, right? I'd play that. Yeah. I'm going, shoot, I don't want that little skinny Peter Parker dude. I'm going for the big dude over there. Anybody can throw around tanks. Done.
Todd, thank you so much. Todd. It is always a pleasure getting to chat. We are so happy we get to talk to you every year. It's the best. So if you want to go support Todd McFarlane, head to your local comic shop, head to your local toy store, go buy some cool toys, and go check out that Kickstarter when it goes up for Medieval Spawn. Yep. There's tons more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere. See you around.
What's up, everyone? Comic-Con is going by so fast. Speaking of things that are going by so fast and smooth, Porsche is teaming up with Xbox to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the legendary automaker by creating a very limited edition series of Xbox Series X consoles, which IGN Rewards members can win. You can sign up for free at IGN.com/rewards and collect tons of cool perks throughout the year as well. This is going on until October 1st, just in time to race into Forza Motorsport. Go to IGN.com/rewards.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's Reservation Dogs, streaming August 2nd only on Hulu.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
There's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world. Chances are near zero. Near zero.
Until now, the most prominent image of J. Robert Oppenheimer came from a 1965 interview with NBC in which he recalls his thoughts in the immediate aftermath of the first ever detonation of a nuclear device.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. I suppose we all thought that, one way or another.
Between the physicist's haunted expression and the fact that it consumes nearly the entire frame, the clip is the initial particle collision leading to the nuclear chain reaction of Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, a 3-hour biopic that plays like a jolting thriller. Oppenheimer only slows down to ruminate on questions of all-consuming guilt, as it imagines a vivid psychology lurking within a mind plagued by doomsday visions that serve as both warning and indictment for humankind. It's paralyzing, pulse-pounding, and breathtaking. The opening scenes set expectations for the kind of movie that follows, establishing a 3-pronged framing device and flashing back to introduce Cillian Murphy as the future father of the atomic bomb. The first time we see Robert, he stares at droplets of rain rippling in puddles, a calming image that reminds him of hellfire bursting forth from subatomic particles. Even the serenity of nature can't soothe his troubled mind. These intrusive thoughts recur throughout the film, especially in moments when he's forced to confront the awesome might of his creation. The way Terrence Malick contrasts his coming-of-age story in The Tree of Life with images of celestial bodies, Nolan's tale of hubris, regret, and power unleashed is frequently interrupted by images conceived on a subatomic scale, refracted and blown up to the size of an enormous 70mm IMAX screen, as if to put it into terrifying context how something so small can cause so much destruction. It's Nolan's Tree of Death.
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves. And the world is not prepared.
2 governmental hearings draw us into Robert's past. One, presented in washed-out color, challenges Robert's loyalty to the United States. The other, shown in black and white, puts former Atomic Energy Commission Chair Lewis Strauss, a former ally and eventual adversary of Robert's, played by Robert Downey Jr., in the hot seat. The latter often harkens back to the former, which itself traces Robert's scientific career through the 1920s and 30s until his eventual recruitment to the Manhattan Project in 1942. It would be easy to compare the structure to that of The Social Network, another depiction of consequential real-world events that weaves a single story from a pair of depositions. But the dueling hearings in Oppenheimer create clashing perspectives that occasionally result in overlapping and repeated scenes, each from the points of view of Robert and Strauss respectively, with one revealed in color and the other in monochrome. The duo's relationship isn't the story's central driving force. That would be the race to build and test the atomic bomb, which takes up a significant chunk of the runtime, but it serves a vital thematic purpose. Oppenheimer delves into both men's egos in a manner that eventually builds to a stunning dramatic conclusion that fully unearths the persistent undercurrent of regret stirred by Nolan and an explosive performance from Downey. Until that conclusion, the story unfolds as if in freefall, bolting purposely between numerous scenes in which vital scientific breakthroughs occur, bringing Robert and his merry band of handpicked scientists one step closer to the power of the gods.
You can convince anyone of anything, even yourself.
As the enigmatic Robert, Murphy brings a requisite sense of poise and command that contrasts his gaunt stature. But he wears a perpetually distraught expression that can be deciphered even behind his put-on smiles. He doesn't look like he's seen a ghost, so much as he looks like he's been seeing them all his life, forcing one to wonder whether his ability to envision the building blocks of existence propelled him to greatness or cursed him for all eternity.
This is a matter of life and death. But I can perform this miracle.
Given the story's structure, Oppenheimer unfolds like a memory tinged with regret. But was it fated? Murphy's face seems to constantly ask this question too. The highlights of the star-studded supporting ensemble are, for once, the women in Nolan's cast, a pair of female characters whose involvement with America's Communist Party draws the ire of Uncle Sam. Florence Pugh plays Jean Tatlock, a volatile romantic presence in Robert's life and the center of a surprisingly imaginative and unsettling sex scene, while Emily Blunt plays Kitty, Robert's long-suffering spouse. She's significantly more well-rounded than the standard issue supporting wives of Hollywood biopics, who do little else than sing the praises of their partner's genius. Instead, Kitty is perhaps the only person who knows the true Robert inside out, the man behind the martyr, skillfully disguised behind his faux humility and a grating, lonely genius persona. J. Robert Oppenheimer is a paradox only she can solve, and it weighs on her constantly.
It's happening, isn't it?
Nolan performs numerous creative feats alongside his Tenet collaborators, from cinematographer Hoyte van Hoytema to composer Ludwig Göransson to editor Jennifer Lame. The gigantic IMAX frame, nearly as tall as it is wide, is used to tremendous effect, not only to capture spectacle, but to push in dramatically to close-ups. Göransson crafts propulsive and unnerving music out of atmospheric sounds, and Lame draws us in and out of Robert's waking nightmares through intimate sensations of sound and touch. At its core, the movie always circles back to the question of J. Robert Oppenheimer's place in history, as seen by others and by himself.
Our work here will ensure a peace mankind has never seen.
The conclusions it comes to are far from easy, depending more on the movie's frequent, awe-inspiring abstractions than its words. It's an earth-shaking cinematic vision unlike anything else in Nolan's filmography, the kind of film whose aesthetic impact might just leave you shuffling out of the theater in silent reflection, a sensation few modern Hollywood directors are capable of instilling. Oppenheimer is Christopher Nolan's most abstract yet most exacting work, with themes of guilt writ large through apocalyptic IMAX nightmares that grow both more enormous and more intimate as time ticks on. A disturbing, mesmerizing vision of what humanity is capable of bringing upon itself, both through its innovation and through its capacity to justify any atrocity. For more reviews, check out what we thought of Barbie, Insidious: The Red Door, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1, and The Flash. And as always, make sure to follow and subscribe wherever you like to watch IGN.
Back to IGN Live at Comic-Con. Now, Barbenheimer is the biggest convergence of two completely different pop culture properties on one release date since 2020's Doom Eternals and Animal Crossing. It's become not just a celebration of Barbie and Oppenheimer, but also a debate. Here to help me settle the war on Barbenheimer once and for all are IGN's Alyssa Mora, Amelia Emberwing, and Jeffrey Vega. Guys, I love that you come themed. Jeffrey, clearly you're going through an existential crisis.
Yeah.
Now, let's kick it off with the question that is setting social media on fire. What's the correct order to watch Barbie and Oppenheimer in? Alyssa, let's start with you.
Yeah, let's start with me. I'm going to go classic Oppenheimer Barbie.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not even, I think a lot of people think that they're going to go into Barbie for like a good fun time, and it is a good fun time, but also it'll make you cry. That's what I'm gonna say. So I feel like, but it's like in a hopeful way. I think that Oppenheimer obviously is it deals with like the horrors of war and the horrible things people can do to each other. And then Barbie's like, but it's all gonna be fine.
Well, is this in full agreement? Or do we have anyone who's against that order?
So no, our amazing Barbie critic, Alyssa, is absolutely correct. Because, like, here's the thing. It's kind of like the horror movie mentality. Like, you watch a horror movie that terrifies you, and then you got to go watch a Disney movie so you can go back to sleep. Like, she's absolutely right. Barbie does have a lot of existential questions that will make you cry a little bit, but, like, you definitely want to cap off Oppenheimer with something a little bit more uplifting.
Yes. I saw Oppenheimer first, then Barbie. I wish I had reversed it. I wish I saw. In fact, let me do you one better. I wish I bookended it. I want to do Barbie, Oppenheimer, Barbie, because who doesn't love an atomic bomb sandwich, right? A lot of people don't.
Sure. Yeah. I would say most people prefer not to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, should this not be, in fact, a double feature? Should we not even consider these movies need their own day so you can process them?
I think that is really the answer, but like it's so hard to get like families out to the movies. Not that like big families are probably going to go see Oppenheimer, but I get why people are looking at, okay, yeah, maybe I'll watch these both in one day because like it's a whole thing to schlep to the cinema. But yeah, I do think that we should probably just keep them separate. Watch them the same weekend, but like maybe not on the same day. That's 5 hours of movie.
Yeah. It's a long time.
Well, I think we can all agree the movies themselves have a lot in it. They're very dense in what they're trying to communicate, so giving them their own space will only be beneficial to you. Now, there's a lot of weight obviously on the movie's shoulders when we're looking at a slate of summer. Can Barbenheimer save cinema? Jeffrey, let's start with you.
I believe so. I mean, I want. This is the most I've ever been excited for movies to come out. This sort of road to Barbenheimer has been a dream come true. When I was watching Oppenheimer, I was watching Barbie, I was like, I can't believe I'm watching the movies right now. Like, this is finally happening. There's a before Barbie, there's an after Barbie. We're now in the all after Barbie, and I'm so excited for everyone else to be in the after Barbie, because the AB, of course, the BB, the AB, of course. And I really, really, really think that this is gonna be the biggest thing of the summer. We've had great movies leading up to here, like great superhero movies, and then it's like Barbie and Oppenheimer. This is it. Christopher Nolan, Greta Gerwig, incredible, amazing.
I think the culture behind Barbenheimer is what's going to save cinema, because we've seen Nolan and Gerwig both being like, yeah, I'm absolutely going to see these movies. We've seen Killian and Margot both be like, yeah, absolutely, I want to see both of these movies. Like, we see everybody involved in these films absolutely playing into this craze because, bottom lines, money, et cetera, but it's that culture of support of the art form that I think, if anything's going to save cinema, that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there's something about the passion that people have for both of these films. I mean, we've seen Barbie cosplayers all over the place while we've been here, and I think there's just something so exciting to see people, I mean, months ahead, just be so ready for it. And I mean, yeah, whatever gets people into the theaters, yeah.
It's been a crazy, phenomenal marketing campaign from both of them. And the early numbers out is that Barbie's north of 150 million, Oppenheimer's north of 70 million. Yeah. They're huge openings, no matter what movie we're talking about. But, you know, cinema in general, we're going up and down, and you never know where you're going to fall. This is a great resurgence, especially in the summer.
The thing is, too, is that I feel like sometimes we're in a bubble when we love to cover movies and TV, and the fact that people who don't normally go to the movies are going out to see Barbie and Oppenheimer is, like, wonderful. It's like, oh, yeah, this is like a thing that we all love, enjoy, and can escape the world for a couple hours. Well, if you do double feature, 5 hours, and that's great too.
But because of this success, are we going to see it being duplicated? That's the thing. Because this seems to be, the phenomenon is accidental, right? Counter programming. But are we going to see this success in other? Are they going to try and do this again?
I think the thing that's difficult is I don't think it's something that can be manufactured. I think that when people try to like manufacture a trend and it's not organic, it's not coming from like the people, it just doesn't, it feels a little more hollow, you know? And I don't know. I mean, I think it would be great. Like I do think the Barbenheimer, I'm hoping we have more Barbenheimers in the future, but I think it'll be something that really has to build from social media and from conversations online.
I love that.
I think you're absolutely right. I think there have absolutely been boardrooms full of people since this craze started going, how do we get our own Barbenheimer? And the answer is you're not going to get your own Barbenheimer. Like, I think it really ties back to the saving cinema question, the culture that has surrounded this, the support, the like filmmakers uplifting filmmakers and actors uplifting actors. Like, I think that is the thing that we can replicate, and we absolutely should, because like that is how we save cinema.
Yeah, and I don't think we don't need to debate which one's necessarily better, but I'm curious if there is one that you would consider, you think will stay in that cultural mindset for longer, which will have the biggest cultural imprint. Jeffrey, what do you think?
I mean, I think we can all say it at the exact same time. Barbie. Oh no! Oh, you think Barbenheimer is a movie?
That is the culture.
No, that's Barbenheimer. Yeah, so it's like
they splice it together.
Yes. It's like so we have like half Barbie, half Oppenheimer, split down, cowboy hat. You know, Oppenheimer. You know the Oppenheimer hat, the very famous Oppenheimer hat.
Yeah, of course. That's a whole new outfit. And
I think I mean, I loved both movies, like absolutely incredible. But there's just something so accessible about Barbie, where it's just like, you know, kids maybe don't want to go see Oppenheimer. It's great. I mean, it's rated R, so maybe they shouldn't. But Barbie, just in itself as like a toy, and it's just like this is something. Barbie is something bigger than all of us. You know, like obviously, I mean, I didn't grow up playing Barbies, and I was like starry-eyed watching the film. I was like, oh my god. I was talking to my sister about it. She was like, I would have cried if I saw this movie as a kid, and I'm like, that means something.
Yeah. Well, I'm most curious now as we lead into the end. Out of Ken and Barbie, right, what kind of Barbie would you be? What kind of Ken would you be, Jeffrey?
Oh my God, you have to save me for last. I have no clue.
No, I've got an idea for you. We'll go. What kind of Barbie are you, Alyssa?
I think I'm gonna have to say I'm sleeps 12 hours a day Barbie.
Ooh, that's a good Barbie.
Yeah, I come with like a pillow. Yeah, they give me a little pillow.
And it's got a huge indent because it's always being slept in.
Yes, I'm sleeping all the time.
I mean, I think obviously I have to be that witch Barbie. It's in my handle. Like.
Yeah, I love that. Jeffrey?
I mean, I've got to be probably, you know, Ken. I've got to be like nondescript, video game, non-branded, handheld Ken.
Wow.
Video game.
Wow.
Also?
Nondescript Ken.
Nondescript
gamer Ken.
Video game Ken. Yeah, because like my job is just video games.
Period.
Like games. Beach.
Yeah, Beach Ken. His job is just beach.
Yeah.
My job is just video games. Yeah. And I'm definitely good at them.
I thought it would be like Captain Ken, like but in brackets, Captain
Ken.
Cringe
That's fun.
Ken.
You know, that's fun. You know what? We're gonna cut that out.
Yes.
What kind of Ken would you be?
Oh yes.
I'm Aussie Ken. Nice to meet you.
Aussie?
Yeah, I ride to school on a kangaroo and every other stereotype for Australians. Anyway, well, Barbie and Oppenheimer are both in theatres right now, and IGN has reviews up for both of them with slightly different numerical scores that I'm sure nobody disagrees with. We've got lots more Comic-Con coverage to debate and celebrate right here on IGN Live, so don't go anywhere.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
6 years ago, while talking about Sonic on Game Scoop, Brian, you had this to say.
Real point where we need to admit that this was never really a great franchise. Nope.
Wow. It was never really a good franchise, huh, Brian? Well, I'm sorry. We're well over, believe it or not, 100 Sonic games, 2 movies, a long-running comic book series, and 6 shows. When you besmirch Sonic, you besmirch everyone associated with Sonic, okay, Brian? Brian, I want to present you with this.
I will hold that L. I was wrong. I have since come around on that character. I have watched the movies with my kid and enjoyed them immensely. Sonic Frontiers is fun. I liked Sonic Colors. I liked Sonic Generations. I liked Sonic Mania. Something we can all agree on is that Sonic has been good. It's Crash Bandicoot that's never been good.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
If you enjoyed that, check out full episodes of Beyond, IGN's PlayStation show, as we talk, argue, and goof on everything PlayStation. New episodes drop every Tuesday on IGN.com and IGN Games on YouTube.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
I love movies. Oh my God, we just hit 4 million followers on TikTok!
Later this year, you can take another stab at intergalactic bounty hunting in High on Life's first expansion, High on Knife. And here to tell us all about it is Mikey Spano and Eric Meyer of Squanch Games. Looking sharp, guys. See what I did there? I said looking sharp.
Thank you. You're also looking beautiful.
I try. Thank you so much, Mikey. I appreciate it. Flattery will get you everywhere with me. Now, so the game is called High on Knife. Is it safe to assume that it will focus on knifey?
Pretty safe.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Is that a little bit on the tip of the?
I'd say you're pretty close. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it with the knife punch.
Why don't you tell us the whole? I want to hear your.
No. I want you all to tell me. So tell us what can fans expect from this DLC, this expansion?
Yeah, I think definitely they can expect a lot of knifey. In the first game, we had knifey in there. He was one of the fan favorites, but we didn't really build that much on his backstory. So with this DLC, we want to take that opportunity to kind of show like, where does Knifey come from? What does Knifey care about? Like, what are his goals? And I think with this DLC, we have a good opportunity to show everybody that.
Now, with the first trailer that we saw, it kind of had like some very dark tones, almost like horror elements to it. Describe that for fans. Like, are we going to get like a more darker tone?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first game had some dark moments in it, but this one, we decided that we really wanted to like play up some of like horror and comedy together. And about halfway through the DLC, it gets pretty dark. It's, lots of jump scares, lots of, well, I think we described it as body horror things. Like, it gets pretty weird, but still in our style, right? In our kind of jokey but kind of strange style. Yeah.
So when you say body horror elements, like, can you go more in depth about that? Because I'm kind of curious, like, what are some of the elements fans can expect? Body horror, obviously. Lots of knifey. Are there going to be like new techniques? Like just go more in depth about that.
Sure.
Yeah, so we have, I mean, you can see in the trailer here, you can see some disgusting bodies walking around.
Lots of butts.
Yeah.
Lots of butts if you're afraid of butts.
In terms of body horror, I think fans will kind of figure out that it's pretty literal when we say it's body horror. When they play the game, they'll realize kind of why we're calling it that. I don't want to give too much away right now, but once people play, they'll definitely figure it out. In terms of new moves, we've got new traversal moves, we've got new combat moves, we've got 2 new guns.
Knifey's got new moves. We're revealing the chainsaw, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're revealing the chainsaw finally. Yeah.
So yeah, a big, all the other guns got upgrades and mods and things, and this one we want to treat Knifey with the same respect. So he's going to get a really awesome upgrade in the form of a chainsaw.
Yeah, the respect that he deserves.
He deserves 100%.
That he commands.
We're huge Michael Cusack fans. Michael Cusack, we love you.
Oh, Michael Cusack is amazing. We had him on the stage last year.
Oh, he's hilarious.
So let's talk more about like the various different weapons. Like there's going to be some new weapons. So I'm kind of curious. Can you go into some detail about what type of weapons we can expect? Also, some of the voice actors you tapped for this.
Sure. Yeah. So we have Harper. She's a new gun. She's sort of ex-military, but super bubbly and just kind of weird. And that she's voiced by Sarah Sherman from Saturday Night Live. I'm sure people have seen her.
Yes.
She's really funny, super easy to work with. We also have a gun called Ball, which is the one that kind of is pinball themed with the 3 little guys that sit on it, kind of Three Stooges meets World War II bomber crew. And they're voiced by Alec Robbins.
And it's our first gun. We want to dive more into like other sentient weapons, right, beyond just the Gatlians. So they're our first gun that's actually kind of a mix of like other little aliens plus actual technology, and they're just hanging out there, just like they actually speak in kind of like a Simlish, like gibberish voice. So you can play through the whole. If you're tired of all the jokes, you can just play through, and they'll talk the whole time in their little gibberish voice, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's a nice break for people who are tired of hearing all the guns talking.
If you're tired of hearing the guns talk, you're playing the wrong game. I don't know.
Thank you. It is what's on sale, right?
That is the charm of this game.
I love it. They're your squad.
Yeah. Like my favorite is hearing is that one YouTuber. Is it Psychic Pebbles?
Yeah, Zach.
Hear with this voice. Hear with this voice.
Oh my God, I love Zach.
It's just amazing to me.
He's amazing. It was actually a big shame that we couldn't find the right character for him for DLC, but Zach is a big part of the future, whether he knows it or not. We want him in all the future stuff.
Yeah, we love his voice.
Yeah.
The good thing about this one too is, we swap guns. You can swap guns and get different lines. But with Knifey, he's always around. Like that's in this DLC, we use him. Like he pops up and talks to you a lot more.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the PS5 port?
Ooh, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah?
It's out right now.
Oh.
Yeah, the internet might have spoiled it a little bit, but the truth is, it is out right now.
Yeah, we wanted to drop a little, just surprise drop of the PS4 version for everybody.
It's freaking amazing. Right here.
Yeah.
This is Comic-Con on IGN Live.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. I got the exclusive.
Just for
You
you.
did, yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
And it's on PS4, too. Double exclusive.
Okay, I got to know this, though, because, I love Knifey. Knifey was one of my favorite weapon/characters in the game. So where in the overall timeline does this take place? And will there be like backflashes to his older life? Before I almost went into like an Australian accent. I apologize. I love Knifey so much. I don't know. That might offend some people. I don't want to do that. Okay, thank you. I should stop doing voices. I am horrible at voices, even my own. This is a terrible voice I'm doing. But
yeah, yours is beautiful.
Yeah. But no. Tell us, where in the timeline does this take place?
So this takes place a few years after the events from the first game. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah. It's very current. It's happening now. There's no flashbacks or anything, and it's very Knifey-centric. He's sort of driving the plot from start to finish.
Yeah, you'll get to see some characters that relate to him, especially near the ending of the DLC. And then, it being 2 years ahead, we actually kind of are using that to make some fun storytelling that you can kind of explore around and find out about what's happened in those 2 years and where some of the characters are, what you've been up to in those 2 years. It's pretty interesting.
I'm super excited to play this. Mikey, Eric, I want to thank you both so much for joining me.
Thanks for having us.
This was freaking phenomenal.
Oh, can I say one thing?
Yeah, of course.
Look at this shirt. IGN store.
This one too.
Look at
this. Got the High on Life merch. IGN, I don't know what the exact URL is.
Get it right now. Get it in our store, the IGN store. The link is going to be in the description right now. Actually, we have mods in the live chat right now. They're going to drop the link to it. Y'all should check it out. Can I get that off your back? No, don't do it. We don't. That's too much skin. Too much skin. But thank you both so much for joining me. Now, the full PS5 trailer is on IGN right now. High on Knife is hitting Xbox and PC this fall. But to hold you off until then, we've got plenty of Comic-Con to stab you with. But like in a fun way, not like in a death way. We're not trying to hurt you or kill you. It's supposed to be fun here. So just stick around. That's in the script.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung here. I'm outside of the Tekken 8 area, and I'm so excited because we're going to be talking to the developers, Katsuhiro Harada and Michael Murray. Let's go inside and see what they can tell us. So, with there now being unique intro dialogue between specific characters before a match begins, do you have any specific favorite pairings or quips between two characters?
So, it's something we've done past series like Tag or, sometimes Tekken 5, but so it kind of depends on the character pairing, what they say, right? So if they have some kind of special relationship, whether, good or bad, then it changes. And Harada said his favorite is Jun and Kazuya.
So how will the new special control type help bring new characters and new players, not only to Tekken, but to fighting games as a whole?
Yeah, the system that you mentioned is brand new for Tekken 8. We had something similar as a predecessor in Tekken 7 where you push a button and you can do certain commands simply, but this is even more evolved this time around. But one of the interesting things is, obviously, like you said, it's good for bringing in new players, which you've noticed they like. But also, even if you're a veteran player, if you're trying to pick up a new character that you're not used to, it's much easier if you're using the special control systems. So it's actually kind of beneficial for a large variety of different players. And so far, it's been a great response to it.
So what kind of feedback have you been getting on the game over the last month since we talked during Summer of Gaming?
First off, we've had many different people playing the game. We have it hands-on here, but other opportunities as well. And it's been out we've announced it, and then people have seen it and had time to play it for a bit now. So we were expecting at some point people get used to it and then give us a variety of feedback. Some of it maybe not positive, so that's how it works, and then we fix it and everything's good. For us, it makes us a bit nervous that the reaction is so overwhelmingly positive. And last time that we talked to IGN, we were just showing the game at an earlier stage, but right now we have the CNT, the closed network test going on in the background, so we were able to get even more feedback from people. So obviously, they're loving the new gameplay mechanics, but also the netcode and the online experience so far is the first time they're trying that.
So you have 16 playable characters here at San Diego Comic-Con.
Today, right?
Yes. So who has been the most popular character so far?
So yeah, we have 16 characters in the playable build. We haven't had a chance to review the play data, so we can't speak from an empirical standpoint, but just being able to see everyone play the game. Kazuya, a lot of people are picking up, King as well. So those are probably the two popular ones so far.
I think you listed some of it, but could you go into detail about some of the changes that you've made since for this closed test that is what people are experiencing right now?
Well, it's not that long since we last talked, so there hasn't been any drastic changes to the gameplay, just fine-tuning, etc. So the biggest difference is probably just the online play, since everyone's seen that for the first time. Although we've been saying it, not many people notice that there is crossplay in the game, and people can try that out, not this week, but when we open it up to the other platforms as well. So that's there. And then people are able to just see the matching and see some of the other elements of the game as well.
Tekken contains some of the most eccentric and stylish characters in modern fighting games. Out of the current roster shown, who is the best dressed in your opinion?
It's tough because all the characters are so unique this time around as well. But especially Lily, because there's a certain designer that he had been kept an eye on for quite some time. And this is the first time that we actually worked with her. Her name's Jasmine, I believe, from New Zealand. We actually asked her to design Lily this time around. And so that's a brand new costume for her based on an artist that he'd been wanting to work with for quite some time. So that's probably his favorite one.
Earlier today, you were on a panel, which I watched, and you guys were fantastic. You were discussing real-life moves and how they're represented in Tekken. So, out of every move in the game, which one do you think hurts the most?
That's a really tough question, but maybe King. Like, all of his throws are pretty dangerous if you're actually going to do them in real life, right? But one thing that's maybe doesn't stand out at first is low kicks. He was saying if, like on the shins or other areas of low kicks, for people who aren't used to it, it hurts quite a bit. Like someone like me who does Muay Thai, you get used to it, but because your shins get harder. But he said that it must really sting if you get a low kick and you're not used to it.
Yeah, those are good answers. For me, I'm just like, I'm good. I won't take any of them. So. Well, thank you so much. This is so fun. Thank you so much for taking us time. Yeah.
My pleasure. IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's What We Do in the Shadows. All new Thursdays on FX, stream on Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers.
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Wrestle Quest is the brand new game from Mega Cat Studios that combines 16-bit classic RPG mechanics with bone-crunching, elbow-dropping wrestling. Here to tell me more is James Deegan, Zach Manko, and Sergeant Slaughter. Hey!
Hello. Morning.
Zach, James, can you guys walk us through the game a little bit? Like, give an audience the tease.
So Wrestle Quest is the world's first turn-based wrestling JRPG. It brings all the larger-than-life spectacle of wrestling characters from the Golden Era to a new world with rich narrative storytelling. Tons of action figures. I want you to think of it more as a Toy Story meets wrestling and like a Lord of the Rings high fantasy world.
Zach, do you have anything to add?
I think only thing to add would be that we really focused on taking that classic JRPG combat formula and then making it more engaging and interesting and fun through adding wrestling elements.
Sergeant Slaughter, can you talk a little bit about how you ended up connected to the game?
Well, it was a fortunate day for me when I was asked to join the forces of Wrestle Quest and put my input in and let them take Sergeant Slaughter places that he'd never been in a wrestling ring or outside the wrestling ring and allow me to train fans to become wrestlers.
You know, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think we would have finished the game if it wasn't for Sarge's constant motivation. It's
true.
Yeah, can you talk more about that a little bit?
It's the instruction. It's really having a drill instructor is the secret sauce for us. Without him, I don't think we would have pushed any code, would have finished any sprites.
Without being called maggot over and over and over again.
A lot of push-ups, push-ups.
Oh, yeah.
I feel more now like a maggot than I ever have.
Right, yeah.
So how does it feel to have a game that celebrates wrestling without being tied to any specific company?
I think that's actually our fantasy. You know, we feel like it's better for the fans, and it is a fan-driven, fan-first dream for us. It's coming true.
Anything to add, Zach?
I think beyond that, it's also about showcasing every side of wrestling, you know, because there's towns themed after certain styles like Lucha Libre or hardcore. So again, it's about showing every spice and flavor the wrestling has to offer.
So let's talk about the roster a little bit. Were there any dream legends that you really wanted to add but just didn't pan out?
You know, I really wanted Zangief to be in the game.
Okay.
That was one of my dreams.
Yeah.
I just feel like having a Zangief versus Sergeant Slaughter cage match is something the fans need to have someday.
Yeah. Zach, how about you?
Battle of the chest hair versus the chin on that one, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So
I look forward to wrestling Andre the Giant again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Sergeant Slaughter, if your character in the game had a power from your specific WWE persona, what would that power be in the game?
Well, my power is motivation. Motivation all the way and the Cobra Clutch. That's the Slaughter Can, the Cobra Clutch has got me where I am today, standing here with you. So that's my motivation. And I'm trying to motivate all the people that not only created the game, but those who want to join in on the game and make it as live as we make it as real life as we can.
Sarge, spare him.
Let him go.
That's all right. It just means I need to do more push-ups.
Motivated and I get
Stop the damn
Gets too
match.
hyped up.
Yeah.
So everything's very rooted in the legends right now, which is obviously thrilling. Do you have any thoughts about bringing in contemporary wrestlers in the future, or do you want to keep it in that legends era?
So we wanted to start there because that's the world that built the wrestling community. That was the beginning of what brought wrestling to the masses.
Mhm.
So we felt it was most suitable to have cities dedicated to these characters
Yeah.
and build them from the ground up. Moving ahead, we hope that Wrestle Quest doesn't just have installations, but it's a franchise we can be more committed to and bring next generation wrestlers all the way to the front.
So you talked a little bit about specific wrestling styles earlier. Is that a mechanic that we see celebrated in the game?
Not only a mechanic, but it's areas you can adventure to as your character. So we have areas like Omachi Machi with strong style wrestling in Japan. And we have really wild areas that are kind of deep down under that I think bring some of that really crazy, larger than life underworld current too. So with the true fantasy, we can do anything we want. You may see Andre pick a ring up and snap it in half.
Yeah.
Like we can kind of create new rules that bring that same spectacle to the next level.
Yeah. So with the fantasy elements, did you just want to play into like the super strength of it all, since that obviously is a very easy key?
You had me at strength.
Strength, yeah. Are there any other like classes, I guess you would say, that play into it?
Character classes, definitely something we can speak to.
Yeah. So in most JRPGs, you have your wizard, your fighter, your thief, things like that. With Wrestle Quest, we want to WrestleFy those, right? So there's certain mechanics that tie back into which of those you have your party take part as, right? So there's, the powerhouse style in wrestling, big, strong guys throwing people out of the ring. You have more of your technicians that are doing, submission holds and locks and things like that. And each of those play mechanically back into your overall strategy in combat. Because again, it's about taking that tried and true turn-based formula that sometimes gets a little bit boring. Sometimes you're just hitting the attack button on autopilot. In Wrestle Quest, you can't really do that. You really have to approach it like it's a wrestling match, reacting to the audience, reacting to your opponent, and mixing up and coming at it with a certain degree of strategy.
So, Sergeant Slaughter, have you played the game yet? What's been your impressions? Are you just really excited to be a part of it?
I've only watched it. I haven't been able to play it yet.
Yeah.
I can't wait to play against my grandson because he's always after me about wanting me to wrestle him. So now we can finally go at it without me having to worry about being too easy on him. And, you can be a legend in this business, but to get into this game, you have to be legendary.
Yeah.
So you just don't do that every day. It's one of those games where you have to be legendary to be in it and become legendary yourself once you become a player.
What made you guys choose the 16-bit style of the game? Did you want to tie it to the classicness of it all, or was there something else?
So Wrestle Quest is all about nostalgia. We wanted the art style, the characters, the storytelling, and the combat to all be inspired by the generation of games that raised us and inspired us to eventually join the games industry and to create MegaCat. So Wrestle Quest is really just the North Star in the end that we've always wanted to see through.
So we're very tied to the Legends characters, obviously. Does that limit you? Or, is there any chance that we could see a female legend come in?
Oh, yeah. So we do have female legends.
Oh, we
have more than one.
All right.
And beyond that, we have a massive roster of characters that are supporting the storytelling in Wrestle Quest that we haven't announced, and we don't want to spoil for players.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Talk about Muchacho Man. Is that it's so delightful.
So I know Muchacho Man personally.
Yeah.
And Zach actually used to room with him.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit about Muchacho?
So Muchacho Man's whole shtick is that he's in constant kayfabe, which those that don't know, that's the idea that wrestling is, always real, nothing scripted. And he has this very innocent relationship with it. He grew up watching his heroes on screen, and that's kind of carried over into his adult life. So his goal is to become like one of these heroes, right, without compromising that innocent relationship he has with it.
He also follows like the journeyman of getting into independent wrestling, working from small local shows, and then growing himself and going to the masses. So it's very relatable for wrestlers and wrestling fans alike.
All right, this has been amazing. Thank you, guys. All right, Wrestle Quest is out on August 8th on PC and consoles. We've got plenty more Comic-Con coverage coming down from the top rope here at IGN, so stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to IGN at Comic-Con 2023. Limited Run Games has been absolutely knocking it out of the park with kick-ass physical editions of classic games, preserving tons of gaming history along the way. But their new game, Arzette, pays homage to a pair of Zelda games that, many of us have spent our whole lives trying to forget. Here to tell me all about it are Seth Fulkerson, Dimitris Giannakis, and Alina Alambegi. Yes. Let's address the obvious here. So this is Arzette, the Jewel of Faramore.
That's right.
Spiritual successor to a pair of infamous Philips CDI games, Zelda games, if there were Mystery Science Theater for video games, this would be good candidates for that. So tell me, what is it that you see in these games that other people don't?
I see a lot of potential in the games. I really think that despite all their flaws, there's definitely a lot that's genuine about them, and I wanted to sort of explore the genuine parts.
So what are those genuine parts then?
It's a really solid action platformer, and I really like the style. I really like the cartoon cutscenes. I think that my game really pays homage to that.
You say your game, yes. Is this pretty much a one-man band?
Yes, me and a team of artists.
And is it true you actually created like a remaster of the original games first? So that was sort of like your training ground?
Right, yeah. That was a fan project I did a couple years ago. Yep.
Any changes that you're making to like the original games to sort of make them more modern, make them more playable?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you want to talk a little more about that?
I mean, I think what we do at LIG is we always try to look at our developers outside of the company to really provide some really cool things. And we actually brought Seth in, and we're publishing Arzette. So we're all big fans of those old CD-ROM-based games from the PC back in those days. So that's kind of what we really like to see.
The games are definitely a snapshot of a very specific time in video game history, the time of multimedia.
Yes.
Tell me, any sort of like challenges in creating this specific art style? Are you sort of like actually trying to, trying to recreate the look of those older Philips CDI games?
Right, yeah. I'd say the cutscenes are like the biggest focus to try to recreate, but we want to pay more of a loving homage. We don't want to recreate it like exactly, We want to get there. We want to give people kind of what they want to see.
Are there connections to the previous game? Are there actually voice actors that worked on the previous games that you've brought in?
Actually, yeah, I was able to get a hold of the legacy talent, a couple of the voice actors and an artist that worked on it. And when I explained the pitch of what I wanted to do, they were totally on board.
That's great. So what, besides you've got your cool art direction, it's an action platformer. What else can people expect from Arzette?
There's quite a few surprises and some nods to fans of those legacy games. I think they'll find a lot to love in there.
So, is Arzette running on the Carbon engine?
No, it's not. It's separate
because
from
it's a new
engine,
game.
But LIG, we are publishing the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's switch gears to talking about the Carbon engine. Sure. This is limited run games engine for emulating, bringing back these old games.
Yep.
That's what it's all about.
Got it. Yeah. It's essentially it's just a development tool that we use internally to bring back old retro games to a modern audience on modern consoles. So, you know, when you talk about emulation, obviously that's something that a lot of people are familiar with, but what we'd like to do is offer a very curated experience with our products. It's all, you know, like I said, we have a lot of quality of life enhancements in there. We have things like trophies, and we support all modern consoles. So essentially, we kind of bring that curated experience to the customer that's already invested in an ecosystem. Like, for example, Nintendo Switch, you already have a Switch, so you know, we make it very, very easy for you to play these old retro games.
And tell us about the game that we're seeing here right now.
So this is Trip World, and this is actually the Trip World DX. So this is, so the backstory about Trip World is, it's an old Sunsoft game from the 90s that came out on the original Game Boy, and it was something that was developed by Sunsoft. Now, we've actually provided the original Trip World, and this is the full-color DX version, which is something that Sunsoft themselves actually worked with us in tandem to get the color palettes the way that they wanted to. So the original developer of Trip World, Ueda-san, actually consulted with us to you know, formulate the color palette that you're seeing in this footage right now. So this is not just you know, like a fan translation color palette type swap. This is actually kind of the real deal here. So we're providing this game with the original Trip World as well in our product.
Are there any other games you can share that we can expect to see getting the carbon engine treatment?
So during our LRG3 announcement last week, we announced Gex Trilogy, which is coming back for the PlayStation 1. That was a crazy one that we were able to make happen. And then Toomba, which is one of my personal favorites as well.
Big fan.
Yeah. We also have Jurassic Park Classic Collection coming out. So yeah, we have some great things coming out.
So recently the Video Game History Foundation released a report that said that 87% of classic games are unavailable in the current market today, and there's all sorts of challenges for sort of porting or bringing back these old games. Is the carbon engine a solution to that?
In some ways it is. I mean, I wouldn't say it's going to solve the entire world's problems when it comes to preservation, but if we can do a small piece providing a physical product of old retro games that are no longer available, or that were never available in this country. For example, again, Trip World is not a game that was ever released in North America. So if we're providing physical products of old retro games, that's definitely, you know, doing good in the preservation community. I'm not saying that it's going to, you know, completely fix everything.
100% of old games are now available.
But it's definitely something that's helping, and we really love it too, of course.
Is there a limit to classic games that it can bring back? Like, can it go through PlayStation 2?
Well, right now we're going as far as PlayStation 1, okay. And we support pretty much most 8 and 16-bit consoles and PS1. The reason, well, as we kind of get more deals and work with more partners, that will determine where we can take the engine, if that makes sense. So as the need arises, we can kind of scale it out if we need to. But right now, we support up to PS1.
Including very niche systems like the Virtual Boy?
No.
Oh, no.
No, we do not.
Well, one of these days. Final question. Are you Brian Altano's twin brother?
I am actually Brian Altano's twin brother.
We knew it. We knew it.
Yeah, he's definitely part of the family.
All right, thank you so much
Thank you
for putting up with us. That was Arzette and the Carbon Engine coming your way soon from Limited Run Games. We've got tons more Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by Immortals of Aveum.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Comic-Con is jam-packed with comics, toys, collectibles, and board games. And if you want to get your hands on an awesome board game, sign up for IGN Rewards because members have a chance to win The Witcher: The Old World from Boxcat Games. Go to IGN.com/rewards through August 5th to sign up for free.
The Creator is a dark sci-fi story about humanity's final fight for survival against artificial intelligence in a world where human expression is a dying breed. So, you know, fantasy stuff that we're definitely not dealing with these days. Here to tell me more about that is the director of The Creator, Gareth Edwards. Hey, thanks so much for joining me.
How you doing? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I kind of want to start off by, if you'll indulge me, paying you a compliment. I think one thing that you're really great at is kind of communicating scale of a big apocalyptic threat. So what did you learn from Rogue One and Godzilla that you carried over to The Creator when it comes to communicating the scale of these giant threats?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. I think the thing I probably learned most from Star Wars was that what Star Wars does so well is it has imagery that is, or ideas that are kind of like ancient past, like mythology and spirituality, and like people describe Star Wars as science fiction, but really, I think a better description is more. It's got more in common with like a biblical epic, or a fantasy film or something. Just happens to have robots and spaceships, and I wanted to make a film where it was like very sort of ancient in some way, like very timeless, with science fiction on top. And to me, traveling is, you know, through my life, the place that does that the most is like Southeast Asia, where you have this sort of strange mix of like Buddhist temples and ancient jungle, overgrown structures and stuff, and a lot of spirituality. And then you have these like mega city sci-fi things that seem like something from the future. And that combination to me is like really exciting. And so like that was basically the setting for where I decided to put The Creator.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. And so I want to talk a little bit about the AI of it all. So obviously in The Creator, it takes the form of a child. So why was that important for you?
Well, actually, spoiler alert, The Creator is not the child.
Oh, heard it here first.
Yeah, The Creator is something else.
Yeah.
Yet to be found out when you watch the movie. But it's I just like the idea of essentially like there's this prediction, like we're gonna have AI, it's gonna feel very real, very human, like we already kind of have it now. There's gonna come a point where AI will be smarter than us. And that's the big hope or fear, whichever way you want to look at it. And in a sense, that's what the child in our movie is. It's the first, everything else in the movie that's AI is kind of copy and paste from a human. They scan people and they kind of print the brain and a copy of them. And that's how they make AI. There's adverts and billboards to donate your likeness. in our world in the movie. And so this is the big fear, that there's going to be an AI that is going to supersede, the intellect of humans and basically rule the world. And so they learn it exists. They've managed to crack it. There it is. And they go over to destroy it. And John David Washington plays the main character that's in this kind of special forces group that has to kill this thing. And then obviously finds it, and it's like a 6-year-old girl. And that's where it all starts to unravel. And it's that whole thing of like, if you could stop World War II by going back in time and killing Hitler, the only problem is a little kid, would you still do it? And if you did do it, are you just as bad as them, and all that sort of stuff? And so essentially, John David's kind of escorting the child through this like futuristic war zone to its execution ultimately, and starts to like grapple with how he starts to question everything he kind of presumed and understood about these people and what's going on, and there's no sort of easy answers.
Yeah. And talking more about, that AI, you've said before that the creator coming out in this kind of moment where AI is such a big conversation that it was almost kind of a fluke.
Yeah.
What do you think that says about the speed with which this technology is evolving?
Even the experts, like you listen to any of the experts, most of them thought it was like 30 years from now that we'd get to this level we're at today. And it surprised everyone. And it's because basically, the process that makes a human brain it's quite a straightforward system, like these neural networks people have heard of. And basically they replicated that in computers. And, unless we're magical, and you believe in religion and stuff, we should be able to replicate it. Whatever's going on in here, we should be able to copy it. And they sort of did. And it was like, oh, hang on a minute. This is not easier, but a lot more straightforward than we thought it was going to be. And this is happening a lot faster. And I don't know what that says about us, but and that's kind of what the movie's about, is like, it's like holding a mirror up, you know what I mean? And going, like, are we special? And to them, we are the creator, like we're God in their opinion, and all those sort of things. And like, it was, I don't know, it's a fascinating subject that I thought was going to be like, basically you have to, when you make a movie, you have to type in a date, you say, that future far off date. And I picked 2070. And like, now I'm thinking I should have picked 2020.
Maybe 2023.
Yeah.
No, it's true though. And I find it really, you kind of touched on this, but you do so much sci-fi. And why is sci-fi such a good avenue to kind of explore human nature?
I think because what you can do in science fiction that you can't do in other genres is you take just one aspect about the world, anything, and you just crank it up to 11. Like you just make it exaggerated. Like what if you could make artificial people, whatever it is. And it allows you then to explore similar stories you've always been very used to, but you sort of see it through this new prism. And I think it's sort of clearer in a weird way because it's an amplified version of reality, and ideas get clearer and it's sort of exaggerated. And so I don't know, it's a way of like exploring things that, like my favorite TV show when I was young was The Twilight Zone. And, like now obviously there's Black Mirror. It's very similar in its approach, is it just allows you to kind of point out the hypocrisy of the way we are, you know what I mean? Like there's something that never truly gets tested because we can just go about our daily lives and not really have to deal with it. And then, but if this was different, it would stare us in the face and go, "You're full of," you know what I mean? Like there's a problem here.
Yeah.
And science fiction allows you to go, "Oh, hang on a minute, what is true? What isn't?"
Yeah.
I really, that's what I like about it.
Yeah. Gareth, thank you so much. The Creator is out this September. IGN has a lot more human-generated content coming up ahead on our Comic-Con live show, so stay tuned right here.
Hello, boys and girls. This is IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con, the #1 place on earth to overdraw your bank account buying plastic trinkets based on things you loved when you were in 3rd grade or you were 40, which have now become large and expensive, just like everything else in your life. Right, Max?
Yeah, that was a depressing way of saying that we're going to play with some fun toys. Look at all the toys.
Look at the
They're
toys.
fun. They're fun toys. The fun toys are here, and we're here to play with them. Give it up up for the toys.
Give it up for the toys.
They cannot hear you. They are dead and plastic, but we love them anyway.
Just like us.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start down here. We've got some brand new Dragon Ball figures.
Yeah.
Max, tell me all about them.
So these are the Comic-Con or the event exclusives from Bandai Namco. These are the SH Fig Arts Dragon Ball Z figures. They make tons and tons of them, but they always do some pretty cool ones for events. I think these are also going to be at New York Comic-Con. They typically make kind of a tour, but the sort of theme this year is iconic scenes from Dragon Ball Z. And you've got this one, which is a sort of awesome 2-pack of Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 form and Goku, his dad, who is dead. Spoilers.
He's dead?
Yeah, he dies. They're fighting they're fighting the cicada from the future that's also a robot, and his dad dies, right?
We got like a Force Ghost situation.
So his father is like, hey son, I think you're doing a great job. Anyway, and then he gives like a magic bean to the robot cicada and heals him, yeah. And then the boy breaks his arm, and then his ghost dad has to come and help him shoot an energy blast and save the Earth. Weird show. Anyway, speaking of questionable fathering, there's also Majin Vegeta, who is another dad from that program, and he becomes super duper evil so he can fight a giant, large, pink genie. And he doesn't win, but eventually they do.
These toys come with some really cool accessories, right? Like this stand here is massive. It's very sharp, and it's got lightning bolts on it.
Yeah, so it's just a big old sort of energy halo. Apparently the Bandai Namco PR people are mad because I keep saying how pointy the toys are. They're real pointy. I don't know what to tell you.
These are really good for dipping and chipping. You can also toss salads with these.
No, I told you that looks like romaine lettuce from the 90s, and I think I'm right. But yeah, the Goku Gohan one is $90. The Vegeta one is $75, and then there's another one here continuing the wonderful tradition of just
falling.
Bad family relations in the Saiyan world. We've got Raditz, who's Goku's brother. He shows up with a big mullet and he kidnaps a toddler, and then the toddler becomes angry and headbutts him as hard as he can in the chest and probably knocks the wind out of him. Maybe breaks his sternum. I don't know.
Now we got some cool stuff going on here. This hairpiece is amazing, but is there? Yeah. So these shoulder pads pop up, which is awesome. I love that. Right on the legs too.
Super articulated. The articulation on these is really kind of the big selling point. They're just. I love how posable they are. It's also, as you can see by all of them that have fallen over, it's kind of a balancing act, but the Raditz and Gohan one comes with this cool stand. And then you've got this little teeny Gohan here who's got his little angry face. These all have alternate hands and like chest pieces and faces and hair and stuff. They're super duper, customizable.
We've got articulation on the hair here, which is special.
I was hoping for more.
Really?
You know? I think it's a big old what do you call it? Tennessee mud flap, like the old.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's what they called me in high school.
Yeah. No, that's a goddamn good mullet. I like that one a lot. A big fan of that.
Tell me about this little chimpanzee boy up here.
Pretty much, yeah. No, that's a little baby Gohan. Lucen he's got the beginnings of a good mullet there, which will grow continually through the Namek saga, and then eventually they cut it, and then he cuts it real. Anyway, no. But yeah, they've been doing these sort of smaller figures a lot. They put out the big, huge Namek dragon, which we have an unboxing up on IGN, but that came with a little teeny tiny Dende who's got they're not really articulated.
You're doing good.
Yeah, thank you. They're not really articulated. A little bit in like the head and I guess his ponytail moves, but he can move his hands around.
Sure.
He's got an alternate face you can swap in and out. But yeah, I don't know. It's such a fun toy line. It's actually like. It's one of those ones where I'm like, I'm gonna get just the androids, and I'm like, oh, I want to get more of these. I want to get just the Dragon Ball ones, and they're.
And these are ranging between $75 and $90, right?
Yeah, so it's 90 for the Goku and Gohan. It is 75 for Vegeta, and then it's 85 for Raditz and Little Gohan.
Now moving on, Max, I've been friends with you for about 14 years, and that entire time I've always said I really want an action figure of your mom, and we finally got one, and I'm really happy about that. Tell me about this toy of your mom.
That doesn't look anything like mine.
This looks exactly like. Exactly.
Put my mom's name on blast.
Her phone number is.
God damn it, Brian.
Tell me about Aunt May.
Okay, so Aunt May here. I feel like this is the animated series appearance. This is a classic, huge fan requested figure. People really just are dying to get a figure of her. They've been really asking for it. But no, this is a 2-pack with Doc Ock, and I love this so much. More recently, Hasbro's been doing. They've been doing like plastic-free packaging, which hasn't been the hugest hit with fans. But one way they've done a really fun thing with it is by making it look like VHS boxes.
Yeah, so these are like the 90s VHS boxes. If you were to buy these episodes on animated form, they would have had movies in there. I need to know why these two specifically are being paired. Why is Aunt May, they look like they just got in an argument here, but are they dating?
They date. There's a comic in the olden days where they go on a date and Peter's like, no! And Aunt May's like, he's perfectly nice. There's also a Batman where the Penguin's aunt is in town and the Penguin and Batman have to pretend to be friends. Comic books are nonsense.
Would your mom ever date a doctor?
I wish.
How about an octopus?
Where are we going with this?
Tell me about Dr. Octopus.
I would happily talk about anything else. So this is actually cool because they've done Dr. Octopus in this scale before, but it drove me crazy because they made the tentacles, but they weren't like they were just solid plastic.
Yeah.
And these ones finally have wire in them, so you can bend them.
They're posable
bending
awesome.
ones.
This is a great toy. So yeah, you'll be able to pose these, bend them around, and stuff like that, which is actually everything you ever wanted from a Doc Ock action.
Pretty much, yeah. Great doctor there. You know, really can just do all kinds of inspecting. You know, if you're getting on in years, you can do the prostate stuff if you need to. You know.
Let's try something here. Let's see. Hello.
Hello. I don't know why he's French.
Can we get a close up on this? Thank you. Comic-Con, baby.
Yeah. I like that he's got the bowl cut and he's got the the Oakleys.
Yeah, he's got the mushroom hair.
Good look. Yeah, really good time there.
I like how just sort of like colorful, cartoony they made these toys. They really went with the animated series.
Yeah, so they've been continuing that theme. They showed off a bunch of new ones that are based on the upcoming X-Men '97 cartoon. Mm-hmm. They have new head sculpts that look so much like the old Saban cartoons, and they also have a newly revealed Peter Parker. And do you remember Smythe?
Yeah,
Alistair Smythe, who's like I think one of the worst designs in all of Spider-Man. He's just like a shirtless dude with a mullet who's got like sort of tentacles on his back. Just a weird look.
This Doc Ock also comes with some extra hands you can pop in, right?
Yeah, he's got regular other human hands. I think it's just a pair of fists.
Okay.
One thing that's cool though is if you do have the other Doc Ock figure and you're a weird pedantic adult man-child like myself and you wish that the other one had cool articulated tentacles, these ones could pop off and pop back on there, which is extremely handy, and I appreciate that.
This set goes for $52. It's the animated series 2-pack. It's out
this
now.
Isn't convention exclusive. It's just we grabbed it on the show floor. Yeah, it's out there now. I think it's
one thing I want to shout out too is that they've been doing a ton of the '90s animated series X-Men stuff too. We should go check that out. They're doing it in similar packaging. I have the kind of the meme Wolverine that comes with the little, he's got his little picture frame that he can look at.
So they did a bunch that were sort of throwback to that, but they gave them kind of like new paint decals to kind of look sort of cell shaded. The new ones they're putting out are full on, like they're new head sculpts. They're like in the new cartoon, Storm has a mohawk and like Bishop has a shorter haircut too, and I want to say Gambit has like more anime hair.
Right.
And they've done fresh head sculpts for all of those, and they've gave them which is super just neon 90s colors that really pop, and they look cool. Those are coming out like later this fall. Like I said, these are out now. I think this is up on Hasbro Pulse, but we have some stuff here that isn't out yet that Hasbro was cool enough to kick to us.
I want to move on over to Star Wars. Star Wars is going hard this year on Ahsoka stuff specifically, which I'm not super crazy about, but it does involve Thrawn, which is awesome. So we have a brand new, it's not even released yet. Thrawn.
No, this isn't out. This is coming out later this fall. This is the vintage collection, so it's in line with the little 4-inch stuff. And this is Thrawn, not based on his Ahsoka appearance, but based on his Rebels look, which is still cool. I mean, honestly, at that scale, it's small enough that it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
But I mean, Thrawn rules. I love Thrawn.
Yeah,
you know,
I think it's safe to say we can expect a more realistic live action version of Thrawn in this scale, and probably a 6-inch scale one too.
Definitely get one down the road. Yeah.
But for now,
in the meantime,
getting one based on a cartoon is really cool, and he's a blue guy, so it's it works no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this one will be $17. Come out later this fall. And then also there's also the 6-inch stuff, the Black Series figures. This is a brand new Sabine based on her, live action debut on Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Again, out this fall, not out quite yet. Hasbro was super cool for handing us brand new toys. Aren't even out yet. But yeah, she's got her blasters. She got her helmet. She got the lightsaber. I'm pretty sure the blade pops off of that, like other Black Series. And,
one thing that I want to point out about these toys that are really cool recently is that they figured out a really smart way to get not only screen accurate looks on the faces because they're doing 3D scanning on the actors, but also to make it so a helmet fits over their head. If you remember the late 70s, early 80s Star Wars Kenner toys, the helmets didn't really look that great, right? They looked gigantic.
Yeah, no, they've done a pretty good job finding that kind of sweet spot. I feel like they've kind of thought ahead with designing Mandalorian helmets and not making them get too, they have to fit. They got to look right. But yeah, these are great. They had a bunch of other new Star Wars stuff shown off on the show floor. I think we have a video up about that. Finally, G.I. Joe Classified Series is sort of the G.I. Joe Real American Hero equivalent of Star Wars Black Series or Marvel Legends. But I think it's maybe the best one that Hasbro puts out. I'm not quite as into G.I. Joe as I am into Marvel and Star Wars, but these just on a sheer toys to play with feel. They're just like they're really well articulated. The accessories are awesome.
Yeah, it comes with just tons of stuff in the box. Now those flip flops come off.
Yeah, no, all of this comes off. His little scuba gear pops off. This is Torpedo, who is if you can't tell,
his name is actually Edward Torpedo.
Edward Torpedo.
That's not a joke. It says that on the box.
From the makers of Scuba Steve and Diver Dan, it's Edward Torpedo. But yeah, his flippers come off. He's got a little knife holster in case moray eels approach him and he wants to steal their wallets.
Yeah, if we take a look at the box here, you can actually see some eels are popping out of the pipes there. There's the toilet problems, and he's on the job. He's
well, if you know, eels are the snakes of the water, and the cobra is the snake of the land, and the G.I. Joe is there to fight the cobra, so get to fight those eels. I hate eels, can't stand them. Yeah, this one's out now. I don't know. I think I might start getting more G.I. Joe figures because everything's going great in my life.
I agree.
But yeah, huge thanks to Hasbro and Bandai Namco for hooking us up with these. It's always nice to get to play with some toys at Comic-Con.
That's right. We've got tons of toy coverage on IGN. We've got tons of Comic-Con coverage on IGN, and we're going to be little kids and play with toys for the rest of our lives, and we hope you do too.
Cannonball!
Thank you for watching, and stick with IGN for all things Comic-Con. Mwah.
Mech Cadets is the upcoming animated series that pairs teenagers with kick-ass robomechs in the fight against evil alien invaders from space. So, typical high school stuff. Let's take a look at an exclusive clip of Mech Cadets.
Jeez, Olivia, you almost gave me a heart attack. Did you see that? What's going on?
I don't know. Let's wake the others.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con. The Last Ronin was one of the darkest and most powerful takes on Ninja Turtles ever made. But turns out, The Last Ronin wasn't actually The Last Ronin after all. Here to tell me all about The Last Ronin 2 Re-Evolution are Kevin Eastman, Tom Waltz, and Ben Bishop. Cowabunga, boys!
Cowabunga, for sure.
Says it all.
This is so exciting. Yeah, it did feel like The Last Ronin was the last Ninja Turtle story, but turns out that's not the case. What is The Last Ronin 2 Re-Evolution?
Well, what was interesting was Tom and I embarked on creating The Last Ronin and The Last Ronin universe. It was based on an idea that Peter and I had back in '87. We reached issue 100 of the IDW Turtle Universe series, and we wanted to go someplace we hadn't been with the Turtles before. So we adapted that story, created this place, and as we entered that playground and hung out there for a while, we said we want to stay here for a bit longer.
Yep.
So we did this wonderful tease at the end where we showed 4 turtles in a terrarium and said nothing else.
Yeah.
And that was where the spark, and we said, we'll see what the response is and see if we can go back there and play. And the response has been overwhelming. So we get to go back in, create these 4 new turtles in this Last Ronin universe set slightly in the future. And it's just been intensely a blast.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been crazy.
Absolutely. Okay, so yeah, for those at home who maybe haven't read The Last Ronin, but you really, really should.
Yeah.
It's you know, there's one last turtle. All the others have been killed. He's going on a mission for revenge.
Yes.
I won't maybe spoil it. Maybe you guys can spoil it. I will not be responsible for this. But by the end, you know, let's just say that mission is complete, and we're left with these 4 turtles. And now we're gonna get to meet those turtles. Who are these 4 new turtles?
The 4 new turtles are named Odin, Moja, Yi, and who am I forgetting?
Uno.
And here's the thing. So we've had a series in between what we're calling kind of like our Rogue One kind of story where we're filling some blanks leading into Re-Evolution.
It's a prequel sequel.
And so all the prequel, sequel, prequel. Yeah. So what it did was it kind of filled in some of the blanks of Mikey's story. Sorry.
It's okay. Go for it. I just didn't want to be the one.
Yeah.
It's fine because it's your comic.
This was my turn. We've all spoiled it somewhere.
Yeah.
So the Last Ronin's, you know, his mission to seek revenge, we had some stuff that we just alluded to in the main book that we kind of filled in those blanks, but at the same time use that opportunity to kind of show the little turtles grow up. And we have an issue coming out here pretty soon, and it'll explain why they're named what they're named. And so each name means number 1, and there's a reason for it. Okay.
No. Okay.
and
I'll spill it.
Well, I'm gonna tell.
I like how Kevin tells the story. Let Kevin tell the story.
You know, when you named the original turtles, Leo, Michael, Don, and Rafi, it was all named after Renaissance artists. And for this one, we were like racking our brains forever of what are we going to call these new turtles?
What?
I'm glad we're having here.
I'm going to send you an art history book.
And, so with these guys, the new turtles, we said we went through this whole list, and you know, friends through ideas, and then Tom one day said, "I'd like to call one of them number 1."
Right.
Kind of like, you know, Star Trek, kind of like number 1, engage. And we were like, and I just fell in love with that idea. And I said, you know, because it's trained by Casey Marie, the daughter of Casey Jones and April. We said to her, they'd be number 1 in her heart.
Yeah.
So she named them all after number. They're all named number 1.
They're all
in
equal.
different languages.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like one team, one family, even though they're 4.
Yeah,
But in the idea for me that came, I was in the Marines for many years, and when you first join the Marines and you're in boot camp, you're not a name, you're a recruit. And you have to earn the title Marine, you have to earn your rank. And we felt like in this case, they would have to, Casey would kind of approach it that way, that I'm training you and I don't want any individuals, we're becoming a team, but over time, and what we've been having a lot of fun with is creating these new personalities and showing their individual traits.
Wow.
And then he designed them.
Yeah. Well, this amazing shirt that you're wearing.
Oh, thanks.
Ben.
Yeah, it's a bootleg.
You make that? But yeah, please tell us all about the designs and how you came up with the look for these 4 new turtles.
Yeah, so I got the call from Kevin one day long ago in Last Ronin that I was going to get to kill all my heroes, the turtles. And then I got a call.
Yes!
Yeah, and I was like, okay, it sounds great. What an honor. And so then later I got another call after Last Ronin that I was going to get to help design and create the new turtles. And so that was amazing. And I got right to work. Ended up designing 12 different teenage versions and 12 different baby versions. So we have a handful of turtle rejects that you might see one day. But, but these are the 4 that made the cut. They made the rounds to all the people who are making turtles, and everybody picked their favorites. And that's where we are.
Similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Our favorites, we lean towards our favorites.
Yeah, we all
quickly.
picked a few of the same.
And it's funny, that's probably something to explain here is like, even with the names, you can overthink things, but the universe rules, and the universe tells you that sometimes the most obvious, the thing that's right in front of you at the beginning is the thing. And so the designs, the names, everything, it all came together quickly once we just let it happen.
Because we were so excited about it. Like, just talking about it, I just ran back and started drawing. And,
Okay.
and then Don was like, that gives me this idea.
There's one turtle who's got sort of like a, I don't know, they almost look like undead. They're sort of color palette, and there's like magic or portals or something, or what's going on there?
Well, you know, one of the great parts about Ben's designs when he started showing us the images was creating these not only very distinctive colorations, because the original Turtles, you could tell them apart by their different colored masks. But with this, it was the size, the silhouette, different.
The main agenda was just make them different with or without masks,
Right.
because didn't know what you were going to do yet. And then we started talking about markings and different sizes and shells, and everybody wants to know what kind of species they are. And it's and it's kind of, it's not specific. You know, Kevin sent me this pile of imagery of all these different turtles, and we took some from here and some from there, and they're mutants. They can be anything.
So, but where we go from here?
Yeah.
No spoilers now.
No spoilers?
No.
Last Ronin 2?
Last Ronin 2. Yeah, that was the inspiration for what we announced today. Was it's called The Last Ronin 2 Re-Evolution, which is the original Turtles. When you think back of how they were born, it was an accident where ooze fell down in the sewer, exposed all four of these turtles stuck in this terrarium and this rat in the city. So they were born out of all that sort of happy accident, sludge and comic book science and all that. And this version, they were very specifically engineered through the original ooze. As well as Michelangelo's blood. So they were geared towards a specific type of mutation and more carefully, more scientific.
Yes.
Yeah, makes a lot more sense. Yeah,
but so Re-Evolution is the name of them. So that's how we're gonna bring them to full fruition. I guess.
We're gonna keep watching them grow. Yeah.
So what's the conflict? Like, who's the antagonist? What are these turtles? Who are they gonna go after? Who are they gonna fight?
It's again, without trying to give away too many spoilers. There's because the story takes place about 25 years into the future of when Last Ronin took place, which was in 2045. So it's still a bit in the future. So we have some of the original elements, which is the threatening Foot Clan and some of those, but there's a whole other cast of villains, antagonists, different kinds of characters that we want to bring to life in this universe to expand that universe.
And you take down the big bad, there leaves a power vacuum.
Yeah.
And so other big bads want to fill that vacuum, and so in our story, they're training to be ninja, but the purpose is just in case we need you to be ninja.
Yeah.
And in Re-Evolution, they find out we need you to be ninja.
And something that's really important that you guys haven't really said is that the original Turtles are still like a big part of the story.
Yeah, always.
Yeah,
because
so
their history, their background, these turtles are raised to respect. The turtles they're basically based upon.
Right.
Yeah,
The legacy.
They're legends to them, and they want to live up to that.
Oh my gosh, that's so
Carry the
exciting.
torch.
I could talk about
Turtle
this with y'all
torch.
all day. I want to know more and more and more, but we are out of time. But thank you so much for sharing.
you.
We'll be so excited for this. Cannot wait.
Yeah.
We still got a bit to wait for The Last Ronin 2, so just go read the first one again if you haven't, because it is phenomenal. We've got lots more at Comic-Con ahead right here on IGN Live, so don't go anywhere. Let's send them out with another ooh.
Kind of rolled off the tongue.
I really like it, yeah.
Good.
Welcome back to IGN Live at Comic-Con. Now, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem is a bold new take on New York City's most beloved mutant reptiles, rats, and rapscallions. Here to tell us all about it is the movie's director, Jeff Rowe. Hi, Jeff.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for having me here.
I don't know. I want to approach the interview from two different angles. One is like the adult journalist version, and the other is the 5-year-old that's ecstatic that they're making a new Ninja Turtles movie. So I guess that leads into my first question. It feels like there's been a Ninja Turtles reboot sort of every decade or so, and each one of those has connected with different audiences. Everyone has grown up with their own version of the Turtles, which is awesome. When working on this film, were there different elements that you plucked from different eras of Turtles, or was like one dominant one that inspired everything?
The dominant one, I think for me, was really 87 TV series, the first 2 live-action movies, especially Secret of the Ooze, and the toys. Like, that's, I'm 37. I was born in 86, so, like, that was, like, just mainlined into my brain as a child, and it was really formative for me. And our production designer, Yashar Kasai, like, has that same love, and artistically, visually, like, that's what we wanted to evoke and preserve and lean into.
Yeah, you're speaking my language. I just check yes to all the things you just said. But listen, I mean, Turtles have had so many different, mutations, iterations, generations, whatever you want to call it. And this is one of the first times they're all actually played by teenagers.
Yeah.
Was there any kind of like a generational gaps in terms of like
pop culture references, their point of references.
100%. Yeah. No, I mean, I think we started in a place where, Seth and I wrote a bunch of lines that were like, this is how a teenager talks, right? This is how they relate based on our experience being teenagers. And then the kids would say it, and it would just feel alien coming out of their mouths. And we did this thing that is not really done in animation, where we recorded them all together at the same time, talking over each other, interjecting each other, making fun of each other. It's a nightmare for sound. Everybody wanted to kill us in post, but we did it, and so much of the life and banter and what makes it feel so natural just comes from them riffing with each other. And then we'd say, like, we're trying to say this in the story. How would you say that? Like, how would you actually have this conversation? And we would record them. We would record in between takes and listen to them just talk about what YouTube videos they like. And it was, they kind of wrote their own references.
That's incredible. I think there's nothing more awkward than just like being a grown-up and trying to predict a child or a teen.
In the parlance of the kids, it's cringe.
Yes. Yeah. So you mentioned a bunch of classic Ninja Turtle movies that I loved as a kid. I think I knew right out the gate that outside of like the Shredder and the Foot Soldiers, they were missing that rogues gallery of weird, bizarre, toyetic mutants. This movie fixes that. Like, how important was that? Like, there are so many awesome villains in this movie, and the second I started seeing the character posters pop up, I'm like, they're doing it. They're getting everything right.
It was actually not part of the plan initially. You know, we were like, oh, we'll have Bebop and Rocksteady, and then our character designer Woodrow White did this painting of them, and I'm like, these look so cool. Can you draw like Raphael for me, like more as a fan, like, and then he would do a sketch of that. Like, I'd pretend it was going to be in the movie, but he would do such a good job, and the design would look so cool. I would show these things to Seth, and he'd be like, I think we have to put this in the movie now. Remember, and then we would just start remembering toys. We would remember like Mondo Gecko and how he had like a roller skate on his tail, and we're like, that was such a funny, cool detail. Let's put that character in the movie.
God, that's awesome.
Are there any specific toy call-outs that are going to just really specifically appeal to toy nerds?
I mean, I think the Mondo Gecko roller skate is there, and we're proud of that. Scumbug, it's hard to see it, but her brain is exposed like it is in the toys. There's a lot of little things from those designs that we used.
Now, one thing you're not doing that has been a staple for every Turtle story pretty much ever is the Shredder.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, awesome to see you pull away from that and just go, hey, well, we have so many other, no pun intended, like toys to play with here. What kind of informed that decision to get away from the most iconic villain of the series and focus on some of the others?
It's a couple things. It's Shredder is a big character and takes up a lot of room in the story, and is such a potent spice that when you have him in the movie, it just becomes all about that. And we had to do some place setting with the characters and like reintroduce audiences to them in this version of the Turtles. And Shredder is also an adult, and he's a human, and having a villain that was a mutant and more similar to the Turtles in their backstory felt important, and we got that with Superfly.
All right. Now let's talk about the casting, because you've got just a ridiculously stacked voice cast here. I mean, you've got Jackie Chan as Splinter. You've got Ice Cube playing Superfly.
Who knew? Yeah.
Freaking Rose Byrne is Leatherhead.
Yeah,
what?
Yeah.
Was there anybody that you got on the phone or got in the casting process who was like either just, I guess, what were their reactions? Were there any that kind of jumped out at you?
No, I mean, like Ice Cube, we had no idea what to expect, if he was going to want to do it, if he was just taking the call with us to be polite to Seth. But we we're like, okay, the character's name is Superfly, and he kind of like laughs and nods, and then we show him the character design, and then he's like, and we're like, I think we got him. I think Ice Cube's gonna say yes. He seems to like this. And Jackie Chan is like, he's an icon. I adore him. I adore his films. He's so funny, and no one does action comedy like he does. And he's also just like a really wonderful performer. And we're like, he's like one of the biggest celebrities in the world. He's not gonna say yes to this. And then he did, and we would record him at 6 a.m. Our time, because he was in Beijing, and we would like drag drag ourselves out of bed, like, what do we got to talk to Jackie Chan. And then we would leave those sessions like screaming. We were so hyped up, just like, that was amazing. He's so funny. Can you believe that? We just talked to Jackie Chan for an hour. My voice gets really high when I'm excited.
The recent clip that the studio just released about the turtle, where the turtles call him Dad, is just like the most adorable thing to me.
Oh yeah, thank you. We really wanted to ground the movie emotionally. Like, I think that's a thing that's been underexplored in some of the films of the past. It's just like there's such an interesting family dynamic there. Like, Splinter is a surrogate father. He found them. They're not necessarily biologically related. Like, he's a single dad raising 4 brothers, and that's an emotional story.
New York City has always been the quintessential backdrop for these characters. Tell me a bit about the version of New York we're getting here.
This one, it was really important to us to make it realistic. So many depictions of New York in the late 80s, early 90s in the Ninja Turtles movies and Batman movies is moody, noir, gritty. And there's some of that here, but really we needed it to feel so authentically human that you would relate to the Turtles aspiring to be in it and want to go out into the world. And it meant being really grounded so that the audience could emotionally invest in the characters.
Awesome. Jeff, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cannot wait for this movie. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem is in theaters on August 2nd. Pizza is available at your local pizza joint right now, so go support that. Toppings not included. We've got lots more weird combination of things you love right here on IGN Live at Comic-Con, so stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by Immortals of Aveum.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN 1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Oh, hello there. Star Wars Outlaws is Ubisoft's gigantic new open-world Star Wars game that we haven't been able to stop thinking about ever since its reveal last month. Here to break it all down for us is Naveed Kavari, Matt Martin, and Julian Garrity. Hi, guys. Okay, so we're obsessed with this game. Our audience is obsessed with this game. We can't get enough of this game. I'm delighted that we're getting more of this game because usually, like, we find out about something and then it goes into hibernation for like 6 months or a year. But you're actually talking about some new stuff this weekend, specifically New Planet.
Yeah, it's actually a new moon, Tashara, that we've crafted together with Lucasfilm Games, and it's really exciting. It's inspired by the Eastern Africa savanna, and we sort of took this approach where you would have a thriving, bustling underworld capital city, but also these wide open plains that you could just hop in your speeder and take off down.
Can you tell us a little bit about the speeder? Because I feel like it looks like a swoop. Is it a swoop?
What's a swoop?
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah.
I'm technically a speeder. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm afraid that it isn't a swoop. It's a speeder. And we created it because of planets like Tashara, moons like Tashara. There isn't just this, bustling city. In Tashara's case, it's called Miragana, but there's all the wilderness outside where the player and Kay, driven by their objectives but distracted by their curiosity, can go and explore. But those distances are fairly vast, so to make them fun, accessible, to grow access for the player, we came up with a speeder. And the inspiration wasn't a swoop, wasn't a chopper, wasn't a hot rod.
You can give him hell, it's fine. Keep beating up on him.
12 minutes. It wasn't anything that had previously been done in Star Wars. It was motocross. And motocross in the sense of making the travel really fun, thrilling, full of tricks, speed, chases, that type of thing. So we had just an unbelievable time creating the actual physical object. And it's something that has been built for Comic-Con as well. So I'm looking forward to bringing that one home.
I know. Somebody was just driving it in front of our studio yesterday. It's amazing work. Incredibly well done. Is this something we'll be able to sort of customize a bit, change the colors or the look a little bit? Can I put stickers on it like I would if I owned one in real life?
Don't know about stickers, but there will be some personalization.
Awesome.
Now, talking about the landscape, it is very savanna-like, but there are these sort of big red outcroppings. There's a lot of kind of almost crystalline-looking stuff. Can you tell us about that a little bit?
So I think this comes down to, Massive and the other partner studios at Ubisoft working very closely with Lucasfilm Games on building a planet or a moon that feels like it's Star Wars, that feels familiar but fresh. So we start off with a biome, in this case, East African biomes as an inspiration, and then you put a twist on it to make it feel a little bit alien. If you think of the first shots, maybe not the first shots, but the first shots of Tatooine.
Right.
Beautiful desert, recognizable architecture, but two suns. For us, it's having this huge mountain and carved into it, into the amberine of the mountain, the crystalline substance, is a city. And these outcroppings of orange, very reflective material, that's what brings the really alien nature to it. Familiar but fresh.
I love it.
Yeah, when we're working on any sort of thing in the Star Wars world, at Lucasfilm, we have what we call the 80-20 rule, where it's 80% familiar, 20% alien,
right.
20% fantastical. And I think Tashara is a great example of that, where it does have that grounded Star Wars feel, where you could, we could go to East Africa and shoot it if this was a live action thing. But then you have the amberine or the big mound city that bring in that 20% fantasy.
It's awesome. Now, Matt, you're integral to the story group at Star Wars, and I know that involves working with teams like these guys, and they come to you with questions, and some of those questions are probably like, hey, we have this character we want to use. Is he busy that day? Like, what's he doing in Star Wars between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi? This timeline specifically makes me really excited because this is a timeline we haven't really seen be explored in Star Wars games or really Star Wars media since Shadows of the Empire, which is obviously not necessarily canon anymore. But but there's a lot of stuff in that sandbox that could carry over. So tell me a little bit about that communication process between them. Like, how often do you have to say yes, no? Like, what does that collaboration look like?
It's rarely just no.
Okay.
We do try to really partner closely with everybody that we work with and find a way to get what it is that they're going for. And working with Massive has been amazing because they're coming to the table with already great ideas, some really deep cuts that I was shocked to see. Like the sort of things where it's brought up in a room and I'm like, I'm the only one that's going to get this.
Sometimes we test just to see.
Right.
Yeah.
And I love it because it's clear that the team cares that much. And so it's a really great, we're in meetings every week. Sometimes it's talking about the nitty gritty, the details exactly like you're getting at. And, I think it's that level of authenticity and care that's going to make this feel really special, especially as an open world game where you as a player can go explore whatever you want and see whatever you want, and we will have had to think of what's there.
Right.
And that's what's great about working with Lucasfilm Games and folks like Matt is that, even just last week we were doing motion capture and we had a moment where we're like, we need some Huttese fast for a character who will remain nameless.
God, I wonder who he is.
But we huddled together with them and, crafted something that worked. And so that's what Star Wars is all about, is all the little details, feeling as authentic and lived in as possible.
Awesome.
Now, speaking of the sort of 80-20 familiarity, the kind of most recent game of this scale in the Star Wars galaxy is, the Jedi games, which have a lot of runway because they're set in the dark times. There's a lot of kind of buffer there where it hasn't been explored much story-wise. This is a little bit cozier because it's jammed between two movies in the original trilogy. I guess, Matt, you could probably speak to this a bit, but the rest of you guys in general, like, how do you keep from running into too many old familiar friends? Like, how do you, have familiar, like we see Jabba, we see Han in the trailer. That's Han, right?
That decoration on the wall?
Yeah, I don't know, it could be some other guy,
That's the ornate wall art. Yeah, it's one of your favorite heroes. Yes, he's there.
Yeah, I guess how do we keep this from being just sort of too samey, but with the familiar stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it is something that we always do have to pay attention to because you don't want it to feel. Star Wars is a big galaxy. You don't want it to feel too small galaxy. But what's nice is that we're telling a scoundrel story in this era, so we haven't quite seen that, at least on screen, in that era before. So we get to see sort of the underworld really brought to the forefront, which is, it's there in the films. It's critical in the films, but it's more of a background element where, when we're working on a game like this, we get to take somebody like Kay Vess, who's a brand new character created just for this game, and experience her story with sort of a familiar backdrop as far as the era goes.
We actually found that to be a bit of an advantage. It might sound funny, but the fact that there's been so much written about the Empire and the Rebellion during that period, we were just talking about this, it really came organically that this is when the syndicates and the underworld are thriving. Right. And so there is so much story to tell there, and to have a character like Kay, who's, not a Jedi, not a Sith or anything like that. She is a thief who's just trying to get by, to step into the underworld and navigate her reputation with these syndicates. There's so much to tell.
That's like my favorite part of Star Wars is the seedy underbelly, the drug dealers and the criminals and weird ugly puppet.
Game for you.
Oh, awesome. So I actually didn't think I could be more excited for this game, Naveed, and then you walked in the room today and I recognized you and I'm like, oh, I've actually, I've talked to you, we've interviewed for every Star Wars, Far Cry game, for the last 5 or 6 years. I adore Far Cry. I love that franchise. And I was like, oh, so we've got a little more Far Cry in here than I thought. So tell me a little bit about what you're bringing to the table specifically from your history in those games and how much of that is making it into here.
Well, I think just what we really focus on, especially, at Massive, and I'm sure Julian can speak to this as well, is, we build an open world from the ground up, but from a place of character. And I think that was such an important goal for us, is that, when you look at our open worlds at Ubisoft, you have to really get into all the layers that will create that world. So demographics, politics, the characters you're going to run into, in Tashara's case, having Imperials and syndicates trading and being, having some corruption, all those layers. We work so hard with the world team to research and the narrative teams to factor in, so that when you approach this game, you really are stepping into Star Wars. And the wonderful thing is that every conversation we have, whether it's about a biome or whether it's about a character or an activity or an artifact, it always comes from a place of character. This might be Kay seeing this for the first time. How would she react to it? So, yeah.
Now, I'm curious about the sort of interaction of the syndicates and the Empire, because they both kind of have their own turf. They clearly have some interaction. We've seen that, sort of Kay has a reputation with the syndicates. Obviously, if she, pisses off the Imperials, drop troops come in.
Yeah.
Will the syndicate and the Empire wind up bumping into each other at all?
So that's a great point, and it's something that we're super, super proud of, because every single one of the locations that we decided upon presence of the Empire, 1, and presence of the syndicates, 2. So that both the wanted system and the reputation system for the player really clicked. And the reputation system is you, as Kay, building positive or negative reputations with the different criminal syndicates. And the better reputation you have, the better jobs you'll get, the better prices you'll get in their stores, you'll get more access to their faction territories. But if that relationship goes sour, they're going to send people after you. So, it's all about playing the syndicates off one another, making choices, dilemmas in terms of how you hand in a quest, that type of thing. So, at the end of the game, every player will have a different profile in terms of their adventure through the reputation and the high stakes of the scoundrel lifestyle with the syndicates.
God, I'm so excited. Selfishly, I could sit up here all day and talk to you guys, but also selfishly, I want you to finish your game at some point. So, thank you all so much for coming today. Star Wars Outlaws comes to PC and current-gen consoles next year. If you couldn't tell from the absolute joy and delight on our faces for the last few minutes, we cannot wait for it. In the meantime, we have so much Comic-Con ahead here on IGN, so stick around because we'll be right back after this, and may the Force be with you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Guys, Comic-Con is going by so fast, just like Sonic here. And speaking of fast things, Porsche is celebrating its 75th anniversary by teaming up with Xbox to create a custom line of limited edition Xbox Series X consoles, which you can have a chance to win if you sign up for IGN Rewards. That's on IGN.com/rewards through October 1st. Sign up, it's free.
A long time ago, in a pop culture landscape far, far removed from the current one, a little film franchise known as Star Wars revolutionized the way movies are made. But those two big yellow words haven't flown across the silver screen since 2019, and if you ask the next time we'll be in a packed theater cheering for an opening crawl briefing us on the state of galactic politics, I am the Senate, the answer is a definitive,
Well, I hope it doesn't take too long. I have work to do.
But don't worry, there's still plenty of new Star Wars for fans to jump into.
I can bring you in warm, or I can bring you in cold.
Between Disney Plus streaming series like The Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and/or Andor, plus video games like Jedi Survivor and Star Wars Outlaws, the present and future of Star Wars now seems a lot less reliant on big screen adventures than ever before. This begs the question, does Star Wars even need movies in the year 2023? BBY?
Well, let's find out.
Don't get me wrong, when the next Star Wars movie eventually comes out, I will be there, first in line, opening night, with my Jedi cloak and lightsaber, assuming one of the theater employees doesn't confiscate it.
R2, let him have it. R2!
But all of the currently announced Star Wars movie projects are at least a couple of years off, assuming they actually get made. However, since there's so much other Star Wars stuff going on, maybe that wait won't be so bad.
You're sweating. Relax. Take a deep breath.
Let's review for a sec. Here are the Star Wars films that have been announced and are somewhere in the development process.
This is where the fun begins.
First, going way back in time to Star Wars Old Republic era, possibly earlier, Indiana Jones 5 director James Mangold is helming a movie set more than 25,000 years before Luke Skywalker missed his chance to head down to Tashi Station and pick up those power converters. Next, Dave Filoni is working on a movie capping off the New Republic era. This is the story told across The Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and the Book of Boba Fett, involving all of those characters and all that sweet, sweet custom Beskar. 50 New Republic credits says that they titled this one Heir to the Empire for all the Thrawn reasons. And lastly, our first confirmed sequel to the sequel trilogy, Daisy Ridley is set to return as Rey Skywalker 15 years after the rise of Skywalker, where she'll presumably be picking up where Luke left off, rebuilding the Jedi Order. She'll have her work cut out for her, but Academy Award-winning director Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy is set to direct. Will Daisy Ridley actually be 15 years older by the time this hits theaters? We will have to wait and see. Bear in mind, these are just the movies that Lucasfilm has publicly announced in recent memory. There are others in various stages of development hell that were originally announced and then for one reason or another haven't come to pass. Patty Jenkins' Rogue Squadron film, for example, or Taika Waititi's untitled Star Wars movie, both examples of projects that were announced by Disney/Lucasfilm, which haven't even made it into production. All of these film projects seem a very long way off, assuming they make it to the finish line. But is that even a big deal with all the new Star Wars we're getting every single year now? Does Star Wars need movies to survive?
Tell us now!
Hello there. Let's talk Star Wars. I'm Max Scoville, and joining me now are IGN's very own Joshua Yale, Kim Horcher, and Brian Altano.
I'm clapping for myself.
All right.
That's us. Yeah, that's us.
I didn't want to just get too excited or anything, but I mean, after all, there's not really a Star Wars movie coming out for a cool minute. There's a bunch of cool stuff going on with the games and the shows and the comics, but like the movies are kind of up in the air right now, and it's sort of been like that for a minute. How do we feel about this, Joshua?
Well, Episode 9 hurt me very deeply, so I'm fine that they're taking their time to maybe wait until they can get things right, and then in the meantime, we just enjoy all the cool, fun stuff like shows and games and books.
Mm-hmm. Kim?
I don't think the movies are necessarily the problem. It's more of a direction thing. Like blaming the medium of movies? Come on.
They have been a huge problem in the past, though.
The whole medium?
Yeah.
So, okay, the thing is that they've announced like 40 Star Wars movies and then canceled like 38 of them and then announced 6 more. And so it's not that we don't have movies, it's that they keep announcing titles or directors or ideas or themes or concepts and then ripping them out and then doing it all over again. That's been like 5 years now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there was I think, The Force Awakens was very special. Like the sequel trilogy has its, it has its highs and lows, but like for the most part, like it really did reinvigorate a lot of fans, and it really got a lot of people excited about it. And then I feel like the Star Wars movies sort of wore out their welcome. Like they were trying to treat it like Marvel, and they were just kind of hitting us over the head with things. That said, like I think the shows have found like a really interesting spot, and I feel like we are getting a lot of bases covered in that department. But it does feel like there's something missing. There's something special about Star Wars movies. Star Wars has always been, movies first. That said, there have also been kind of special times in Star Wars fandom, like say the mid-90s, when there were no movies in sight, and the comics and games and books were all going completely bonkers, and it was great. And I feel like you kind of need to let things cool off and let the demand for movies to build back up again.
Yeah, I feel like a Star Wars movie needs to feel special. And when they started just, turning them into a machine quite like the Marvel machine, it kind of lost its luster. I remember we got The Last Jedi, then like 6 months later, Solo, and that just felt so wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like
getting Star Wars movies like every Christmas, and then we got one in May?
Yeah.
And I know the prequels like launched in May, right? Like that was actually a Star Wars thing for a while. I think the original movies too. They weren't really historically Christmas movies, but once we went from one of them around Christmas time and then 5 or 6 months later we're back in theaters and it was Solo, and you're like, Solo, pretty good, And then that was I thought it had some cool stuff in it.
It wasn't my favorite, but we were talking before about how we all felt when The Force Awakens first trailer came out.
Yes.
I cried. You cried.
I cried.
You cried.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what you did.
I had a tiny little mist.
Just
a single
humidity fogging up your glasses. But it meant so much because we had gone so long with nothing.
Yeah.
And it brought back the feelings, the joy, the hopefulness, the good parts of Star Wars in that trailer, and then we didn't feel that way again after.
There's also so much of Star Wars that banks on wonder. And I think that trailer had that. It had all of this stuff that we hadn't seen before mixed with stuff that we had. And like your first shot in that trailer is Finn taking off his helmet, right? And you're like, wait, or he stands up and you're like, that's a stormtrooper. What? So is it about him? Is he a hero? Like there was a lot of mystery and wonder there, and I love that about that. And then we got more and more and more and more and more, and it just felt more and more familiar. And I think that surprise and that mystery element was gone. And I want that back. You know, I want that part where I'm like tearing up, but I'm also just like, what is happening here?
I mean, have you gone back and watched the trailer for The Phantom Menace, the very first one? Because it has that same like, what is any of this? And like, obviously, there's mixed reactions to that one. I've made my peace with it, but there's something like you want to have that. You want to have that wonder. You want it to be an alien galaxy. You want it to be far away. And it's. I guess I have sort of mixed feelings about the idea of the shows and the movies kind of crossing paths and bleeding into each other. And right now, Dave Filoni has been slowly sort of building out the post-Jedi New Republic era between, Mando, and then it's going to be tackling stuff in Ahsoka. And theoretically, that's leading up to a big movie crossover. That sounds like it's kind of be his sort of Star Wars Avengers. And I have I don't know how I feel about that. Like,
really?
Are you excited about that?
I'm super into that because I think Star Wars is such a big universe, and there are all these different kinds of stories you can tell, like the story of a bounty hunter finding a green child, and like a Jedi, essentially like a Ronin Jedi, and so you can tell all these different stories and then bring them together for like a blockbuster action movie with the budget to really do that kind of story justice. I think that sounds super exciting to me. That particular project has just like been a part of the. It feels like the big conclusion to all of the Star Wars storytelling that's been going on, like for many, many years, through the Clone Wars and Rebels, and Dave Filoni has been sort of telling this ongoing story through these different projects, and now he's finally getting to do the big climax. I think that if you're a longtime Star Wars fan, then that's exciting.
Yeah, I mean,
you didn't sell Max on that. I admire your enthusiasm.
Filoni has done his homework for sure. I guess what I'm saying is that, compared to something like the Force Awakens reveal or the Phantom Menace reveal, those are unknowns. Yeah. Those completely unfamiliar things. Whereas watching the trailer for Ahsoka, you're like, oh, I know that. These are characters we've seen before, and they're showing up in new scenarios. And obviously, there's always going to be some of that, something new and something familiar in the Star Wars space. But I'm kind of curious about things being done the other way around, where Andor, that could have gone either way, and it's, maybe some of the best Star Wars ever, period.
Yes.
And it's like, Rogue One was a phenomenal kind of little, pocket story. And the fact that they were able to do a prequel to a prequel, and there's more of that on the way. And I guess I love that it's finite. Like, we know there's one more season. We know it's going to take place over 4 years, and we don't know what happens. We know what happens. We know
the end.
Yeah.
The middle part is important too.
Yeah, to create stakes when you know where they're going, that's impressive. That's impressive storytelling.
Yeah, they die from an explosion, but I'm still invested. Like I know how he goes out, but I'm like, I really want to see this. I care about this guy.
Yeah. So what of the movie projects are you most excited about? Joshua, are you looking for the Filoni thing?
I am excited for that. What's the other one on the way?
Well, there's James Mangold's, which is like the distant past.
Right, the origin of the Jedi, essentially, and the Force.
And then there's the Rey movie. There's the High Republic one, and then there's Rey one. Yeah. So, Kim, which one are you?
I was thinking I was more interested in the video games in the Jedi series.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
Those are kind of like their own movies. That's probably the most satisfying, ongoing, big thing in Star Wars for me right now.
Following someone who's basically a normal Jedi Knight.
Yeah.
Okay. As opposed to, I'm a Skywalker or I'm a Palpatine, that kind of thing.
Yeah. In the Star Wars Jedi games, the narrative twists in the direction they've taken those games, that's something I actually wish they did in the movies. So, yeah, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is kind of my favorite recent Star Wars movie in lieu of actual Star Wars movies.
It kind of reminds me of, playing Jedi Knight back in 1997. Being like, well, I sure wish we got movies like this, and I don't know. Maybe we will.
Star Wars Outlaws is at Comic-Con, and for me, that's the thing that, again, not a movie, it's a game, but that's the big thing that's going to hold me over until they get their stuff together for the movies, which, the thing is, like I said earlier, they've announced and then canceled or replaced or quietly pushed away. mean, we had Patty Jenkins walked on a tarmac with an X-Wing and was like, ever since my dad was a pilot, I've always wanted to make an X-Wing movie, but I'm not going to make it. Goodbye.
Why don't we have Star Wars Top Gun? That seems like it's just pretty cut and dry. Just do it. Make that movie. Anyway, I hope they make a movie. Obviously, there's some stuff holding that up right now. But in the meantime, we got plenty of comics and shows and games and all that good stuff. And in the meantime, before all that, we got lots more Comic-Con on the way. May the Force be with you.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2023 is presented by FX's What We Do in the Shadows. All new Thursdays on FX, stream on Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN. Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways. Ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Like we mentioned before, cosplay is an essential part of being here at Comic-Con. So let's check out some of the best cosplays on the show floor we've seen so far. Check it out.
One thing you can always expect at San Diego Comic-Con? Cosplay. And this year, it's more important than ever. I mean, think about it. The hard work, artistry, and uniqueness that each cosplayer puts into these insanely intricate creations for this event is a huge part of what makes Comic-Con what it truly is.
I've had to learn so many new things in cosplay crafting. I mean, usually I'm a 3D printing guy. I have a 3D modeling degree, so I've been able to take my schooling and use them at their limits.
And because of the strikes going on in Hollywood, these are the only superheroes here this year. Or bounty hunters, or guys with a chainsaw for a face. You know what I mean. We saw some awesome cosplay all over the con this year. And yes, there's something comforting about seeing those familiar characters wandering around or, lumbering around if that's their case. But what's really fun is seeing new faces and new characters that you're not always expecting to see.
I think the best part about Spider-Man, amongst many other IPs, is the choice of inclusivity. It doesn't matter who's behind the mask, which is why we have a Spider-Man from India. He can have an origin story from anywhere. He doesn't have to be of a particular race, a particular color, a particular gender orientation sometimes. So it just makes you feel more included in the community when you can have your biggest heroes be in your own skin.
Definitely as Asian Americans, this film was, monumental for us in terms of representation. So that was a huge aspect of our choosing to cosplay as characters from the movie. And then this other thing wasn't actually, a factor when we initially made the cosplays, but A24 is one of the studios that is not involved in the strike right now, so we felt like that was a good representation.
Whether they're subtle accents that allude to a character, screen and comic accurate costumes, or a wild version of a character we know and love, cosplayers bring a life and style like no other. My favorite thing to see when I'm walking around the convention is groups of cosplayers that are all in theme. Plus, some of them even get into character, so you can talk to your favorite short alchemist.
Don't call me short.
And that's what makes Comic-Con so special, whether the celebrities are here or not. Awesome fans creating an awesome atmosphere to celebrate the things that they love. All I know is I can't wait till next year.
Which cosplay was your favorite? Let us know in the comments down below. IGN's Comic-Con coverage continues.
Yo, welcome back to IGN Live. Now, Comic-Con 2023 has been jam-packed with big new announcements, fantastic moments, and surprise reveals, and it's time to recap them all and break them down for you. And here to help me do that is Joshua Yale and Stella Chung.
Hey!
What's going on?
Yeah.
You know what? I was going to say nothing much, but we got lots of reveals.
Tons, especially. We just saw, we got earlier this week, the Mortal Kombat 1 trailer.
Yes.
We saw 6 playable characters coming to the DLC Combat Pack. We got Quan Chi, Ermac, Takeda, Peacemaker, Omni-Man, and Homelander.
I thought this was a really cool pack of characters.
Yeah.
Some returning faces, but also the new faces. Omni-Man from Invincible. And you know Mortal Kombat has a great sense of humor. There's going to be all the memes. I'm sure they're going to find a way to include all those in there. Peacemaker, John Cena. I wish they put him in the trailer. I don't see him anywhere. And then Homelander. That's the big one. That dude scares the bejeebus out of me. And so I can't wait to play with him. And it's actually really cool to have 2 Superman characters so you could fight against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I feel like this is an unfair roster because Omni-Man is, I think that within lore, he could totally wipe the floor with every single one of them.
Okay, so what if Homelander drank his signature milk and had a milk mustache
as they approach each other?
That puts him on the same level.
That'd be amazing, yeah. Now, one of my favorite things we got to see this year was the brand new game, One Punch Man World. Now, we got to talk to the team at Crunchyroll Games, and I was hosting that one. It was super cool.
Yeah.
This game is coming out, One Punch Man World. It's actually a collaborative effort between Perfect World and Crunchyroll Games. This is a very unique take on the One Punch Man franchise, I would say, because it's not your typical game. It's not a fighting game per se.
Yeah.
It's not like a Mortal Kombat type game. It is an action adventure game, and you get to explore the world of One Punch Man. You get to play as various other characters within that particular world, like Genos, as we see here on the screen.
Yes.
And my favorite, Moomin Rider. You get to ride a bike. Around town. You could get groceries. You could play mini games. I'm looking forward to this one.
I did love that you could just do mundane things
and
just walk around, go to a shop or, go to an internet cafe and play games. I thought that was pretty cool. And the art style in this, I love the animation style.
Yeah.
Wait, so you can do all these errands and chores because all the fights are really short because they all end in one punch?
That's the thing. We don't know. We don't know how the gameplay mechanics are going to work for Saitama just yet. We don't know that just yet. Because like you said, he ends things with a single punch.
Yes.
Might make the game a little bit short.
You gotta pad it out with doing your laundry, going grocery shopping.
Right there.
Yeah. Grocery shopping right there, yeah. Look at that. It's amazing.
Where with the woman there, the cashier.
You can just roam in the streets, just going to noodle shops. This is amazing. Isn't that what you always wanted to do? This is look, it's a superhero game, but you can also do these other things. You see a couple breaking up, and you're thinking, should I intervene in that?
Suplex one of them in the middle of the breakup.
About to tackle a woman. I don't know, you're riding buses and you're a superhero. These are the things you want from a superhero game. I'm excited to kind of experience this. Looking forward to this one. All right, now lastly, we got The Walking Dead. Now, we saw a new trailer for The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, which was shown at The Walking Dead Universe Fan Watch Party. Now, that is set to kick off September. And we also got some good news for Dead City and the Daryl Dixon series. They just got renewed for 2 seasons. for a second season, rather.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, what do we think about this? So in the Daryl Dixon series, I don't know how this happens, but Daryl gets washed up ashore, and he finds himself in Paris.
It's weird. It's weird. You see him wash up and you're like, oh, maybe he's like in Miami or something.
Yeah.
No, they're just like, so how did you get to France? And I'm like, what?
So yeah, it's very weird. Like, I want to know what happens. And so what happens? So he gets kidnapped, by the way. Not kidnapped, but he gets kidnapped. The first scene in this series is he gets hit over the head with a baguette, and then he finds himself in a dungeon.
Yes.
With dudes wearing berets, striped shirts, black and white shirts.
Yeah, okay, great.
And then they start singing to him to be their guest.
Okay, all right. Well, but okay.
It's the new chapter of the Walking Dead universe, baby.
Oh my God.
You know?
Okay. Well, in this, what actually happens though is that it seems to be taking a note from The Last of Us, which did really well. And you can see here that the nun, which you call Battle Nun, because they're all gearing up to go fight, but they literally tell him, "You're the chosen one to deliver this child," and we're just like, what? Also, I want to point out there's a really funny shot in the trailer where the kid just like in the middle of zombies just like starts praying, and I'm like, stop! Like, pick up a weapon, do something. Oh my God.
We should probably start praying, because I hate to say it, it's time for us to end this. IGN San Diego Comic-Con live coverage is coming to an end.
If you missed anything, make sure you check out IGN.com and YouTube for tons of coverage from the last few days. And if you don't have anything going on a month from now, make sure you tune into our Gamescom coverage live from Cologne, Germany.
Before we go, we want to give a big, huge thank you to everyone watching at home. We do this for you and my mother. Hi, Mom. And I hope you had as much fun as watching as we had putting the show together.
Yeah, but here's the thing, folks. None of this would have been possible without the hard work of our huge, and I mean huge and massive folks that are here who have you never get to see them. Come on up, everybody. Get up here.
Working
what are you doing?
behind the scenes to bring all of this coverage to life.
Yes, teamwork makes the dream work. So from everyone here at IGN, thank you for watching our 2023 San Diego Comic-Con live show. For all things comic books, movies, video games, keep it locked. Say it with me now. To IGN!
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.